One day in the fractured future, the veil between reality and the digital realm shattered, unleashing the gate catastrophe. Chosen humans awakened as players under the system, but their heroism quickly rotted into greed as they ravaged dungeon resources without mercy. Then, the true nightmare emerged. An abyss-ranked dungeon ruled by Adilasai, the Immortal Prince of Darkness, a being beyond mortal reach. Humanity's desperation birthed the Supreme Strike Force, an elite military coalition marching toward certain doom. Their mission was absolute annihilation of the boss. Yet, they were woefully ignorant of the prince's true, catastrophic power. The moment of destiny arrived. Two armies, light and dark, collided in a shockwave of steel and magic. Obliterate them, Adilasai commanded coldly. Spare no one. The carnage that followed was less a battle and more a slaughter. The prince himself descended into the fray. Harvesting human lives was as effortless to him as breathing air. The forces of light crumbled to dust. Insects, Adilasai scoffed, stepping over corpses. You cannot survive a single breath. Suddenly, a ripple in the chaos, high-tier spells bombarded him, yet he swatted them away like annoying flies. Have you come to die? The prince asked. A golden hero descended, halo blazing. These lesser players are beneath you, the hero declared. Prepare for judgment, the hero spat. Adilasai's eyes narrowed. Get out of my sight, you self-righteous hypocrite. Fury ignited the King of Darkness. He vanished from his spot, clashing with the hero in a duel not for survival, but for total dominance. To disorient his foe, Adilasai danced through the air, a blur of shadow performing lethal pirouettes. Seizing the heartbeat between breaths, he materialized instantly before the warrior of light. Terror flashed in this hero's eyes. He scrambled to dodge, his movements clumsy as the prince's blade began its execution arc. Impact. The so-called champion was swatted from the heavens, crashing into the earth, choking back a howl of agony. The King of Darkness landed softly beside him. Pathetic, Adilasai hissed, raising his weapon for the final stroke. The hero's face twisted in panic. Surrender now. Prince looked to the mountain. What? The king paused. Your people are in chains. Attack me, and I will slaughter every single one of them. A red-haired ambusher shouted the threat. Distracted by concern for his subjects, Adilasai took a devastating cheap shot right to the face. Blood trickled from his lip. You preach justice, Adilasai roared. While holding innocents hostage, is this your light? Victory justifies the means. The hero laughed, mocking the demon's honor. Pure, unadulterated rage exploded within the King of Darkness. The air warped around the prince. This was no ordinary power-up. If I go, he whispered, I am dragging you all to hell with me. A crimson supernova swallowed the battlefield. The earth shattered, leaving nothing but a massive, smoking crater in its wake. The raid ended in silence. The boss was dead, but the victory tasted like ash. The world thought the threat was over. They were wrong. The prince's story was far from finished. 10 years later. Hold the line, stay focused, the archer commanded. We must reach the core, her teammate urged. Suddenly, the tank froze. His eyes went wide, terror stealing the scream from his throat. Crunch. A massive timber crushed him instantly. It was not a falling tree, but a weapon wielded by the nightmare known as Stitch. A colossal monstrosity towered over them, wielding a trunk like a toothpick. One swing, and the formation scattered like ants. Speed belied its size. Another warrior was reduced to pace before they could even attempt to flee. We barely stepped inside, the maiden thought, trembling. And we are already being slaughtered. You trash, get in there and distract it, she screamed at the porters. But we are just here for resources, the bravest lad cried. Silence. The fighter kicked him forward. Do exactly as you are told, fodder. They are using us as live bait, the black-haired porter realized. The elite monster's bounty was huge, but they needed sacrifices to claim it. Let the trash die, the archer decided coldly. Better them than actual warriors. But the black-haired boy had a reason to live. For his sister Siaxia, he had to survive this hell. He recalled the bestiary entry on Stitch. Strike the weak point, and it falls. With his sharp eyes, he spotted the vulnerability instantly. Just wait, Siaxia, I'm coming home, he whispered, stepping forward, but suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air. Pain exploded in his chest. Oops, the archer sneered. The bastard was blocking my shot. I cannot die here, his mind screamed, the image of his sick sister flashing before his fading vision. The monster showed no mercy. It raised its massive log, aiming directly for the fallen boy. Splat. Blood painted the weapon. As the boy's life extinguished, a mystical blue essence descended from the heavens. The soul slammed into the broken body. The warriors froze, sensing a terrifying, ancient power rising from the corpse. Thump! Thump! The dead boy's heart suddenly roared back to life. What the hell is going on over there? The archer screamed, her eyes wide with disbelief. He just rose from the dead, and he tanked my lethal blow. What an absolute monster, the maiden thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. Soul reconstruction takes a bit longer than I thought, the young man muttered, rolling his neck. The black-haired regressor then shifted his cold gaze to the battlefield. He locked eyes with the towering beast that had just crushed him with a log. In a blinding flash, his blade swung, striking the monster's absolute weak point with devastating precision. Ding. 2,000 experience points flooded his system, instantly rocketing him to level 5. Mere small fry dared to lay a hand on me, the main character scoffed. The surrounding warriors watched with jaws dropped. They couldn't fathom how this absolute noob just one-shotted a high-tier beast. Damn it, that bastard definitely used cheats to steal my kill, the archer fumed, her pride completely shattered. So, the higher my level, the more absolute my power becomes, the reincarnated hero realized. An intriguing system. I'll dissect its secrets later. Suddenly, a chilling system alert rang out. Boss, identity confirmed. The true Demon King had returned to the mortal realm. A skeletal monstrosity draped in tattered robes materialized before the raid group. Pitch black mana swirled in its bony palms, instantly erasing an armored warrior from existence. His terrified comrade froze, praying for a miracle. But before the skeleton could strike again, the black-haired hero unleashed a surge of power, obliterating the undead threat in a single breath. Strangely, no experience points dropped. Instead, he received Conquest Points, an elite currency used to unlock hidden system authorities. First on the list, the Conqueror's Gaze. This divine sight allowed him to instantly scan any enemy's true level and hidden class. He considered slaughtering these trash players right now, but the system's penalty was still an unknown. Besides, that arrogant archer was sitting at level 20. In his current state, facing her directly was too risky. Captain, you dropped your potion. Please, take it, the young man said, feigning total submission. It was all part of his master plan. He would play the obedient dog until he had enough points to permanently erase her from the board. The huntress narrowed her eyes, suspicious of his sudden burst of power. I'll use the final boss to test what this rat is really hiding, she plotted maliciously. Without warning, an ominous blue flame erupted across the dungeon floor. Panic swept through the vanguard as warriors screamed in pure terror. Ah, so this is the real master of the domain, the main character smirked, as the inferno intensified, melting the very stone beneath their feet. A colossal, skeletal visage burst from the flames. It was a level 20 bone dragon, radiating an aura of absolute death. Hold the line, we can take it, the archer barked. But the young man didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately turned tail and sprinted into the shadows, playing the perfect coward. The second I kill this beast, you're dead meat, the huntress shrieked at his back. But the dragon roared, unleashing a tidal wave of cerulean fire. The frontline warriors slammed their shields into the earth, forming a desperate phalanx against the incoming inferno. Simultaneously, the mages and archers unleashed a storm of spells and arrows, but their attacks bounced off the dragon's scales like mere pebbles. Foolish. It's already shifted into its heart phase. The black-haired regressor analyzed from the shadows. My cue is coming up and... Its heart is exposed. Strike now! The lead vanguard roared, charging forward, but instantly, the dragon's entire body pulsed with an apocalyptic purple glow. In a split second, the charging warriors were vaporized into ash by this corrupted flame. Fall back, attack from a distance, the survivors screamed. The backline unleashed their ultimate skills, but an absolute barrier materialized around the beast, and completely nullifying all ranged attacks. The huntress watched in utter horror as her entire raid strategy crumbled into dust. Damn it, anyone who gets close will be instantly burned alive, she despaired. Looks like playtime is over, the black-haired man whispered, drawing his blade. He bolted straight toward the raging inferno, a fearless smile on his face. You absolute moron, you're throwing your life away, the huntress screamed. She tried to stop the madman, but he was already dancing through the deadly flames, closing the distance to the dragon's core in the blink of an eye. Slash, slash. Two blinding arcs of steel severed the beast's vital core. The maiden could only watch with boiling jealousy. The exposed heart was just a trap for the ignorant. You see, in Phase 1, the dragon's breath applies a hidden curse that continuously stacks heat inside the victim's body. Once Phase 2 triggers, the heart releases a catalytic flame that instantly detonates those accumulated stacks from the inside out. That's why melee combat in Phase 1 is a death sentence. But for someone who knows the hidden pattern, this legendary beast is nothing but a loot pinata. The young man's strike was surgical. The creature let out a final, gurgling death rattle before collapsing. In his past life, he had slaughtered dozens of these beasts. A system notification flashed 100 points acquired. New privileges unlocked. The system offered him a choice break the dungeon's restrictions immediately. Without hesitation, he accepted. Instantly, a cascade of hidden abilities and secret skills flooded his vision. The path to power was opening up. But before the raven-haired hero could react, blazing fireballs tore through the air. A deafening explosion swallowed the area where he stood. Take that. You're 100 years too early to compete with me. The archer scoffed. The dungeon boss had fallen, and she believed the victory and the spoils were hers. Now, only the secret dungeon remained. To open it, blood was required. The huntress's subordinates turned their blades on the weaker fighters, preparing them as living sacrifices. The victims begged for mercy, tears streaming down their faces, but the seductive archer simply watched with cold indifference. She didn't care about their lives. Thwack! Her arrow pierced a warrior's skull, ending his pleas. Damn it! She thought, frustration rising. Why hasn't the gate opened? Have we not spilled enough blood yet? Suddenly, a familiar shadow loomed behind her men. It was the raven-haired survivor, moving like a phantom. He began to slaughter the huntress's forces one by one. She realized the truth far too late. For the act of slaughtering other players, the system instantly rewarded the young man with points. He earned 800 points in a heartbeat. Confused by the carnage, the maiden activated her inspection skill to expose the stranger's true level. The reincarnator was only level 5. She scoffed, assuming this black-haired brat had merely polished his basic combat skills. Do not fear him, kill him now, she commanded her squad. Lu Ren, a powerful 10th level warrior, was already charging toward the boy with killing intent. The young man calmly extended his hand, channeling raw magic. In a split second, a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the air. The spell slammed directly into the warrior's body. The paralysis status effect triggered instantly, leaving him frozen in place. How can a warrior cast spells? Lu Ren panicked as the black-haired man approached with a blade. His true class must be a magician. Desperate, Lu Ren tried to swing his axe, but the reincarnator caught the heavy weapon by the tip with a single bare hand. He stopped my attack with one hand. The bastard's mind raced in shock. Then the boy's blade flashed, ending the debate. For slaying such a high-ranking opponent, the young man was awarded 1,000 points. What kind of monster defeats a level 10 warrior so easily? The maiden watched in horror. The points he just farmed were enough to purchase a devastating new ability instantly. A desperate idea formed in her mind. She signaled 2 armored warriors to rush him simultaneously, hoping numbers would prevail. But, having bound the dungeon, the black-haired boy had unlocked a passive skill tree. He could spend Conqueror points to learn the abilities of the monsters within. The binding process had cost him 200 Conqueror points, a small price to pay for absolute power. Without hesitation, he unlocked Saunders' ability for 50 points. Facing multiple enemies, he calculated his next move with cold precision. Die! Zhou, the huntress screamed, intervening with a lethal shot from her bow. The arrow pierced the black-haired man's shoulder. The impact knocked him down, but he sprang back to his feet instantly, shifting into a defensive stance. One arm down, let's see how you fight now, the maiden taunted, confident in her victory. I won't need my arms for this, the young man replied coldly. A heartbeat later, one of the archer's bodyguards suddenly lost his head. A nightmare began to materialize before their eyes. I've seen this spell before, one warrior yelled. Wait, is it really him? The fighter's voice trembled with pure terror. A skeleton mage and its undead retinue rose from the earth to stand before them. A massive abomination armed with a club began stomping toward the huntress. Why is the monster Stitch here too? She gasped. The creatures moved with perfect coordination, like a military unit. They formed a protective wall around Zhou, controlled by a single will. Even the young man was surprised. He hadn't expected to summon and subjugate the dungeon's monsters this easily. You bastard, where did you get that skill? The huntress raged. She pulled out a rare artifact, a consumable item with only one use. Virgo had planned to save this for the dungeon boss. But staring at death, she had no other choice. What is that whistle? The boy wondered. Suddenly, the roar of beasts echoed from the forest. A horde of ferocious animals had heard the call. The distance between the living beast and the undead army closed rapidly. Bears and boars clashed violently with skeletons and zombies. This was the power of the epic item she had received from the guild chairman. Your monsters are no match for my beasts, she screamed maniacally. You think I don't have aces up my sleeve? You talk too much, the young man snapped. At that moment, a colossal shadow engulfed the archer. It was the massive monster they had encountered on the battlefield earlier. The creature flexed its gigantic bony legs, ready to crush everything. And looming behind the black-haired man rose the terrifying form of the dragon he had slain not long ago. Even the boss obeys him. The girl lost all will to fight. Just kill me and get it over with, she whispered in defeat. Explain yourself first, the guy demanded. We came to capture this dungeon for Stoker, the chairman of the Bloodline Guild. His goal is to farm high-class equipment, the maiden explained, trembling. I don't care if he stands in my way. He will die just like you, the young man said. There will always be someone stronger, the maiden warned with her last breath. What a pity. Those were your last words, the black-haired man stated. The archer's face turned blue with fear. The dragon opened its maw, charging a devastating breath attack. For her execution, the system awarded the guy 5,000 points. Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet began to crack open. The sacrifice count was reached, and the entrance to the secret dungeon was finally revealed. Excellent. That means legendary equipment is waiting down there, the guy thought, eyes gleaming with greed. A system warning flashed red, indicating an extreme danger level. I am the most dangerous creature here, he roared at the notification. Checking his current loadout, his breastplate seemed pathetic compared to the challenges ahead. I need an upgrade before I descend, he muttered. Players always loot the dead. Now, it is my turn. He commanded his undead army to strip the artifacts from the corpses. In moments, the battlefield was cleared, and every item belonged to him. The Legion of the Dead howled in jubilant frenzy, ecstatic to have finally pleased their supreme leader. With the system's absolute transformation function, no one would ever suspect he was the slaughterer. It even granted him a dimensional inventory to stash the useless loot. It is time, the black-haired man declared, his eyes fixed on the abyss ahead. I am ready to descend. The primal fear of this place clawed at his gut, but retreat was not an option. Steeling his nerves, he stepped through the gate of destiny. Instantly, he was transported to a colossal hall lined with towering pillars. The architecture screamed familiarity. Wait, this castle. Have I walked these halls before? In that moment, he realized the truth. All the assets from his previous existence had been converted into what these players called dungeons. Even the monstrosities lurking in the shadows belonged to him by right. But tragically, his command skills were sealed in this zone. Without warning, a stone statue snapped its eyes open, gripping its massive axe with lethal intent. 2 level 40 guardians now blocked the young man's path. He braced himself for a death match, but instead of attacking, the grand doors swung open, and the mighty warriors dropped to their knees in reverence. It was a display of absolute submission. They were inviting their master inside, yet his instincts screamed that a trap lay in wait. The black-haired man narrowed his eyes. It didn't matter. Only the strongest survived in this world. And when was the last time the great Adilasai had ever known fear? Logic took the wheel. His priority was simple: conquer this domain and strip it of every piece of legendary equipment. Still, the fact that mere gatekeepers were level 40 gnawed at his confidence. Suddenly, glowing eyes peered out from the dark crevices of the walls. In a flash, crimson demons flooded the battlefield. The young man stumbled back, caught off guard. Tremble, little human, they shrieked. You are nothing but fresh meat. So, you are all undead filth, the guy asked, his composure returning instantly. Have you forgotten? The black-haired man taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. I am the supreme expert in exterminating your kind. The creatures paused, confused by his defiance. He didn't give them a second to process. The young man unleashed a devastating passive skill, one that dealt 100% bonus damage to undead monsters. The chaos escalated as venomous spiders joined the fray. A glob of acid struck him right on the head, but he countered instantly, channeling raw magic through his fingertips. Lightning crackled and surged. In a heartbeat, the creatures were electrocuted into oblivion. The system chimed 5 conquest points acquired. Not a bad warm-up, the young man muttered, wiping the grime from his face. But his gut told him the real nightmare was waiting deeper inside. With his new conquest points, the shop unlocked. He immediately purchased his first offensive spell, the Fireball. I'll take it, he decided firmly. Reaching the boss chamber, a dangerous curiosity took hold just how powerful was the lord of this dungeon. He slowly pushed the heavy doors open. Before him lay a massive pentagram etched into the floor, pulsing with dark energy. Then, the realization hit him. A blood sacrifice was required to break the seal. Bound by the dungeon's laws, he had no choice but to play along. I'd rather not bleed, the young man sighed. But perhaps fortune favors the bold. As his blood hit the floor, crimson threads wove together, and a terrifying hand clawed its way out of the void. The black-haired man's heart sank. He analyzed the threat instantly: Selena, a level 40 vampire. He had absolutely zero chance of defeating her now. Filthy little human, the vampires hissed, her voice shaking the room. How dare you defile my seal with your disgusting, mortal blood? He didn't waste time with words. The young man immediately launched a blazing fireball, praying the magic would leave at least a scratch on her immortal skin. It was a desperate gambit to measure the gap between his current weakness and a high-level spirit of her caliber. But from the roaring flames, the boss's shadows emerged unscathed, swirling around her like a protective cloak. Did you think such a pathetic spark could harm me? She scoffed. Her expression darkened, shifting from arrogance to predatory aggression. The maiden vanished into a blur, whirling in a macabre dance of death. She materialized instantly behind him. He sensed the shift in air pressure, but it was too late. The strike had already landed. The impact was cataclysmic. The black-haired man was launched like a rag doll, smashing right through the massive front doors with his spine. He plummeted into freefall, the wind roaring in his ears, summoning every ounce of agility. He managed to twist his body and stick the landing. He doubled over, coughing up a mouthful of accumulated blood. The reality was bitter. The power gap between them was an unbridgeable canyon. The vampires gave him no quarter. She blurred across the distance instantly, descending upon the young man to deliver another critical execution strike. The Reincarnator desperately raised his sword to parry, but the maiden had poured centuries of wrath and power into this single blow. Under the sheer pressure, the guy's steel blade shattered like glass. The resulting shockwave blasted him sideways, sending him tumbling through the air. He crashed hard onto a pile of rubble. Finally, the vampires purred, looming over him. "I can't wait to drain you dry." Strangely, her threat made a faint smile play on the guy's lips. "You will pay for your crimes with your life," she added, leaning in. But the moment the blood touched her senses, she froze. Something was terribly wrong. As the droplet hit her tongue, she recoiled as if burned. For her kind, tasting blood was a gateway to the soul, and memories flooded her mind in an instant. The maiden's eyes went wide with shock as she realized who lay broken before her. "Lord Adilasai," she screamed, her voice trembling. It is really you. You have returned to free me at last," the maiden cried out in joy. The guy felt a wave of irritation wash over him, though he kept his face stone cold. The truth was far more complicated. She had stalked him relentlessly 200 years ago. Killing her now felt awkward, given his complicated history with the vampire lord. In his past life, he hadn't sealed her away out of malice. He had locked her up for a century with a lie, promising he would return to break the seal and marry her just to get some peace and quiet. The guardians remained motionless, for they dared not strike their own creator. "Only despair forced my hand to break the seal," he murmured. "Stay back," the young monarch commanded sharply. "I understand why I have returned," the black-haired man declared. "Those vile wretches used underhanded tricks to bring you down." "Please, let me slaughter them for you," the maiden screamed, eyes burning with rage. "You know my stance on that," he replied coldly. "Of course I do," the vampires whispered. "I love you, Adilasai," she sobbed, overwhelmed by emotion, but suddenly a strange sensation seized his body. The vampire venom had taken hold. Instead of killing him, his physique surged with power, becoming several times stronger than a mere human's. "Fret not, I will help you settle the score with those bastards," the maiden vowed. Her presence was reassuring. With a Calamity-class ally, any obstacle would crumble. "Do you possess any high-tier equipment?" the man asked. "Let me think." The vampires replied instantly, searching her inventory. Her swift reaction caught him off guard. "Wait here," she said, dashing toward a massive vault door. Moments later, she presented the black-haired man with a legendary robe forged by the vampire progenitor himself. "This is a magical artifact," the young man realized. Its rarity was ranked as epic. "Incredible. It even has upgrade slots," he noted with a smirk. "Can you truly see the system interface available to players?" the vampires asked in awe. She was constantly amazed by the capabilities gifted to mortals. It was time to equip the gear. As he donned the robe, the fabric began to shift and mutate, turning into a living substance. The armor fused with him, taking total control of the boy's silhouette. He had gained not only high-level equipment, but also a loyal subordinate of the 40th level. A terrifying mask materialized, concealing the young man's face. Now, he had to escape this dungeon and return to the human realm. As he walked back, the stone statue stood in eternal salute. In the world of players, strategy was key. He had to conceal his true identity as the demon lord at all costs. But as the girl approached the exit, violent tremors shook the air around her. An invisible wall slammed her back, barring her path. "I was so focused, I completely forgot," the black-haired man thought, grimacing. Eons ago, to prevent her from rampaging, he had personally erected an absolute barrier. "The key was my original weapon, but this reincarnated body has no idea where it is," he explained. "I cannot break the seal yet, but once I find a way, I will return." "You are so cruel, always leaving me behind," the maiden pouted, though her eyes held no malice. "I will wait for your return, my love," the vampires confessed with undying devotion. The black-haired man stepped through the gate without resistance. Passing the threshold brought back memories of his reign as the supreme lord of monsters and undead. The warrior's words echoed in his mind. Does this brat really possess multiple classes? Yes, that is exactly the case. He had no skill points yet, but the ability was unlocked. It was time to depart. First, he unequipped the flashy armor. Such god-tier gear would only invite trouble. Clad in simple clothes, The young man approached the swirling blue portal. "World of players, prepare for my vengeance," he vowed. Outside, in the city, the dungeon gate hummed with energy. Several men in expensive suits stood by, smoking nervously. A horde of photographers and reporters jostled for the best angle. Veteran adventurers stood nearby, boasting of their trophies. The beginner dungeon had no level restrictions, making it a chaotic hunting ground. "If I go in, I'll leave no stone unturned," a warrior declared arrogantly. "Calm down. Do you see someone emerging?" His comrade interrupted. First, legs stepped out of the void. Then, the full figure emerged. It was the Reincarnated Prince of Darkness. System. "Seal the passage behind me," he commanded mentally. The artificial intelligence obeyed instantly. In a blink, the portal vanished into thin air. The onlookers stared at the lone boy in utter bewilderment. He had to blend in as a survivor. Fortunately, as the dungeon's creator, he retained full control over its functions. Breaking news. "One player has returned from the burial fields," a reporter shouted. The adventurers immediately swarmed him, demanding to buy any high-quality loot. "Is he from our guild?" a fighter asked. "Hold it right there, you rat. Where are the others?" The muscular warrior was fuming. The raid had gone wrong. No one wanted to follow the archer captain, and she had started slaughtering the team. The young man lied smoothly. "I was the weakest one. I just hid in the shadows and survived while they killed each other." "Don't play the fool with me. Hand over the equipment," the angry warrior barked. "You seem to know a bit too much about what happened inside," the black-haired man countered. The fighter's face twisted. The boy's words struck a nerve, and realization began to dawn on him. "It was you who ordered the captain to purge the team, wasn't it?" the guy implied. "Die, you bastard!" the warrior roared, swinging his weapon. The Prince of Darkness merely grinned at the incoming strike. "Rutan, stand down!" a voice boomed from behind the warrior. The brute froze, forced to obey. It was Stoker, the chairman of the Blood Kinship Guild, stepping in to apologize for his subordinate. "That's enough. Stop embarrassing the guild," Stoker yelled. "Are you really going to just let him walk away?" Rutan asked in disbelief. "The law binds our hands, and there are too many eyes watching," Stoker replied, his voice low. Even the general manager of the union was present, complicating matters. "This is not the place for a bloodbath," Rutan interjected, "but we cannot simply let him walk away." The chairman's eyes narrowed. "Agreed. First, we uncover his true identity. And when you decide to strike," the chairman added, his tone turning icy, "make it a single, fatal blow. Leave absolutely no evidence behind. He is young, yet already steeped in the criminal underworld." The man mused. "He wears a smile, but hides a dagger, waiting for the perfect moment to pierce our hearts." The chairman needed this black-haired anomaly eliminated immediately. Moments later, the boy was summoned by Lao, the general manager of the players' union. Lao intended to measure the boy's power level for identification. "What is the meaning of this?" the young man asked, feigning ignorance. But with Lao standing at level 45, refusal was not an option. Like a crouching tiger waiting to pounce, the young man thought, submitting to the scan. The system screen flickered to life. The manager stared at the readout. He was dealing with a mere level 10 newcomer. "Level 10, Lao raised a skeptical eyebrow. "How did you escape that hellhole alive?" The black-haired youth smirked. "Simple. I slaughtered everyone else." "You have a dark sense of humor," the manager scoffed. "And if I'm not joking," the prince retorted, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. "I handle union management, not moral judgments," Lao replied dismissively. "Player killers are none of my concern." Since the boy had reached level 10, Lao handed the reincarnator his official ID card. The laws of men did not apply inside dungeons, a fact that suited him perfectly. Now, he had a promise to keep. He had to fulfill the previous owner's dying wish to visit the one person he cherished most, his sister, Xie Xiao, abandoned by their parents as children. They had relied only on each other to survive in this unforgiving world. The weight of her safety now rested entirely on the prince's shoulders. He navigated the city blocks until he reached their humble home. But as he approached the building, a sudden surge of killing intent spiked in his chest. Something was wrong. Thugs were cornering the girl. "My brother will be here any second," she cried. "Ha! That level 1 trash," one of the bastards sneered. "What can he possibly do to us? With his weak combat skills, he's probably rotting in a dungeon somewhere." The aggressor laughed, relishing her fear. "Seems like a crowd gathered just for me," a voice cut through the air. "Brother, you're alive," the girl gasped. 1, 2, 3, 4. The black-haired man counted calmly. "Oh, you became a player," the thug spat, stepping forward. "Grab your sister and get lost before I change my mind." "You misunderstand," the young man said, his aura darkening. "I wasn't counting people. I was calculating how much experience points you're worth." "What?" the thug faltered, sensing the shift in the air. The aggressor couldn't comprehend how someone could emerge from a dungeon with such overwhelming pressure. "Just joking, my friend," Please, have mercy on us. We made a huge mistake, the bastard begged, trembling violently. The prince turned to the girl. Xia Xiao, do you want me to end them? He awaited her command. She shook her head, terrified. No, please don't kill them. The thug collapsed in relief. Thank you. You are our god, our savior. Live honestly and don't harm others from now on, Xia ordered softly. What a hassle, the prince thought. It would have been cleaner to just execute them. You operate a black market here, don't you? The guy asked sharply. Yes, of course I know everything that happens in the shadows, the thug stammered. Eager to please, the young man tapped his system interface with a finger. Rare dungeon loot clattered onto the pavement. The prince gestured carelessly. Sell these on the market, and do not ask where they came from. This guy's a monster, the thug thought, shivering. Messing with him is a death sentence. Use the proceeds to pay off our debt, the prince commanded. I will bring you the remaining change immediately, the former aggressor promised. And one more thing, the prince warned. Keep my name out of your mouth. I hope for a fruitful partnership, the thug bowed. As the thug scrambled toward the black market, the atmosphere shifted. His sister's expression crumbled. Tears welled in her eyes. The young man froze. Why did you take so long? She sobbed. I was so worried you were dead. The older brother paused, unsure how to comfort her, and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry I'm late, he whispered. Don't cry. I promise. No one will ever hurt you again. The prince vowed. Outside, the twilight deepened into night. Despite the years spent in this world, the reincarnated soul struggled to feel the bond of blood. But the time is approaching, he reasoned. His body began to shift. The ancient armor he had seized from the vampire lord materialized over his skin. A mask formed, obscuring his face. The transformation was complete. It was time to execute his true plan. A portal ripped open near the city buildings. The Union would soon cordon off the area. He had work to do before he had to return to make breakfast. After a night of carnage, the sun rose. He stood at the stove, attempting to play the role of a caring brother. Brother. Xia Xiao stared at the plate. Are you trying to poison me? She asked, eyeing the dubious food on the table. But the story rewinds to the darkness of the previous night, when the prince sought his vengeance. He stood by the fountain. This would be ground zero. If this works, I hit the jackpot. With a thought, he tore open a teleportation gate. The rift led to a bound dungeon, a rare anomaly that ordinary players could only dream of entering. The monsters inside had leveled up by feasting on the previous victims. Perfect. Your greed will be your undoing, the prince declared, drawing his weapon. How does a single trip to the dungeon make you forget how to hold a spatula? His sister teased, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Boss, I sold everything as requested, a young man named Zhou Jing announced. Stepping into the room, he respectfully handed over a bank card with 2 million credits loaded on it. Yes, we are rich, his sister screamed, eyes sparkling. I have one final command for you, the guy ordered his subordinate. I am returning to the dungeon. Guard my sister with your life. Consider it done. You can trust me, Zhou Jing vowed, eyes shining with inspiration. His first mission began immediately preparing a proper breakfast. Brother, please don't go, the girl begged, grabbing his arm. Forgive me, but I have unfinished business, the black-haired man replied, gently pulling away. I promise to return safe and sound, he assured her with a confident smile. With a final wave, the young man wished his sister and his new assistant good luck. I need to farm Conquest Points, the prince reasoned internally, and I need to see the fate of those unlucky enough to enter that place. The scene shifted to the eastern district of the Players' Union. He never imagined he would find himself in such a pathetic situation. Rejection followed rejection. We don't need a level 10 warrior, you just get in the way. The arrogant adventurer sneered, looking down on him, and looking down. The teams were picky. They only wanted high-level mages and support classes to carry them. Captain, there was a sweet level 10 warrior maiden asking to join, a scout shouted. Let's take her. I have a soft spot for beauties. The warrior leader leered. The only silver lining was that several players had accepted the raid quest for his specific dungeon. Suddenly, someone suggested the prince fill the last empty slot. The team was missing just one person. The young man scanned them with a calculating gaze. He had no other choice if he wanted to enter. He nodded. Let's move out. The Union warrior barked impatiently. Is this your doing? Stoker asked in the shadows. Yes, our agents are already in position, his comrade whispered back. When the moment is right, the boy will be eliminated, and we will strip his corpse of all equipment. The burial grounds have been updated, difficulty lowered, resurrection enabled. The system notification rang out as the young man climbed into the team's transport vehicle. He felt a chill. Why were such high-level fighters entering such a low-level dungeon? It did not add up. The man in full samurai armor radiated a particularly dangerous aura. The car halted before the red portal. The gateway to the unknown was merely a stone's throw away. The mission objective was simple: defeat the boss. They had arrived at the harbor of the fish people. Now, I see why they chose this spot. The guy smirked. Of course, they are here for the loot. A colossal one-eyed monster was rumored to guard these sunken treasures. Moments later, they breached the cave entrance. Mage and support, stay in the center, the leader commanded. The guy just wanted to speedrun this and farm experience. Suddenly, monsters began to surge from the nearest body of water. They were massive, scaled beasts, each armed with a deadly trident. The warriors instantly shifted into a defensive stance. The maiden mage froze in terror, trembling as she begged the warrior for protection. The young man, however, remained cold and indifferent. He needed to finish this fast. A creature lunged too close and was instantly fried by its attack. Protect the priestess. Don't let her get scratched. The magician screamed in panic. But suddenly, the maiden's expression shifted. A dark realization hit her. Meanwhile, the frontline warriors were slaughtering the fish monsters. I must keep my true power hidden, the young man thought. I will restrict myself to basic warrior skills. He unleashed a deafening battle cry. The sound wave slammed into the monsters, stunning the freaks instantly. But then, his instincts flared. Searing heat erupted behind him. The bastards were sticking to the plan, attacking him mid-battle. He dug his heels in and stood firm against the betrayal. He refused to die in a place like this. The grimace on the Demon King's face twisted. Forgive me. My hand slipped. The magician lied, trying to justify the friendly fire. It is okay. Babe, you will get the aim right next time, her boyfriend encouraged sinisterly. Let me heal you up, the cleric interjected, oblivious to the tension. While the holy light patched him up, the black-haired man analyzed the battlefield. The pieces clicked together. Stoker had sent this kill squad to liquidate him. The samurai watched him like a hawk, suspicious of how a mere level 10 survived that blast. The prince decided to unlock a few new skills on the fly. Let's clear this dungeon quickly, the warrior shouted, trying to rush the pace. He had to play the fool a little longer. The black-haired man resumed destroying the fish monsters with calculated strikes. The maiden mage accidentally fired another fireball in his direction. After a short skirmish, they finally reached their destination. Deep inside the sunken ship lay the boss room. They have no idea what is truly waiting for them, the prince thought. Move in, everyone. Stay sharp, the association leader commanded. The warriors exchanged knowing glances. It was time to execute the new guy. The magician struck first. She finished chanting a high-tier spell, and rock-hard stone instantly encased the young man's legs, trapping him. Forced to defend, he blocked a frontal assault from the warrior. But another bastard armed with a blade materialized directly behind his exposed back. The prince sensed it a fraction of a second too late. The assassin's strike connected, and blood sprayed from the young man's mouth. The impact sent him flying into the ship's dark interior. Why are you attacking him? The cleric cried out in horror. Shut your mouth if you want to live, the warrior roared. The young man knew this betrayal was inevitable, but he had not expected them to make their move so soon. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. A massive vortex formed. The traitors froze. A colossal deep-sea catfish rose from the abyss. Out of the corner of his eye, the prince spotted a figure drifting aimlessly on the waves. So, that is why they chose to ambush us here, he realized. I wonder if the fool is dead yet, the assassin sneered. Watching from the shore, suddenly, the water erupted. A massive catfish monster opened its maw, swallowing the body whole. In a heartbeat, the black-haired man vanished into the monster's gullet, seemingly meeting his end. He will dissolve in the beast's acid within seconds. The warrior scoffed. Time to move out, the leader ordered, but a voice cut through the air. Leaving so soon. A pillar of scorching flame blasted from the monster's mouth. The young man carved his way out of the beast's flesh, landing gracefully on the water's surface. Ladies and gentlemen, he smirked, beginning his performance. You are excellent at doing other people's dirty work. Truly impressive. But unfortunately, your plan just fell apart. His eyes turned cold. Now, I am going to slaughter every last one of you, the guy declared, finishing his bravado. Meanwhile, in the city center, a shadowy council was in session. Stoker glared at his men, the tension in the room palpable. Can your killers be relied upon? He demanded. Do not worry. Even I fear their abilities. Rutan stammered, trembling slightly. However, Jukin possessed a strange energy that could not be underestimated. The thug could not comprehend how such a seemingly worthless person could threaten their entire operation. Back on the battlefield, the three assassins encircled the prince, closing off all escape routes. The cleric was baffled. How could someone with a warrior class wield magic? The trio's faces darkened, realizing this would not be an easy kill. Attack me! Stop staring and die, the guy taunted. As the Demon King issued his challenge, the warrior in green armor was the first to charge. First, the mage falls, the young man stated with cold calculation. He instantly launched a devastating fireball in her direction. She crumbled under the single blow, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. The guy laughed. Now, time to handle the big guy. Summoning a bolt of lightning, the warrior was reduced to ash. With 2 down, the young man turned his predatory gaze to the final target. Instinct screamed. He sensed a blade at his throat and parried just in time. But why wasn't the thug paralyzed? Even with half his face blown off, the enemy kept fighting. Damn, this roach is tenacious, the guy thought, dodging another strike. But a couple of lethal moves ended the struggle. The prince felt a chill. The main killer had been invisible from the very beginning. Stealth had not saved him, but the enemy was desperate. Ignoring the damage, the assassin locked the young man in a death grip. His face held no life, only the blank stare of a walking corpse. The guy looked at the mage's body, and the truth hit him. This was a fail-safe plan in case their target turned out to be stronger than expected. They were never meant to survive. They intended to blow themselves up and take the young man with them to hell. A massive explosion tore through the coast. When the dust settled, the unknown man stood in the crater, panting and completely exhausted. He could not fathom such fanatical devotion. These adventurers were willing to sacrifice their lives just to ensure his destruction. Luck was on his side. His passive skills had saved him. Suddenly, a cleric maiden appeared, offering to heal his wounds. But as his health returned, the young man felt his body turn heavy. He was turning to stone. He had been so distracted that he fell for a cheap trick. How does a beauty like you know mind control, he wondered. Unable to move. I finally found a gap in your absolute defense, she hissed, standing over him. You thwarted my plan, and now you pay with your blood, the maiden sneered, pressing a blade to his neck. How long do you intend to just watch? The black-haired man shouted into the void. A voice answered. I know why you are here, you need the weapon, but without me, you will never find it. A samurai materialized from the shadows. With a single, deafening motion, the katana flashed. In a split second, he dealt critical damage, cutting the treacherous girl down. I am glad you are not on the same side as her. The guy sighed in relief. Remove your armor, show your face, and I will reveal the treasure. The reincarnated one negotiated. The warrior complied. Beneath the steel lay cascading, luxurious hair. It was a level 80 maiden named Miiamoto. If you dare deceive me, she warned, her eyes cold as steel. A fate far worse than death awaits you. If you kill me, the treasure stays lost forever, the young man retorted calmly. The samurai studied him with intense scrutiny. I will trust you, but tell me, what am I looking for? She asked. The hide kill. The King of Darkness replied. The double devil blade. Her eyes widened. Correct. Where is it? First, tell me its value, he pressed, sensing an opportunity. This weapon was the key to awakening her class. The guy realized he could ask for anything as a reward. But the prince's ignorance regarding the item greatly surprised the samurai. After every 20th level, one can advance their class, she explained. But awakening is different. The trials are hellish. Currently, only 7 people have achieved it. They are called heroes. They are the apex predators of this world. And this samurai was just one step away from joining their ranks. I wonder if those 4 assassins were among them. The guy mused. Catching his reflection in the water, he decided it was time to move. Follow me. He dove straight into the dark ocean. His disappearance puzzled the girl. But with the prize so close, she had no choice but to follow him into the depths. Victory dangled right before their eyes, but in a heartbeat, the world twisted, and she was swallowed by the swirling vortex of a water portal. She had no option but to place her life in the hands of this enigmatic powerhouse. Finally, they emerged. It seemed they had breached the heart of the sanctuary. Miraculously, the air here was breathable, sparing them a watery grave. Before them sprawled a kingdom's worth of lost treasures. Is this truly the place? The girl breathed, eyes wide. There is no mistake, the prince declared, his voice echoing with certainty. Centuries might have crumbled, but the artifact remained untouched. The legendary sword waited for its master. Without hesitation, he tossed the ancient weapon to the samurai. Your commission is fulfilled, the young man stated coldly. The contract is complete. Trembling, she began to unsheath her prize, but as the steel revealed itself, her blood ran cold. What she saw froze her very soul. Wait. I overlooked a critical detail, the prince muttered, his eyes narrowing. But the girl was already lost. mesmerized by the hellish aura pulsing from the blade. "I knew it," she gasped. Suddenly, the mountain of gold began to tremble violently. "A treasure this great," the guy warned, sensing the killing intent. "Always has a gatekeeper." In a split second, the shockwave swept the chamber clean. A darkness swallowed the light as a colossal shadow rose over the two warriors. From the abyss emerged a monstrosity. It resembled the fodder he had crushed earlier, but this presence was on an entirely different dimension. The boss's level made even the black-haired man's confident grin falter. "Hey, partner, your moment of glory is here," the prince shouted. "Go tear him apart." That's right. The cursed sword traps the wielder in a nightmare realm. The Demon King recalled. To wield it, she must first conquer her own inner demons. She was useless to him right now. With a sigh, the young man stepped forward. It was time to take matters into his own hands. A challenge like this had never halted his ascent before. He launched a confident strike, but steel rang against impenetrable scales. 0 damage. The beast's armor was absolute. Physical attacks won't work. He shifted tactics, summoning the soul-capturing claw. A massive, spectral purple hand materialized, grasping for the monster's essence. But the creature slammed its staff down, shattering the spell instantly. The beast turned its glowing gaze upon the arrogant prince. It lunged. Its velocity defied its massive size, and the prince barely twisted his body in time, the wind of the strike slicing past his cheek. "This bastard is fast," he calculated, his mind racing. There was no time to breathe. The monster was already winding up for a second, lethal blow. Evasion was no longer an option. In the end, the prince thought grimly, this world is ruled by levels and stats. He blurred backward, creating a gap. But the reality was harsh. With his current power, he couldn't even scratch this behemoth's flesh and blood. However, he wasn't out of options just yet. He had one nasty trick left in his sleeve. He dropped into a specialized combat stance. The boss paused, sensing the shift in energy, waiting to crush whatever desperate move the human attempted. The standoff broke. The beast unleashed a cataclysmic stream of pressurized water from its maw. The hydroblast roared toward him like a tsunami, yet the young man stood his ground. He thrust his hand forward. "Full power," he roared. His plan was simple, turn the enemy's strength against itself. For the first time, terror flickered in the creature's eyes. Boom! The water energy detonated, engulfing the battlefield in mist. Did I get him? The young man wondered. Suddenly agony. A condensed water blade skewered his torso. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound. Damn it! That attack, Miiamoto had shattered his protective aura before piercing his flesh. Fury boiled within the black-haired man. Looming over him, the location boss raised its weapon for the execution. Meanwhile, in the tomb dungeon, chaos reigned. We're getting slaughtered. The boss has entered phase 2. Hold the line, victory is within reach, the squad leader screamed. Think of the gold untold riches await the survivors. The party roared, blinded by greed. But across space and time, a dark thought echoed. Die, all of you. Your sacrifices are merely fuel for my ascension. Back in the treasure room, a sinister purple aura erupted from his body. Far away, the warrior's life force was drained. System alert, player. Elimination confirmed. The prince received 800 karma points. The notifications cascaded down his vision like a waterfall of power. Strength flooded his veins, revitalizing his broken body. He deflected the boss's strike with ease. Thanks to those fools, he smirked, the Dark King is now level 15. The location boss recoiled, confused by this sudden resurrection. Ready for round 2, fish face? The young man taunted. He slammed his fist into the creature's mountainous muscle. The impact shook the room. He spun in midair, kicking off a pillar to maximize momentum, a meteor-like strike, but nothing. The armor held firm. This reality check infuriated the black-haired man. To make matters worse, the boss roared, entering its berserk state. Seriously, what kind of broken cheat code is this defense? The young man gritted his teeth in indignation. The monster didn't wait for him to complain. It moved to crush the pest once and for all. Suddenly, a silver flash cut through the darkness. A familiar silhouette appeared beside him. The samurai maiden had awakened. With a single, devastating lunge, she brought the behemoth to its knees. The monster crashed down. I left him with 1 HP, she said coolly. Finish him off. Consider it a reward for guarding me, she suggested. Her eyes held a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected the black-haired man to survive this long. I'll gladly take that offer. The young man grinned. He delivered the final blow without hesitation. The beast dissolved and reward 1,000 Conqueror points. But the system wasn't done. A new notification chimed, ominous and intriguing. Unlock condition met the devil's test. Interesting, he mused, dismissing the window. I'll deal with that nightmare later. Stepping over the loot, he set his sights on the path ahead. What captures your gaze? He asked the samurai maiden. Caught in his intense stare, she flushed with sudden embarrassment. I simply wanted to thank you for awakening me, she stammered out. But the prince had already turned away. His eyes locked on the dungeon's treasures, determined to strip the place clean. With the spoils secured and matters settled, they made their way toward the dimensional exit. If you ever require aid, seek out the Miiamoto estate. You will be granted immediate entry, the girl promised. Hearing this, Joting examined the artifact with intrigue. When we depart, ensure my identity remains a shadow, his assistant instructed. A heartbeat later, the dimensional gate tore open. They stepped through, instantly transported back to the bustling city center. A delegation of high-ranking officials was already waiting at the entrance. Impossible, a voice whispered in disbelief. He walked out alive, the bespectacled man thought, panic rising. I remember you, the young master interrupted. You are one of his lackeys. Resting a heavy hand on the man's shoulder, he delivered a chilling message. Tell your master this. I will be the final nightmare he sees in this life. The Demon King's voice brooked no argument. A primal shudder tore through Stoker's subordinate, freezing him to the marrow. Even his own ruthless chief did not terrify him like this newcomer. This was no mere man standing before him. This was the devil himself. Meanwhile, tension was brewing in Stoker's office. A trembling subordinate begged his leader for permission to withdraw. He stammered out excuses, claiming the previous dungeon was a death trap beyond their capacity to handle. Compose yourself. Even with your failure, Joting is undoubtedly dead. The leader's right-hand man interjected smoothly. Suddenly, the telephone screamed, breaking the silence. Stoker snatched up the receiver. Mr. Stoker! Joting survived, the terrified voice on the line reported. How is that possible? The leader's fury ignited instantly. I advise against engaging him, sir. My sensory ability detected a catastrophic threat level from the rookie, the scout added. I am submitting my resignation effective immediately. Before Stoker could scream, the scout tore off his headset, desperate to escape his boss's impending wrath. Stoker's face went deathly pale. He crushed the phone into debris with sheer grip strength, his eyes burning with murderous hatred toward his subordinate. A blood-red, suffocating aura erupted around the boss. Slowly, he extended his right hand, preparing a lethal strike. An instant later, fresh blood splattered across the office windows. His file mentioned a younger sister, the chief stated coldly, wiping his hand. That is correct, his loyal aide confirmed. Bring her to me within the hour, Stoker commanded. Meanwhile, Joting trudged home, exhaustion weighing on him. He knew the mercenaries he had slaughtered would bring consequences. They would not let this slide. I wonder if my new sister has missed me, he mused. But as he turned the corner, a shocking sight froze him in his tracks. Their shared home had been razed to the ground. The friend he had entrusted to protect his treasure now stood surrounded by mercenaries, beaten and bloody. Brother Joting! The young friend screamed in desperation. The thugs turned their predatory gaze toward the black-haired arrival. Where is Zia Shah? The prince demanded, his voice dropping to a threatening growl. Forgive me, brother. I was too weak. They took her. The friend sobbed. If you want to see her alive, follow us, one of the thugs sneered. I require no escort from trash. Stay where you are if you wish to keep your lives. The Reincarnated retorted. We'll end you right here, the aggressor roared. In that split second, Joting vanished, executing a lightning-fast dash forward. Heads severed from shoulders sent fountains of blood into the air, all except for the one who had dared to speak first. I told you that you alone would suffice, the black-haired man stated calmly. Nearby, his injured friend continued to babble apologies. Become stronger. That is not a request. It is an order, the prince declared, seeing the burning devotion in the boy's eyes. I will retrieve my sister. Afterward, I have a task for you, the Demon King added. Meanwhile, the remaining thugs were lying in wait for the promising rookie. Their greeting came in the form of a green-haired mercenary being blasted violently into the concrete wall. Did we not send a team for him? One thug stammered. No ordinary mercenary could survive a blow like that. The target stepped onto the horizon, radiating menace. Are you all dogs of Stoker? The black-haired man asked. Hand over the treasures if you value your sister's life, one of the trash mobs shouted. I do not negotiate with insects who threaten me, the prince retorted. You dare threaten us in this isolated place. No one will notice if a few people vanish here. The scarred man smirked. Indeed, Joting agreed. It is a perfect burial ground. Attack all at once. Stoker will reward us handsomely for his head, one of the bastards yelled. The first attacker swung a massive axe. Joting did not even flinch, though the cold steel bit the air inches from his face. He sidestepped the heavy weapon with casual ease. Then, gripping the attacker by the ear, the young master slammed the wretch into the earth. The impact cratered the ground with devastating force. Immediately, several more overconfident warriors lunged from behind. The prince sighed, gathering mana in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a roaring fireball to incinerate the warriors. With the fodder dealt with, his gaze shifts upward. The real threat remains three powerful figures looming above like vultures. The system responds instantly to his will. A blade materializes in his grip slash. In mere seconds, the remaining enemies are reduced to ribbons, their screams tearing through the air. One survivor, clutching a severed stump where his arm used to be, crawls desperately in the dirt. "Please spare me," he wails in terror. "Mercy." The prince looks down with cold, dead eyes. It is far too late for begging. As the black-haired monarch delivers the final blow, Stoker watches from the high ground. His comrade scoffs. Sending the trash first was wise. Now we have measured his strength. The red-eyed leader speaks with chilling calm. "He is no match for you. There is no point in fear. Besides," Stoker smirks, pointing a finger, "we hold his precious sister." The prince's eyes snap upward, locking onto his true target. High atop the skeletal construction site, the villains look down like gods. "Return my sister." The prince's voice booms with authority, shaking the very air. The chief's subordinate bristles with anger, his pride wounded. "You defeat a handful of insects and think you can make demands of us." Suddenly, the enemy's body begins to convulse. Hands morph into razor-sharp claws. His face distorts, stretching into a grotesque, beastly visage. Boom! The monster leaps from the ledge, cratering the ground right before the prince. "Hand over the item we seek, and perhaps you and the girl will live." The prince sighs, utterly unimpressed by the display. "Enough chatter. If you are going to attack, then do it. The sooner you start, the sooner you die." The black-haired ruler adds. The beast roars in frustration. "Your arrogance will be your undoing." With a sonic boom, the beast launches himself forward, a blur of claws and fury aiming straight for the Demon King's throat. Instantly, the prince invokes his mana. A shimmering magic shield materializes, blocking the path. Clang. The creature is shocked his claws cannot even scratch the barrier. "If this is your limit," the prince mocks, "I won't even need my blade." The enemy shifts tactics, his aura flaring wild. He activates a defensive skill, his fur hardening with magical resistance to tank the next hit. "You think mere speed and strength can hurt me now?" The beast laughs maniacally. The prince smirks. "Let us find out." They collide, no weapons, just raw power as fist meets fist in a thunderous exchange of violence. The impact triggers a shockwave, dusting the entire area. The beast is stunned. His strength? It actually rivals mine. In a blink, the prince vanishes and reappears behind his foe. The beast trembles. That grin. He looks at me like I am nothing. There is no fear in the prince's eyes, only disdain. Rage boils within the creature. This little brat dares to look down on me. Blinded by anger, the beast leaves a fatal opening. The prince strikes, a devastating blow connects, crunching into the monster's torso. The force sends the creature flying backward. He twists in midair, skidding to a halt on his feet, barely maintaining his balance. Just how much power is hidden in that small body? The beast wonders. The prince stands immovable, calm as a still lake. Pushed to the brink, the monster activates his trump card, level 25 unleashed. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the construction site. Primal power activated. Muscles bulge and tear as his strength and vitality skyrocket, multiplying instantly. A terrifying red aura erupts. Before the prince can blink, the beast teleports behind him. "You cannot handle me now." But the prince's instincts are sharper. He spins, driving a fist straight into the beast's teeth with bone-shattering force. "A pity for you," the prince whispers, glancing at the sky. "The sun has set." The beast freezes, confused by the ominous words. Night has fallen. Vampire lineage activated. Regeneration. Vitality. And power surge through the prince's veins as the darkness embraces him. His eyes bleed into a glowing crimson. The vertical slit of a predator appears. The true bloodsucker has awakened. With the beast effortlessly disposed of, the prince points a finger upward. "Stoker, you are next." The leader claps slowly. "Impressive. I propose a deal. Surrender your equipment and join me," Stoker offers. The prince scoffs. "Offers like that always come with a catch. Weakness lies in those we protect." Stoker reveals a massive golem, a gift from his powerful older brother. Inside the translucent chest of the Colossus, a body is visible. This machine of war runs on a cruel fuel human life force. The current battery is drained, the vessel inside withered. Stoker smiles cruelly, breaking the silence with a nightmare scenario. The golem hungers for a fresh core. His eyes drift to the hostage. "Your sister is the perfect fuel." "Shao," the prince screams, but he is too slow. The machine opens, and the girl is swallowed into its core. Powered by her draining life, the golem's eyes flash. Thud. The massive construct leaps down, shaking the earth as it lands on the battlefield. Let us play a game. Stoker sneers. Will you die first, or will your sister be drained dry before you fall? The prince grits his teeth. Damn it, if I use high-tier magic, the splash damage will kill her. The golem lunges, giving him no time to think. Every second counts. If this battle drags on, Xiao's life force will be extinguished forever. A titanic fist slams into him, sending the prince skipping across the rubble. He flips, digging his boots into the ground to break. Explosive speed. He launches into the air, hovering directly above the colossus. Gravity aids his descent as he brings his blade down, aiming to shatter the golem's helm. The beast's frightening visage loomed over him. With a savage swipe, its paw connected, delivering a bone-rattling blow. His body held, but the sheer weight of the attack chipped away at the warrior's spirit. Struggle all you want, Stoker sneered from the shadows. Unleash every skill you possess. It changes nothing. You die here today. Every passing second drained the life force from his sister. Time was a luxury he didn't have. The enemy leader's malice showed no sign of fading. If the price of Xiao's survival was his own life, so be it. The young master was ready to pay that toll. Just as the beast's claw descended toward the prince, the golem shattered into 1,000 fragments. The child fell from the wreckage, but the young master moved like lightning to catch her. He turned his gaze to the mastermind. Stoker stood frozen in disbelief. That strike didn't come from the boy. Impossible. Who else could wield such power? The realization hit him. A flash of steel, a loyal shadow, the samurai maiden, the prince's steadfast companion, had arrived to turn the tide. Cut it a bit close, didn't you? The Demon King smirked. Miiamoto had awakened from her slumber. Stoker's mind raced. How did she break free? Rest easy. Your sister is safe with me, the swordswoman declared, her voice calm amidst the chaos. Now, focus on the boy. Stoker's face twisted with pure malice and rage. Protect her with your life, the young master commanded. A brilliant blue aura erupted around him, signaling the start of the real battle. He stepped forward, intent on absolute destruction. For the first time, Stoker felt the cold grip of dread. His situation had turned dire. The maiden swore on her family's honor to guard Xiao with her life. Good luck, she whispered. Come back to us when the deed is done. You absolute fool, the chieftain spat. In his hand, a menacing weapon materialized from thin air, hungry for blood. You've squandered your only chance at mercy, Stoker hissed. The prince merely smirked, calculating. I wonder how much experience a vampire of your level is worth. Without a word, they collided, steel met magic in a flurry of violence. They separated for a heartbeat, chest heaving, measuring each other. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their spots. Sparks flew as their blades crashed together for the second round of this deadly dance. Stoker unleashed a dark binding spell. That technique, the young master analyzed, unmistakable. He truly is from the vampire bloodline. The boy's expression tightened. A sharp pain flared in his side. He'd taken a serious hit, but Stoker paused, noticing an ominous blue glow radiating near his own face. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the battlefield. Smoke and debris engulfed them both, dealing heavy damage to both sides. Stoker skidded to a halt, panting. Half his face and arm were charred black. Just as I thought, the young master quipped. Fire techniques are the ultimate bane of vampires. How dreadfully naive, the vampire leader snarled, his ego bruised. You dare treat me like some common trash. A crimson crust began to coat his face, healing the burns. For your arrogance, Stoker roared. You will pay with your very soul. He moved faster than sight. Before the boy could react, Stoker's hand crushed around his throat, slamming him violently against the stone wall. The vampire's wounds had fully regenerated. Ancient magic locked the prince in place, stripping away any hope of escape. Stoker's eye gleamed with hunger as he began to siphon the boy's life energy. But then, poof, in a split second, his prey vanished into thin air. Stoker stood dumbfounded. Impossible! My blood seal binds everyone. Panic set in as the leader frantically scanned the room. At the critical second, the black-haired hero had triggered a pending quest, a tactical retreat into a new challenge. Now, total focus was required. The young master materialized on a colossal circular bridge suspended in the void. A glowing pentagram scorched the ground beneath him. From the abyss, a titan rose, a massive warrior clad in impenetrable armor. It was the dungeon boss, the fallen apostle, with a feral roar. The behemoth charged straight for the black-haired intruder. The barbarian wielded twin battle axes with terrifying speed. The young master was forced on the defensive, barely deflecting the rain of heavy blows. The giant wound up, pouring every ounce of strength into a devastating strike. Crash! The axe slammed down, shattering the very foundation of the arena. Luckily, the Demon King was faster. He sidestepped the quake, seizing the advantage. Is that the best you've got? With surgical precision, he drove his blade through the bastard's neck. The giant let out a gurgle and collapsed, shaking the ground as he fell. Strength comparable to level 25. The black-haired hero analyzed, the rewards for killing this thing better be worth the effort. But the battle wasn't over. The warrior began to rise, wounds knitting together in seconds. He unleashed a deafening roar, asserting his dominance. Damn it, the young master thought, gripping his sword, a resurrection mechanic seriously. No matter how many times you rise, I will put you down. But as he prepared to strike, a detail caught his sharp eye. The monster's body healed instantly again, but this time, a massive, jagged scar remained etched across its chest. Irritation bubbled up. The black-haired hero unleashed a torrent of blue hellfire, trying to incinerate the beast. He sliced the giant into ribbons. He punched a gaping hole through its torso, but nothing worked. The monster just kept regenerating. A moment of distraction cost him. The axe blade flashed in the dim light, and the young master took a heavy, jarring hit. He leaped back, gasping for air. Then it clicked. Wait, this is a dungeon trial. He realized. The objective isn't combat. The puzzle pieces snapped into place. He finally understood the rules of this game. The warrior swung his massive blade again. Instead of countering, the young master ducked under the swipe and bolted past the monster. He ran straight for the exit door. It was time to think outside the box. With a deafening crash, he shattered the wall, revealing the dungeon's true depth. It didn't end with a single chamber. The boss entity was hiding right behind this seal. And there she was, but he wasn't alone. Another beast lunged from the shadows. Without hesitation, he drew his blade to intercept. A massive axe swung for his neck. He barely dodged the lethal blow by a hair's breadth. Now, he faced a dual threat in a battle for survival. Suddenly, the warrior's form began to distort. His physical body blurred, rapidly liquefying into a shadowy puddle to evade the onslaught. The fallen apostle was struck down. Mission accomplished. The system rewarded him with a game-changing ability, the power to summon monsters outside the dungeon. Armed with this new power, he exited the hidden chamber. It was time to settle the score with Stoker once and for all. The vampire had lost track of his prey. But while Stoker scanned the area, a blade materialized from the darkness directly above his head. Stoker's reflexes kicked in at the last second. He raised his sword, barely managing to deflect the fatal strike. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel. You have the courage to return, Stoker sneered. Only to die. The young man's eyes went cold. Shut your vile mouth and prepare for your end. A shame you didn't flee when you had the chance, the vampire leader taunted. Stoker prepared to crush this nuisance in a single move. The vampire launched a ferocious attack, but the young man's expression remained stone cold. He didn't just have a sword, he had a plan. An emerald aura erupted around Stoker. Before the vampire could react, a massive golem materialized, swinging a giant log like a warhammer. Stoker froze in shock. Seizing the opening, the young man struck. The vampire leader was forced to dissolve into a flock of bats to survive the impact. Reshaping on a high balcony, Stoker looked down in confusion. Summoning magic, he asked, his arrogance slipping. But summons don't possess such physical density, Stoker muttered. Just what kind of monster are you? You couldn't have said it better yourself. The black-haired youth chuckled. Suddenly, the air grew hot as a barrage of fireballs screamed toward the vampire. There was no escape. Hellfire engulfed the vampire lord. Stoker screamed, unable to comprehend how one human could command an entire army of mages. The explosions blasted him to the ground, broken and scorched. Stoker gathered every ounce of his remaining dark power into his fist. Damn you, bastard! Fight me man to man! Stoker roared. Sorry, the prince replied coldly. I have other plans for you. Shadows writhed behind him as a legion of undead rose from the earth. A mindless horde, driven only by the thirst for slaughter, charged the vampire. The rot and stench of death filled the air as they swarmed Stoker. The vampire's rage boiled over at the insult. He was forced to waste precious energy on mere cannon fodder. You think these worthless things can stop me? Stoker yelled. Oh, I'm just getting started. The young man smirked. The air pressure dropped as the massive head of a dragon materialized beside him. True fear finally gripped Stoker's heart. The ancient beast wasted no time, its maw opening to unleash devastation. A torrent of blue dragon fire obliterated everything in its path. Stoker, along with the lower summons, was consumed by the inferno. It was too late to retreat. In the chaos of the flames, the young man flashed forward, his blade severing the vampire's head in one clean stroke. To show fear in battle is to sign your own death warrant. But something was wrong. The system remained silent. No experience points. No kill notification. Blood magic surged, knitting Stoker's severed neck back together. What the hell? The black-haired man cursed, stepping back. The bastard's aura was skyrocketing. The vampire's regeneration was overpowering the young man's attacks. The tables were turning. The youth took damage from the sheer pressure. Stoker, now desperate, sought a new vessel. Your body will be mine. Stoker shrieked, launching his consciousness forward. His only goal was to shatter the prince's soul. He succeeded, invading the enemy's inner world. Hey, show yourself, stop hiding in the dark, the vampire leader yelled into the void. Turn around, a voice commanded from the shadows. Stoker turned and froze. Before him stood the Demon King himself. The pressure forced the vampire to his knees instantly. This cannot be true. Stoker trembled in absolute terror. Any last words? The Demon King asked, his voice echoing like thunder. I didn't know I pledged my loyalty to you. My king, I will be your faithful servant, the vampire pleaded. The prince paused for a moment, then clenched his fist. Those who waste their final breath on lies are unworthy of life. Back in reality, a crimson aura exploded around the young man. You have defeated a powerful adversary. He received 50,000 points. You tried to compete with me, you little brat. The prince scoffed at the dissipating smoke. Suddenly, agony racked his entire body. Did I not finish him, he thought, gritting his teeth? No, this wasn't an attack. Killing the vampire had triggered a forced evolution. Blood magic was ripped from the beast's corpse, flowing into the young man. Even the fallen soldiers nearby were drained of their essence. Vital energy surged into him like a tidal wave. The transformation was complete. He had ascended to become a beginner-level vampire. His stats skyrocketed, and his gear evolved. He could now command the dead. He snatched up Stoker's saber as a trophy. This epic-tier weapon was leagues above his old gear. Suddenly, his senses flared. Someone was approaching fast. Nimble footsteps, the black-haired man noted. No need to show off my new power just yet. Activating his stealth skills, he vanished into thin air. Seconds later, the special agents arrived at the desolate battlefield. The slaughter was absolute. Only corpses remained in the silent clearing. Every victim shared the same bloodline. Then, the scout spotted something that froze his blood. Luochin of the Wolf Spirit clan had been obliterated. A chill ran down the scout's spine. He had to report this catastrophe to the higher-ups immediately. Crossing the Wolf Spirit clan was a death sentence. Their leader was one of the awakened, the terrifying beast god, Matt. Meanwhile, in a mansion dripping with opulence, the mood was far lighter. The tycoon answered his phone, receiving the cold report Stoker was dead. The burly man didn't mourn the loss, but his pride demanded retribution against the young vampire's killer. One of ours has been called, the old master declared, his voice grim. The murderer must face punishment. Are you certain about auctioning the weapon? He added, shifting topics. The reply was a confident yes. After all, the cursed blade recognized only one true master. The mansion's owner was merely a temporary keeper. The old man hung up, staring into the distance. A magnificent weapon, he murmured. It was a tragedy that no one alive could wield the blade of Adilasai elsewhere. The protagonist arrived at a sprawling estate built in traditional Japanese style. The Miiamoto residence was massive, yet it paled in comparison to his former demon palace. Suddenly, the heavy gate swung open before him. You must be Mr. Zhou Jing, the elderly greeter said. He introduced himself as Lu Cheng. He claimed to be a mere servant, yet he asked the young man to follow. The prince narrowed his eyes. Why the hell was a butler level 50C? You are the one who awakened the young miss, the old man noted. This matter was critical. Their family had been in decline since the Demon King Adilasai slaughtered the previous head. Until recently, their lineage had no awakened warriors. Since that disastrous raid on the Demon King, only 5 players had survived. Strange. The young monarch mused to himself. I remember leaving more survivors than that before my death. I raised the miss from childhood. She carries a heavy burden. The butler continued, his tone deepening. I will butcher anyone who dares threaten this family. His aura exploded, sharp and deadly. The prince wondered why the old man was posturing like a protective father-in-law. Shaking off the thought, the young man heard a familiar cry. It was his little sister. She wept with relief to see Zhou Jing unharmed. Hush now, he whispered, comforting her. Everything is going to be fine. I need to speak with the sister who saved you, the former Demon King stated. You care for her deeply, the old man observed keenly. Of course, and I will execute anyone who harms her. The young man replied coldly. Good. The grandfather nodded. I see I can rely on you. They arrived at the inner sanctum. The old man announced their presence with a bow. The young man stepped inside to visit his ally. Does she truly wish to discuss Adilasai with me? The dark-haired monarch wondered. The girl seemed flustered, the atmosphere thick with tension like a first date. Why was she blushing? Is she enraged? The prince was genuinely confused. The girl broke the silence first, asking how a rookie managed to destroy a level 40 warrior. I have my own methods for solving problems, the Reincarnator answered vaguely. He looked annoyed, signaling a need to change the subject. Stoker was an ally of the Wolf Clan, one of the awakened from the raid. He was cold-blooded. He wouldn't hesitate to kill an ally to save himself. I left no traces. They won't find me. The young man assured her. You underestimate them, she warned. If it is the leader of the Wolf Spirit tribe, he will find you. The young man scoffed, wondering if they were mere dog meat sellers. But the Wolf Spirit tribe was one of the 7 great guilds, wielding immense power. Mad possesses a divine sense of smell, she explained. He can track anyone he has encountered in the past month. So, the prince deadpanned, he really is just a glorified dog. Suddenly, the butler burst into the room. News regarding Adilasai, the elder gasped. Is it about me? The young man thought, startled. The Demon King's weapon has hit the auction block. It is not in the guild's hands. The maiden looked alarmed. The intel was solid. It appeared 1 month after the 10th funeral ceremony for the Demon King. Why can't they let me rest in peace? The guy sighed internally. Only the true prince can wield it, the maiden whispered. Her words stroked the reincarnated king's ego. She paused, curious why her friend was smiling with such terrifying confidence. He had only 1 month remaining. He needed to change his profession immediately. By any means necessary, he would reclaim what belonged to him. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a scumbag pinned a helpless girl against the wall. The more you scream, the more excited I get. The rapist hissed. Wonderful. Trash is the same in every world. A voice cut through the shadows. Who are you? Don't interfere. The rapist raged. Oh, a level 25 berserker. The young man noted with a smirk. The bastard laughed as he threatened violence. But before he could twitch, the prince struck. 3,000 experience points confirmed his death. The rescued girl trembled, nausea hitting her the moment she saw the severed head rolling on the ground. She scrambled to escape the bloody scene. The protagonist ignored her. He was painfully close to level 20. Just a few more sinners to slaughter, and his class change would be secured. Free experience continued to drip from the city's underbelly. But just as momentum shifted, a system alert froze him in place. Someone else had successfully completed the raid instantly. All his skills were locked by the system. Even his attribute buffs vanished into thin air. Who was this bastard stealing his glory? Rage boiled within the young man. He had to find the culprit. Meanwhile, deep inside the burial dungeon, a mysterious figure stood triumphantly atop the massive, bleaching bones of a slain dragon. The accompanying adventurers were trembling, confused why such a powerhouse hadn't acted sooner. You're wondering why I brought you along? The fighter asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. It wasn't for help. He needed an audience. He just wants witnesses to his greatness. They realized he was purely showing off. The player's name was Long Yanwu. Having just hit level 20, his eyes were set on one goal, the ultimate profession change. Back in the city, traffic flowed calmly through the center. Suddenly, reality warped. A massive dungeon gate materialized right in the middle of the road. The energy wave was so violent, it shoved cars aside like toys. Pedestrians froze, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of danger radiating from the portal. The instability grew until, boom, a massive explosion decimated the area. Those caught at the epicenter were vaporized instantly. Flames consumed the street. It was just a copy instance. How could it cause this much devastation? An official from headquarters stared at the screen, baffled. Is it related to the opening of the Adilasai dungeons? His comrade asked. Wait, we just received urgent intel. The worker's face went pale. This isn't a normal gate. It's a profession change dungeon. The red-haired officer couldn't wrap his head around the chaos. Something is clearly wrong with this reading, the worker added, trembling. That day, history changed. Every awakened individual who hadn't yet chosen a class received the same system notification. The profession change dungeon is open. The message hung in the air while the city below resembled the aftermath of a zombie apocalypse. Night Necromancer. The young man's eyes narrowed. He had heard rumors of this legendary profession back in his youth. To think it would appear in the human world. Determination hardened his heart. He had to obtain the class of the Necromancer Knight. The association had already sealed the area. Dissolving into a swarm of shadows, he vowed to slaughter anyone who dared block his path. Outside the barrier, the crowd roared. Why won't you let us in? The adventurers screamed in protest. Defeat me, and you may pass, declared a blond man in a tailored suit. The protagonist analyzed him instantly. This mob of unranked fighters stood no chance against him. The gatekeeper wasn't just security. He was a level 35 paladin. I'll bury you, a foolish warrior shouted. He charged recklessly at the blond man. The paladin merely offered a pitying smile. Then, his eyes snapped open. The pressure released in that split second terrified the onlookers to their core. Boom! The impact was invisible but devastating. The attacker was embedded into the concrete wall before anyone realized what happened. Next, the paladin asked casually. I'll give it a try, the young man said calmly. Immediately, a warrior behind him sneered. Get lost. Low-level trash. Don't block the path for real fighters. A level 24 fighter mocked him, advising the boy to run home to mommy. Are you seeking death, kid? The arrogant young master threatened. Oh, you're from the Aiga Guild, the paladin noted with mild interest. Whispers of jealousy rippled through the crowd of warriors. They were all desperate. Everyone wanted the legendary profession for themselves, and they'd crush anyone who tried to compete for it. Trash like you daring to challenge a legendary dungeon, the bully spat. Open your damn eyes and know your place. The fighter puffed up his chest. The young man gave him a look of absolute disdain, then slammed a fist straight into the aggressor's face. Crack. The bastard was launched through the air like a rag doll. Uncle Chunghei hit me, the bully shrieked, scrambling up. Kill him for me! An old man stepped forward, his aura sharp. Kid, you've angered the wrong people. He sighed menacingly. Now, you have only yourself to blame. You think you can humiliate a member of the Miiamoto family and walk away? The retainer barked, hand drifting to his weapon. Uncle Chung froze. He recognized that butler immediately. Years ago, that man had brought a young girl to clear a dungeon. Even when surrounded by enemies on all sides, that butler had slaughtered over 100 opponents single-handedly. He was a monster. We will not disrespect the Miiamoto family today, Chung announced, retreating, but inside, the humiliated bully was screaming. Just you wait. I'll make you beg for death. The miss granted her permission, the butler announced, stepping into the light. I am here to assist you. I will stick to the old ways, the young man replied calmly. The paladin sneered. Why bother trash like you stands no chance of passing the test? You won't know until you bleed. The Demon King retorted sharply. You asked for this, so don't cry when I crush you. The white-haired warrior wasted no words. He exploded into motion, charging straight into battle. His body crackled with yellow aura as he swung his weapon. The young man stood like a statue, unwavering and fearless. The paladin's strike landed with a deafening boom, dust billowed out, obscuring the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, the prince stood untouched. So weak, the young man scoffed. Now, it is my turn. A fist blazing with crimson energy launched at the bastard's face. Damn it, why can't I move? The paladin panicked. He frantically tried to activate his defensive barrier, but fate was already sealed. It was too late. The black-haired avenger unleashed a brutal barrage of strikes. The arrogant knight could only cower. Desperately shielding his face with trembling hands, he finally realized the dire gap in their power. As his barrier shattered into light particles, he screamed, I yield, I give up. Can I go now? Is that it? The young master asked, his voice dripping with disappointment. The answer was a definitive yes. Then tell me, why is this so-called guild leader such a pathetic weakling? The Demon King's words echoed in his mind. Without a backward glance, the young master and his loyal butler strode toward the portal. A sea of hopefuls had gathered, all desperate to change their profession. Among the crowd stood Meng, a level 23 warrior. Beside him was Chao Tiao, a stunning level 21 knight. But to the young master's discerning eyes, they were nothing but untrained amateurs. However, true power lurked in the shadows, a level 45 destroyer, and a majestic level 50 holy knight commanding the group. Your skills command respect, a stranger whispered from the side. I never expected anyone else from the Miiamoto bloodline to possess such strength. And those words hooked the young master instantly. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the speaker. It was Li Ju, the formidable leader of the Death Spirit Guild. His subordinate, Yan Wu, scoffed. Boss, this kid's fighting ability might actually rival yours. A sinister energy radiated from him, the aura of the demon race. The black-haired prince felt it the moment he stepped into the spotlight. You've successfully provoked me, Yan Wu growled. Looming behind him was Anji, a veteran who had survived the chaos of years past. Why the hostility? Li Ju asked, feigning innocence, but the young master offered only a cold, silent stare. Allow me to explain, the butler interjected smoothly. It is merely your spirit of death aura. It naturally puts ordinary people on edge. Fair enough, Li Ju smirked. I heard your girlfriend has finally awakened. The late Uncle Miiamoto would be thrilled. The death judge watched closely. You refer to the man killed by Adilasai? The young master asked, his voice like ice. Precisely. He fell the moment the Demon King unleashed his rage. Only 6 survived that massacre. But internally, the prince knew the truth. This bastard was lying through his teeth. There was no such event. What is he trying to hide? The black-haired man analyzed. Beside the liar stood his guild member, Long Yan Wu. Look out for each other inside. The death judge advised falsely. Let's learn a thing or two from each other. The warrior sneered. If you survive, come visit our guild, Li Ju offered, a polite invitation cloaking a deadly threat. Don't worry, the prince thought, eyes burning. I will definitely come back to slaughter you. But there was another survivor from his race. She might hold the key. He had to find a way to rescue her from this man's clutches. You seem to hold a grudge against Li Ju, the old butler noted. He was a prodigy who awakened at 18, provoking him is unwise. Uncle Lu, you worry too much, the young master replied. The black-haired man dismissed the concern with a wave. Meanwhile, the association clan leader, Jiang Hu, stepped up to calm the restless crowd. Tread carefully, young master. We only get one shot at this class change, the butler warned. They are the ones who should fear me, not the other way around, the boy thought grimly. Before we enter, listen closely, Jiang Hu announced. We have intel on the hidden profession the Necromancer Knight. The dungeon has shifted. Only knights and warriors may enter. Stranger still, there are no level restrictions, and the dungeon places no limits on summoning abilities. Fear rippled through the players. What exactly is the issue? The young master asked, completely unfazed. The challenge difficulty is erratic. No restrictions usually mean an impossible death trap. There is only one place in existence with such chaotic rules. Could it be? The young man realized. Yes. This is the dungeon of Adilasai, the Demon King. Jiang Hu revealed. If you're done trembling, may I enter now? The prince interrupted. Wait, you're going in alone, the clan leader stammered, stunned by the audacity. I don't need dead weight slowing me down, the prince replied coldly. Arrogant bastard, the warriors jeered as he walked away. I didn't think anyone could be more arrogant than me. Yan Wu laughed recklessly. He's just making enemies of everyone, the maiden whispered. But rumors said this class change revealed true nature. Greed was the only law here. Everyone is a rival pursuing the same prize. And for this young master, one man was an army. The dungeon interior was a literal hell. As the light faded, he found himself standing at the edge of a magma ocean. Spawns were random, scattering the players. A system notification flashed. The boss, Lord of Purgatory, has been slain. The city gates stood open. It seemed the only exit ticket was slaughtering everything in his path. But his priority was the girl. She was the only one who knew the truth of the prince's death after the catastrophe. As for Li Ju, he radiated a hidden, sinister threat. His powers were far from ordinary. Suddenly, a tremor snapped him back to reality. Thick, armored scales breached the lava's surface. A massive level 30 lava worm towered over him. The prince stood his ground, waiting for the strike. The beast lunged, spewing molten rock, but in a blur of motion, the worm was instantly diced into chunks. 50 Conqueror points obtained, but the corpse didn't vanish. It began to emit a blinding, ominous glow. He noticed it a split second too late. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed the area. Self-destruction. But through the smoke, a figure remained standing. Do you honestly believe such petty tricks can fool me? The young man scoffed. Mere scratches like these were nothing. They healed in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath his feet. Magma erupted as a horde of lava worms burst from the ground, surrounding him in a ring of fire. Now things are getting interesting. In a split second, he unleashed hell, reducing the creatures to ash before they could even strike. It was a shame his hard-earned Conqueror points remained locked for now. Casting the thought aside, his gaze drifted to a hidden passage nearby. Finally, a change of pace. It seemed he wasn't the only player braving this infernal lava zone. Others had arrived. A party of 4 was locked in desperate combat with the massive magma golem. Skill activate, protection of sacred light. The fighter roared. A golden barrier shimmered into existence, absorbing the monster's crushing blow perfectly. The defense held strong against the beast's rage. Strike now! Don't give it a second to recover! The leader barked his orders, and his teammates scrambled to execute the command. The black-haired youth observed from the shadows, analyzing their combat potential. They had only moments before the beast retaliated. This is the final blow, the leader screamed. But instead of the monster, his blade turned on his own allies. You treacherous bastard! Have you lost your mind? The maiden cried out in betrayal. Nothing personal, the fighter sneered, just eliminating the competition. I'll make you pay for this with your life, she shrieked. Big words, the traitor scoffed. Let's see if you can even withstand my next move. My, what an interesting little toy you have there. The young man stepped out of the shadows. Startled, the traitor demanded, Who the hell are you? The prince didn't bother explaining. He simply launched his assault. As the maiden watched in confusion, he quipped, I seem to have forgotten who I am, so maybe beating you will jog my memory. Are you seeking death? Trash, the traitor raged, his veins bulging with fury. I'm only killing you because you have something I want, the young man stated coldly. The traitor blinked, taken aback by the sheer audacity. To think a sheep would walk right into the wolf's den. The traitor smirked. If that's your eulogy, it's as pathetic as your skills, the black-haired youth retorted. You arrogant little piece of filth. One card is all I need to end your miserable existence. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a menacing shadow warrior. The dark entity melted into the floor, vanishing instantly. A split second later, it materialized right behind the young man. Ha, that's what you get for running your mouth, the traitor cackled. But for the prince, this ambush was child's play. He countered effortlessly, wiping the smirk right off the traitor's face. Is that it? Your attack is pitiful. The black-haired youth yawned. Flustered, the fighter stammered. Don't get cocky. I was only using a fraction of my power. Try not to disappoint me then, the young man taunted. You're running out of chances to impress me. Desperate, the fighter activated the death coffin, and instantly, an ominous purple cube materialized above the prince's head, threatening to crush him. Still too weak. Show me real power, the young man demanded. Enraged, the bastard unleashed his dark-severing slash. The Demon King stood unfazed, brushing off the attack like dust. Did you actually do something just now? He asked with genuine mockery. Stop looking down on me, the traitor screamed, losing his mind. He triggered his ultimate combo, Eye of the Death God and Demonic Needle Shadow Illusion. Useless. These parlor tricks won't work on me. The youth sighed. Impossible. How can a mere player be this strong? The traitor gasped in horror. Compared to me, you are nothing but trash, the prince declared ruthlessly. Vampire step. He vanished into thin air, reappearing only to land a devastating blow. Blood sprayed from the traitor's mouth as his ribs shattered. The impact sent him flying like a rag doll. He crashed through the cavern wall, burying himself in the rubble. Even his high-ranking clan armor couldn't absorb the shock. Slowly, a terrifying realization dawned on the battered fighter. He only had 2 cards left, one for the boss and one for escape. The monster in human skin was closing in. It's now or never. He cast Descent of Darkness directly on the prince. The Demon King suddenly went still, his attacks halting completely. This skill steals all 5 senses. Now's my chance to kill him. Are you? Perhaps a clown? The mocking voice shattered the fighter's hope. Before he could process the failure, the prince wasted no time and lunged. His hand pierced right through the bastard's chest, standing over the cooling corpse. The young man shook his head. Truly stupid trash. He tried to run despite my tracker mark, idiot. The looting screen popped up the cards and the inventory caught his eye immediately. One card in particular made him pause in surprise. So this was the scum's trump card, huh? Thank you for saving me, the maiden cried out, interrupting his thoughts. When we return, I promise my father will reward you heavily. A witness. The young man's eyes narrowed. Maybe I should silence her right now. Suddenly, magical pentagrams flared into life nearby. You scoundrel, get away from her! A booming voice roared. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The prince muttered, annoyed. A level 55 warrior charged in. Uncle Jang, stop. You've got it all wrong. He saved my life. The girl pleaded. Who him? The older warrior looked at the youth with suspicion. Yes, I was attacked by a traitor, and he stepped in to help me, she insisted. Realizing his mistake, Uncle Jang lowered his weapon and apologized for his recklessness. The maiden bowed gracefully. I am Jing Jing, and this is my Uncle Xiao. My name is Zhou Qing, by the way. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, sensing a discrepancy. If your uncle is a warrior, why does he wield the skills of a completely different class? The young man demanded an answer. In truth, I am an astrologer, the uncle confessed with a smile. This unique class allows me to manipulate my attribute panel freely, switching capabilities without issue. An astrologer, that is a dangerously unstable ability, the young man thought, analyzing the risk. To calmly enter a dungeon with such a volatile class. He is no ordinary man. Perhaps we should join forces, Zhou Qing suggested, extending an olive branch. I appreciate the offer, the prince replied coldly, but I am accustomed to walking this path alone. Damn it, this bastard is too strong, Zhou Qing thought, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from the solo player. I need to keep my distance from him. Brother, please be careful, the girl whispered as they parted ways, as the young man vanished into the shadows. The uncle's expression darkened. That boy, he is far too cautious. Suspicion gnawed at the uncle, activating his clairvoyant abilities. He decided to peer into the young man's destiny to see if he posed a threat to their survival. The crystal ball within his rings began to vibrate violently before cracking down the center. Terror seized the uncle. This boy, he is not just simple prey. A dark realization formed in the astrologer's mind. He is a calamity waiting to happen. I must kill him before he becomes a problem for everyone else. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in another sector. A separate team had stumbled upon a nightmare, a level 35 elemental, the flaming demon spirit. The formation was a disaster full of damage dealers, but not a single healer to sustain them. Against the monstrous entities of this dungeon, they were walking corpses. Finally, fresh meat and a worthy challenge. A voice boomed. It was a flashy warrior accompanied by a girl, a duo that raised many questions for the lurking prince. I will consider this a mere warm-up, the warrior declared arrogantly. In a blink, he vanished, leaving only a blur where he once stood. He has lost his mind, a weak soldier screamed in terror. Rushing headlong at the monster, he is clearly seeking his own death. Yes, instant death. For the beast, the fighter retorted, launching himself from the ground. His spear became a streak of lightning piercing the creature. A single strike was all it took to obliterate the elemental. One blow is all I need. The spearman gloated, basking in his own glory. The onlookers were baffled. A spearman using high-level swordsmanship mechanics? Did your tiny brains comprehend that? The braggart turned to them with a grin. Panic set in among the soldiers. Damn it, we saw his secret technique. He's going to silence us. Please have mercy. Let us go, they begged, trembling. The warrior looked confused. What is that all you have to say? You must spread the tale of my magnificent victory, the braggart demanded. The fighters blinked in disbelief. He is just a glorious idiot. They realized. Follow me and do not lag behind, the spearman commanded. The world must witness my heroics. From the shadows, the prince watched. Finally, I have found him. As expected, his strength is the real deal. The young man analyzed. His mission was twofold: slay the dungeon boss, and if fortune smiled, eliminate this loudmouth too. Patience was his weapon. He would wait for the perfect moment to strike. Unaware of the stalker, the braggart reached a group of red goblins carrying a mysterious statue. In his hand, he casually swung the severed head of their kin. With a dramatic flair, he crushed the skull. The gesture struck absolute terror into the goblins. Without hesitation, the warrior charged into the fray. Meteor strike, he roared, unleashing a boxer-class skill without needing a specific weapon. His versatility was terrifying. Their situations were similar, yet there was a difference. The spearman's status panel was inferior to the youth's hidden potential. Fortunately, the warrior was not burdened with intelligence. I am just too handsome and cool, he boasted, before noticing the object. Is this a seal? Suddenly, a presence flared behind him. A massive fireball hurtled through the air, cast by an ancient goblin shaman. The goblin began to glow with unstable energy before detonating in a suicide attack. Speak, human, you wretched creature, or I won't listen, the spearman scoffed. His eyes turned to the artifact. Could there be a legendary treasure hidden inside this statue? Greed whispered to him. Mistress of Hell. Perhaps this is the boss's seal. The black-haired prince realized from his hiding spot. But the spearman wasted no time and smashed the statue. With that reckless strike, he triggered a catastrophe that could not be undone. The other warriors froze. Even the friend the prince was suspicious of stopped in her tracks. The atmosphere had shifted instantly. Columns of poisonous green fire erupted from the earth. One pillar blasted directly beneath the spearman, but his reflexes allowed him to dodge death by a hair's breadth. He stuck the landing on a safe patch of ground, staring in horror at the nightmare unfolding before him. As the acidic fog dissipated, a shape emerged from the abyss. A devilish leg stepped onto the mortal plane. It was the warhorse of the death spirit, manifesting directly in front of the warrior. While the spearman was still processing the shock, the monster attacked. He reacted on instinct. A precise swing of his spear sliced the beast into pieces, but his eyes deceived him. The horse reassembled instantly, safe and sound. It was untouchable. My attack. It passed right through him, the braggart realized, sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, the young man analyzed the mechanics from the shadows. Sealed in darkness for 10,000 years. I have finally found freedom. A chilling voice echoed from the pillar of green flame. Now, prepare to die, pathetic humans. The mistress of hell had descended. A level 60 demon. Accept your fate, she commanded. You do not stand a ghost of a chance against me. Her aura was suffocating. For the first time, the arrogant spearman knew true fear. Ordinary warriors incinerated instantly in her presence. This is insanity, the young man thought, watching the carnage. Why is a monster this powerful here? After the enemy's assault, only ruins remain of the landscape. Prepare for battle, we cannot fall here, cries the elf maiden, supporting her wounded comrade. A human and a demon fighting side by side. How repulsive. The mistress of hell scoffs. Do not worry, I shall end your pathetic lives right here. She unleashes a cataclysmic pillar of fire toward the boys. The toxic inferno barely misses the demon maiden's delicate face. "Who dares defy me?" the mistress screeches. "It matters not who you are. You have no right to touch my subjects." In a flash, the prince intervenes, his hand catching the boss's deadly spear midair. The gesture shocks the hostess. "Impressive for a mere mortal to catch my weapon. Speak your name, boy," she demands. Grip tightening around the poisonous blade, the young man's eyes glow. "I am the immortal demon king, Adilasai." "Impossible! He perished ages ago," the braggart shouts. "You are definitely not him. Still such a crybaby, aren't you?" A familiar voice echoes. "Forgive me for leaving you to suffer. Papa is home now, and from this moment on, he will protect you." "But why do you wear the flesh of a human?" the demon maiden stammers, tears welling up. Explanations later. The young man grunts, crushing the blade in his grasp. "First, I must slaughter the filth who dared enslave you." "Best to remove unnecessary pests," he adds coldly. "Father, no, stop. He is not our enemy," the maiden screams. "He has protected me all these years. We are bound by contract. Trust him," she pleads. "Yes, father, trust me," the braggart blurts out in panic. "Who gave you permission to call me that?" the young man roars, sending the spearman flying with a kick. "Focus. We must deal with the boss first," the prince commands. The mistress of hell is already charging her next cataclysmic strike. She unleashes a titanic wave of poisonous hellfire upon the warriors. By a hair's breadth, all three evade the devastation. Wasting no time, they launch a synchronized assault on the boss. Their combined might triggers a massive explosion that rocks the battlefield. "Is that all, pathetic weaklings?" the hostess sneers from within the smoke. With a pulse of raw power, she repels all three attackers instantly. However, the warriors manage to stick the landing, skidding to a halt. "So this is the gap between me and a level 60 monster," the young man thinks grimly. Suddenly, the boss vanishes, reappearing instantly behind the demon maiden. "Father," the terrified girl cries out, but destiny is cruel. They are too late. The mistress's hand punches clean through the girl's chest. Horror strikes as both the braggart and the prince scream her name in unison. Consumed by rage, the two men lose all reason and charge. The boss smirks, realizing she has found their weakness. The young man activates his vampire skill, while the spearman unleashes a dragon strike. Their fury converges on the emerald monster simultaneously. Through sheer force of will, their combined attack finally manages to scratch the enemy's defenses. Immediately, the spearman casts a holy healing skill, desperate to cling to the fading life of his friend. "Hold on, I can save her," he assures the prince. That attack was adorable, perfect for a massage. The mistress of hell interrupts mockingly. A dark, suffocating sense of hopelessness wraps around the young man's heart. It is just like back then, watching his family suffer, powerless to stop it. "Thanks to you, some very unpleasant memories have resurfaced. I hope you are prepared for the consequences. Am I clear?" the demon king asks darkly. "Oh, what memories might those be?" "Could anything be worse than facing me?" the boss taunts. "Absolutely," the young man roars, overloading his body with the blood explosion technique. His life force drains instantly. His health points drop to exactly 1. The girl gasps, unable to track his sudden, godlike increase in velocity. "You will pay for your insolence with your life," she shrieks. But before she can blink, the young man's fist buries itself in her face. "How dare you touch my face?" she screams in indignation. That face was created specifically to be smashed. It seems the mistress of the underworld remains ignorant of what true hell looks like. "Allow me to educate you," the young man declares. He unleashes a torrent of strikes, a blur of violence raining down upon her. With only 1 HP remaining, he must evade every counterattack for the next 10 seconds. In this window, he must inflict absolute maximum devastation. Maximum. His power. The boss cannot even retaliate, the spearman thinks, awestruck. The young man shows no mercy, pummeling the mistress relentlessly. A final, thunderous blow sends her crashing into the earth. She lies motionless in a crater, drenched in blood. Witnessing this raw power, the braggart realizes the truth. The legend is alive. This is Adilasai. The young man descends, feet touching the ruined earth. This forbidden technique is devastatingly powerful. It sacrifices all health down to a single point, but upon completion, fully restores the user to maximum HP. Suddenly, a spear whistles past his hand. The maiden begins to trace a rune with a razor-sharp talon. "You dare humiliate me, you wretched cur!" she screams. Thick, organic armor erupts from her skin, encasing her face and body. "I will feast on your organs one by one, your liver, your spleen, your intestines. I will devour them all." What a waste of effort, the spearman thought, disappointed. "Come at me if you have the guts," the young man shouted into the darkness. Even facing a colossal green monstrosity, his arrogance remained unshaken. The boss didn't wait. It roared and lunged at the insolent human. Poisonous green flames erupted, engulfing the entire chamber. Oops, the monster sneered. I was too angry. I accidentally incinerated him. I should have toyed with him until he begged for death. The boss grumbled. Don't underestimate me. A voice cut through the smoke. The prince was alive. Why the hell are you still breathing? The monster gasped in indignation. As long as I possess this skill, your attacks are mere breezes. The Demon King declared. Stop bluffing. Tell me how a stupid, worthless ant like you survived. The monster roared, losing its patience. Since your death is imminent, the young man said coldly, I will indulge you. I planted a little surprise on your body during our first clash. What is this? The green creature stammered. A trump card. He smirked. The timer has run out. It activates now. What nonsense are you spewing? The enraged hostess screamed. Activate! The young man commanded. Trap card black hole. Instantly, a singularity of dark energy began to expand from within the beast's own chest. You pitiful ant! The boss shrieked, facing her doom. In a split second, her massive form was crushed into a dense sphere before detonating violently. Ha! The young man blinked, surprised by the force. They are just digging their own graves. He mused thoughtfully as the dust settled. Victory for slaying the boss, the guy received 6,000 Conqueror points. He also unlocked a difficult S-rank mission, the Demon King's Castle. It was a mid-level mission, and the rewards were tempting. He also acquired a new skill, Hellmaster, a passive buff that enhanced all fire-type arts. The upgrade sent a rush of power through the young man's mind. Well done, kid. You're full of surprises. A voice interrupted. The astrologer had appeared. The guy looked at the intruder wearily. What is that in your hand? A class change item. Hand it over. You are unworthy of such power. The warrior in glasses demanded. Uncle. Stop. He saved my life. We cannot steal from him, the girl pleaded. You are too naive, child. We must secure this artifact at any cost. It is your father's direct order. The astrologer snapped. Damn. The guy thought. I wasted my trump card on that incompetent boss. It would have been useful right now. Instantly, a guardian and a boxer, both level 50 elites, materialized to block the young man's path. Don't even think about using that item. I saw everything. The astrologer warned. That maiden from the demon race is precious to you. Isn't she? Obey us, and she lives. He threatened. Do you really think you can stop me? The spearman interjected. You are just trash against our numbers. The astrologer scoffed. You guys are either stupid or blind. Suddenly, the young man burst into laughter. The gesture puzzled the warrior in glasses. If you kill her, I can't stop you, the young man admitted coldly. But don't think you can stop me from slaughtering Jing right here and now, he added. Damn, he's smarter than he looks. This just got complicated, the astrologer muttered, realizing his leverage was gone. Fine, I'll give you a chance, the prince declared. Internally, his mind raced. I must draw all their aggro. I cannot let the demon maiden get hurt. And suddenly, the sharp sound of steel ringing against the scabbard filled the air. It was Jing. She pointed her blade at her own uncle. Do not kill my savior. But for the astrologer, the mission was absolute. Securing the class change artifact outweighed any family bond or ethical standard. Stay put while I dispose of this trash, the astrologer ordered. The young man didn't wait. He vanished, closing the distance to his main opponent in a heartbeat. But the knight was ready to sacrifice everything to protect the man in glasses. He slammed his massive blue shield down to buy time. The guy's blade struck with devastating force, yet even the artifact could not penetrate the skilled defender's guard. Behind the shield, the astrologer began to weave a deadly spell. 5 blazing infernos hurtled toward the prince in an instant, with godlike reflexes. He weaved through the bombardment, evading the devastation by a hair's breadth. Chaos erupted as a massive dust cloud engulfed the battlefield. The entire zone was swallowed by the blinding debris, plunging them into zero visibility. Suddenly, a brawler emerged from the smoke, caught off guard. The Demon King failed to dodge the incoming strike, taking a heavy blow. He never expected to face an entire army alone. Just then, a warhorse charged into the fray, shrugging off the spearman's attacks as if they were nothing. What is that beast doing here? The black-haired commander's mind raced, confused by this sudden anomaly. A spark of genius ignited in his mind. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the invincible steed. His goal was clear. Escape was the only option. Stop him at once, the warrior knight roared. But the astrologer remained calm, his eyes glowing with dark prophecy. He will not succeed. I have already seen his end. Channeling his mana, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Falling Star. He watched with cold satisfaction, waiting for the destruction to rain down. The meteorite screamed through the sky, inches from crushing the young lord, but the horse moved like lightning. Salvation was within reach. Would he make it out alive? Suddenly, the majestic warhorse fell to its knees, bowing before the true demon king. At that exact moment, the falling star crashed into the earth. What a monstrous skill, the spearman thought, trembling as he witnessed a clash of titans. The astrologer could only watch in awe. The system issued a command, examine the boy's body, and seize the artifact of class ascension. As the decision was made, the ash and dust slowly began to fade. Impossible! How was he still breathing? The spectacled warrior thought, panic rising. Through the haze, the silhouette of a man and his mount emerged. He stepped out from the destruction, completely unscathed. A monster untouched by the chaos. Perched upon his steed, the black-haired tyrant closed the distance. Suddenly, a streak of turquoise flame erupted toward his enemies. The knight reacted on instinct. He triggered his defensive aura, casting a shield over himself and his comrades, praying it would hold. But the barrier shattered like glass under the crushing pressure. What kind of hellfire is this? He screamed. The system pinged. The protagonist had awakened a new class, the Necromancer Knight. The steed itself was the catalyst for this evolution, a realization that struck the astrologer far too late. Tch, I hate riding beasts. The prince scoffed. If only I could swap this animal for steel. Maybe a motorcycle, he mused. Suddenly, the beast beneath him began to radiate a blinding light. Is he preparing another attack? The astrologer gasped. The mount's form twisted and shifted. In a heartbeat, the flesh and bone vanished, replaced by the roaring chrome engine of a heavy motorcycle. The boxer wasted no time, launching a desperate strike, but, with supernatural reflexes, the prince weaved through the clumsy attack. The engine roared like a beast above the fighter's head. Killer move, the young man whispered. The warrior stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sheer gap in their speed. Gravity slammed down as the prince moved to crush the bastard. Damn you! Are you mocking me? The enemy shouted aggressively. Ending you with a single strike. The young man's eyes went cold. That would be far too boring. Arcane chains materialized from thin air, snake-like and glowing. They snapped tight around the enemy's body. Oh, so this is a crowd control skill, the black-haired tyrant noted casually. Don't get cocky. You can't handle 3 elite players at once, the astrologer yelled, trying to rally his team. The brawler activated unlimited strength, muscles swelling with power. Beside him, the knight synchronized his movement, unleashing a devastating shield strike. The trio launched a synchronized assault, yet the prince simply stared at them as if looking at bugs. Absolute contempt. Boom! A massive explosion shook the battlefield, but as the smoke cleared, the prince stood firm, having swatted their attack aside like a fly. I told you, he sighed. I'm just using you as training dummies. The system presented a choice: unleash the Master of Hell certificate. Azure flames erupted from the prince's body, an inferno of hellfire. In an instant, the fire spread, engulfing his opponents in a suffocating embrace. The astrologer watched in horror. His allies stood frozen, paralyzed by the chilling heat, turned into statues of ice and fear. With a single, casual motion, the prince shattered the glasses wearer's defense and ended him. Experience gained. He then turned his gaze to the trembling astrologer. The man in glasses fell to his knees, begging for a swift end. You're out of luck, the prince sneered. I just leveled up and unlocked a new toy. What kind of skill? The astrologer stammered in terror. The black-haired man's hand ignited with a spectral blue aura. Behind the mage, the shadows writhed. A horde of the undead began to claw their way into reality. Skill summoning the spirit of death. That was the power of the necromancer. Kill him, the young king commanded without a shred of mercy. The glasses-wearing mage could do nothing but watch the rotting horde charge. You monster, you'll die a miserable death. His screams of despair filled the air. Relax, they're just little bites, the prince remarked coldly. But this ability carried a sinister curse. The infection spread instantly, turning the victim into a mindless zombie. It seems my power has grown again, the tyrant mused. For exterminating this trash, he reached level 28. The countdown to his ultimate revenge was ticking closer. What else would you expect from father? The revived demon maiden chimed in. Suddenly, the young man lashed out, striking the very person who had saved her. The spearman was sent flying by the brutal impact. Don't you dare call me father! The prince growled, his aura spiking with aggression. Give me one reason not to end you right now, the young man threatened. We have a common enemy. The spearman gasped. I will help you slaughter Liju. Why betray the man who raised you? The prince asked, perplexed. Because that chief has dark plans for me, the traitor replied. The maiden stepped in. Perhaps he didn't realize. I unlocked my unique awakening before he did, the spearman explained. My copy skill allowed me to see the truth of his techniques. The spearman confessed. I only needed to touch his palm. That's when I saw it. Li Ju's ultimate secret technique, the domination of death. It was in that moment the braggart understood the twisting hatred in the chief's eyes. It wasn't pride. It was the look of a butcher eyeing a pig for slaughter. He shuddered. His eyes gave away his intent without him even knowing. That bastard plans to harvest me, the spearman raged. The young man paused, sensing the raw anger. It sounds like the truth. I'll trust you for now. I can reveal every weakness of the leader's skills, the braggart offered eagerly. Thanks to my utility, I've survived this long. The demon maiden smiled, continuing to praise the one who now held her contract. The alliance was formed. Since my daughter has placed her faith in you, I shall do the same. However, a question remains. The black-haired man's gaze sharpened. My daughter, why has your strength withered so drastically? The prince demanded an answer. The truth was grim. The girl's devastating power had been sealed away. The king resolved to uncover the mastermind behind this atrocity. The culprit was none other than Zheng Hao. This was the very nemesis who had clashed with the prince ages ago. He had survived the suicidal explosion. I truly underestimated that bastard, the young man thought, gritting his teeth. The young man demanded the truth of what transpired in the dungeon after his demise. A massacre, the Demon King's daughter replied, her voice dripping with slow, palpable disgust. 4 traitors slaughtered the rest to claim the rewards for themselves. But what became of the innocent civilians? The young man's voice rose in sudden fury. Some were captured as live bait, came the reply. Yet, a few fortunate souls managed to escape this living hell. Then my domain lies in ruins, the young man mused, lost in thought. Not at all. The dungeon gates did not seal, even after his apparent death. The young man's expression shifted instantly at this revelation. It is likely because you still draw breath, the maiden explained. It made perfect sense, yet returning would be a Herculean task in this reality. The portal to that realm is now heavily guarded by a man of legendary status, a warrior with flowing white hair and a distinctive hoop crowning his head. Zhang Hao himself has taken responsibility for securing the location. Meanwhile, the astrologer's relative began to stir, slowly regaining her senses. Opening her eyes, she gazed at her savior, but her perception had shifted. What have you done with my friends and my uncle? She trembled as she asked. Rest easy, the young man replied with a calm demeanor. Brother, thank you for sparing their lives. She exhaled in relief. I meant that they have already departed for the next world. The prince corrected coldly. Why? Why would you do such a thing? The maiden gasped in horror. They attempted to take my life. This was the only mercy I could offer. I merely protected myself and my allies, the young man declared firmly. They took care of me, the girl screamed in tears. Those good people slaughtered everyone else before they found you, he retorted sharply. So that explains why I found no other survivors. The spearman realized, the pieces fitting together. But they did it for you, the young man scoffed at her naivety. Impossible, you are nothing but a brazen liar. The girl's grief turned to blinding rage. Believe what you wish. We are leaving, the young man said, abandoning her to the weight of the truth. Why do we not simply silence her? The demon maiden whispered. Let her live. But should she seek revenge, the prince will show no mercy next time. 3 days had vanished since that chaotic encounter. The young man strolled through the park, enjoying a rare moment of peace with his sister. That's him, strangers whispered, casting wary glances. This is rather awkward. Suddenly, breaking news flashed across the screens. The Necromancer Knight, a legendary profession, has emerged. Following the boss raid, only 5 survivors remained standing. The commanding warrior was baffled, who had been granted the honor of this new elite class. I seem to have a slight issue, the dark-haired man confessed abruptly. The remaining fighters exchanged frantic glances. As expected, envy and displeasure were written all over their faces. Immediately, they began begging the young man to join their respective guilds. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is law. He took the step and claimed his new destiny. That girl had kept the truth to herself. People truly have a bizarre way of processing reality. Big brother, why the scowl? His little sister asked innocently. Just lost in thought, her brother replied softly. Ever since becoming the player, his mind was a constant battlefield of strategy. If Xiao is happy, then I am content. Then I'll try to be happy forever, the sister beamed. With a bright smile, she suggested they head to the amusement park next. Suddenly, she collided with the back of a pedestrian walking ahead. Why the rush? The stranger muttered. Oh, sorry, little one. Are you unhurt? Everything is fine. It was my fault. Please forgive me, the maiden replied politely. The young man's expression darkened instantly. The air grew heavy, as if violence was just a heartbeat away. The younger sister sensed the tension rising from him. Yes, please excuse us, he interjected sharply. The stranger also had a younger sister. Xiao reminded him of his own kin. It was a pleasure meeting you, the spectacled man said as they parted ways. His sister watched him leave with a kind gaze, but the young man was perplexed. Why did such a suffocating threat radiate from a mere level 10 player? Experience had taught him a fatal lesson: the level and profession on a status panel could be a deception. Meanwhile, the stranger disappeared around the corner of a building. In the distance, a rough-looking hooligan lounged on a bench, blocking the path. "You don't belong on this turf." "Scram," the thug sneered. "I am here to speak with your boss," the stranger stated calmly. "How the hell did you find this place?" The thug bristled with anger. "Just step aside," the man in glasses requested with polite coldness. But the bully had no interest in the white-haired man's manners. He swung a heavy fist at the poor guy. The impact was brutal. Blood began to trickle from the stranger's nose. "You'll get in here over my dead body," the thug spat. "That was my plan from the very beginning," the man in glasses muttered as he straightened his posture. He declared he would dispose of this trash right here and now. In an instant, furniture and bones alike were shattered. The specialist team froze as they arrived at the scene. Before them lay a literal mountain of corpses. The sight was enough to break even the most hardened veteran. One investigator turned on his heel, desperate for fresh air. He barely made it to the street before vomiting his breakfast. The stench of death was overpowering. Dying in battle against monsters was one thing, but these were the Wild Wolves, a notorious gang of players. The brutality crossed every line. Over 10 players had been slaughtered like cattle. Even their leader, a level 50 powerhouse, had fallen effortlessly. The forensic evidence screamed of prolonged torture. Even for scum like them, this punishment was excessive. "Guys, have you heard of purple blood?" one investigator asked, his voice trembling. "That's the substance this gang was peddling." The blonde woman realized the truth instantly. The killer hadn't just come for revenge. He came for the supply. The source was murky, but the intel was undeniable. The creator of the drug had been identified, yet he remained untouchable. The mastermind behind the substance was none other than the insect king, Park Ilchin. Elsewhere, a white-haired man sensed the shifting tides of fate. The maiden, rescued from the dungeon, had returned to her father's side. She bowed low, apologizing for her failure. Her father was no ordinary man. He was the guardian of Adilasai's chambers. "It seems the trash needs taking out again," he muttered. Massive wings unfolded from his back as he prepared for slaughter. The girl's eyes widened in horror. A horde of monsters was swarming toward their position. That bastard never showed his face for years. The warrior scoffed. He gripped a colossal pike. The sun's rays intensified, illuminating the undead army. Divine power erupted as the warrior unleashed God's light. With the creatures blinded, he launched his offensive. The attack left a scar of scorched earth in its wake. "Damn it! Missed again," the warrior of light growled. But deep in the shadows, eyes were watching his every move. Can we truly breach the human realm? The maiden asked the question that haunted them. Their king was waiting on the other side. Meanwhile, the assassin lay in the grass, catching his breath. He gazed at a photograph of a beautiful girl. "Just wait a little longer," he whispered to the image. "I am closing in on him." His mind drifted back to the day of the massacre. The gang member had been clueless about his leader's location. The thug could only beg for mercy, swearing he had spilled every secret he knew. The man with glasses had promised to make them pay, and pay they did, as he delivered a merciless execution. Only 1 week remained until he could end this torment. Their paths had diverged, but fate was dragging them back together. Meanwhile, the training grounds echoed with the clash of steel. The young man sparred fiercely with his samurai girlfriend. They broke apart, putting distance between them after the clash. "Since your class changed, you are nearly invincible," she noted breathlessly. "Don't hold back. Fight me with everything you have," the prince commanded. She hesitated, terrified of hurting him. Seeing her doubt, he suggested they move to a private location. They vanished into the woods. Under the evening sky, they stood alone in a clearing. The maiden gripped her hilt. "Are you truly ready?" "Attack!" he roared. He raised his blade, demanding she unleash her full capacity. She decided to show him the gap between them. A terrifying purple aura erupted around her, and her blade blazed with blinding light. Instantly, he knew he had made a mistake. The sheer pressure of her energy made his knees buckle. The scent of death filled his nostrils. Pure instinct took over, and he barely managed to activate his defense skill. A brilliant light engulfed his vision. He looked back, trembling. Was this the true power of an awakened one? "Please, ignore the power gap," she pleaded. Seeing his expression, in a fit of rage, he slammed his blade into the dirt. Envy burned in his gut. He thought of the bastards who killed him in the past. They were getting stronger, while he felt stagnant. The maiden bit her lip, regretting her show of force. She wanted to comfort him, but his mind was already racing. He needed power, and he needed it now. "System, begin mission," he commanded. Before her eyes, his body began to dissolve into light. She stood alone, confused by his sudden disappearance. The Demon King materialized in a strange, laboratory-like room. He scanned his surroundings, disoriented. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the walls. Monsters detected. "Exterminate them," a voice screamed. The boy looked down at his hands. They were green. Panic set in as he scrambled toward a mirror. A goblin stared back at him. He never expected the penalty to be this severe. His inventory was locked. His skills were sealed. He was defenseless. His only hope was to find the quest item. Another explosion ripped through the air near him. Realizing he was just a low-level mob, he bolted. "Why won't this damn goblin die?" a hunter shouted, chasing after him. "Where is he?" The mage panicked, blinded by the roaring flames. A shadow loomed behind him, but by the time he turned, fate was already sealed. A rusted dagger severed his life instantly. Standing over the corpse was a lowly goblin. For him, this hellish dungeon was merely a playground. "Kill that green filth!" the other warriors roared, locking onto their target, but the cunning creature had already intercepted their murderous intent. Weaving through a storm of arrows and fireballs, he vanished into the shadows. The enraged players spread out, hunting for blood. Find him, tear this place apart. Their commander barked orders, but the darkness was the goblin's ally. His green skin blended perfectly with the gloom, making him invisible. Fortune favored the bold. He was inches from his prize. As he crept closer to her, he cursed the system under his breath. "Why treat me like trash? I'll show you all." There, a scout spotted him. The goblin whipped around, his eyes burning not with fear, but with pure, unadulterated fury. Slashed without hesitation, he silenced the scout forever. As the body dropped, a realization hit him. He wasn't just a weak monster anymore. He was stronger than he ever imagined. But this victory felt too easy. His instincts screamed in warning. A predator was nearby. A player whose power dwarfed all others. "Oh, so this is where the little rat was hiding," a chilling voice echoed. "Found you, cutie. Since you're just a failed experiment, running is pointless." The man scoffed, sensing imminent death. The goblin turned to flee. He tried to escape his doom, but fate was cruel. The stranger merely smiled with amused bewilderment. The chase was over before it began. In a heartbeat, steel flashed. The goblin's body was clean cleaved in two. "Huh," the killer mused, watching the gore spill. "So goblins bleed red after all?" "Another failure," he sighed, dismissing the corpse. "Time to find someone to clean up this mess." The arrogance of the strong. As the man and his mantis walked away, the goblin's hand twitched. "Is this the end?" he thought, clinging to life. No, not yet. His vision blurred, but there it was, the salvation he sought. The core was just one desperate crawl away. Dragging his severed torso, he clawed across the floor with his last ounce of strength. Touching the cold artifact, he wheezed. "I found it." "The Chimera core," he whispered, staring into its abyssal depths. The artifact pulsed, calling to him. Ethereal threads shot out from the cube, piercing his skin. Instead of pain, power flooded in. He wasn't dying, he was feeding. The system chimed. Final mission unlocked. Survive for 1 hour. "You're still alive," a voice sneered from behind. Talk about resilient. The goblin's eyes snapped open, blazing with hatred. Crimson energy crackled around his fists, condensing into raw power. With a roar, he gathered his strength and launched himself at the henchman. Pain was forgotten. There was only one goal: exterminate the pests. Crack! He slammed their skulls together with terrifying force. Then, the horror began. Green tendrils erupted, consuming their broken bodies whole. "Is this the core's true power?" he marveled, feeling their strength become his own. "Can I merge with anything, even monsters?" He stormed the laboratory, eyes locking onto a sea beast containment unit. Smash glass shattered, unleashing the monster within. Sirens wailed, bathing the complex in red light. Chaos reigned, but his experiment was a resounding success. The beast dissolved into him, scales armored his shoulders, power coursed through his veins. A wicked, brilliant plan formed in his mind. Rampage. He tore through the lab, shattering every capsule in sight. Every released monster was instantly devoured by his insatiable hunger. The weak goblin was gone. In his place stood a nightmare. Razor-sharp fangs jutted from his jaw, dripping with anticipation. Massive. Obsidian horns curled from his skull. His skeleton reorganized, becoming harder than steel. The Chimera core worked miracles, sculpting him into a god of war. By the time the humans caught up, the evolution was complete. They froze in terror before the 3-meter behemoth. He grinned down at them, a predator viewing his prey, and began the slaughter. Every life taken was fuel for the fire. Their very essence accelerated his transformation. "Please, mercy," one survivor cried. The monster felt nothing. Sharp tentacles shot forward, piercing the fool's chest in the blink of an eye. The slaughter stopped only when the arrogance returned. The warrior and his pet mantis arrived. "So," the man spat, "you caused all this It seems you don't recognize me. The beast's voice rumbled like thunder, but I don't blame you. I've changed a little. Impossible, the fighter gasped. You're that goblin, the monster grinned. Worry less about my past and more about your future. The mantis screeched and lunged. No warning, just lethal instinct. The evolved goblin was genuinely impressed by the creature's audacity. Glaring with pure malice, he countered. One strike obliterated the mantis, but damn it, the absorption limit was reached. Its power was wasted. I see. The warrior deduced, his expression hardening. You activated the Chimera core. You seem quite knowledgeable about my new toy, the monster taunted. I also know its flaw. Only monsters can wield it, making you a beast forever. With that proclamation, the warrior charged. Vast. The creature barely twisted away from the lethal strike. This human was a monster in his own right. What level is this guy? He panic thought. It doesn't matter how much you eat, the warrior whispered, suddenly appearing behind him like a ghost. A phantom blade materialized in the human's grip. It wasn't just one hit, it was 1,000. A barrage of steel rained down on the evolved beast. It was in that split second the green-skinned fighter realized the truth. He was not facing a mindless mob, but a fully awakened player. No matter what strategy he tried, defeating this monstrosity seemed impossible. The goblin panted, forcing his body to recover after that last devastating strike. His regeneration was terrifyingly fast. That healing factor, it must be the dragon lizard's trait. The warrior analyzed coldly. I will slaughter you, dissect your corpse, and steal that power for myself. The goblin's rage flared at the insult. Thick smoke erupted from behind him, cloaking the battlefield in darkness. Not a bad trick. The warrior scoffed. Ghost-type abilities, the awakened warrior noted, unimpressed. Fine then, if you want to play hide and seek, I will play by your rules. You think too much in the face of death, the green prince sneered. Seizing the opening, he turned and sprinted away, putting distance between them. The mission timer was ticking down dangerously fast. Suddenly, the young man saw ominous purple lights flickering around him. In a heartbeat, the lights solidified into razor-sharp threads, binding his limbs tight. They were incredibly durable. Breaking free was not going to be easy. What a pity, the warrior taunted, stepping out of the shadows. I expected a fight, but you lost so quickly. It seems you were born to be prey, he added, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think escaping a predator would be that simple? The destroyer's venom coursed through the goblin's veins, promising a painful death. If I go down, the young man growled, his eyes burning with madness, I am taking you to hell with me. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, engulfing everything in fire and dust. The smoke cleared. The warrior stood amidst the crater, coughing but alive. You filthy creature, he spat, dusting off the ash, trying to soil me with your cheap suicidal tricks. But then, the skin on the goblin's face began to liquefy and shift. Tell me, the goblin interrupted, his voice changing. Which one of us is the prey now? The warrior trembled with pure fury. How dared this wretched monster disfigure him? His pride could not take the insult. He opened his mouth, and a swarm of vile insects poured out. The swarm engulfed the young man instantly. Die! The fighter screamed. Your end is here. The goblin stood continuously calm amidst the swarm. I have collected enough data, he declared. Ha! You cannot defeat me, the warrior roared back. A gleaming weapon materialized in the warrior's hand. He lunged forward, eager to deliver the finishing blow to the green bastard. But the goblin merely smirked. I have already won. The warrior's attack landed, but it was like striking steel. The creature took 0 damage. 1 hour later, the mission was a complete success. The goblin prince prepared to return to the fray alongside his female companion. That was close. I nearly died back there, he muttered, teleporting back to the safety of the training grounds. The rewards, however, were worth the risk. He held a mysterious artifact, the egg of an unknown monster. I wonder what kind of beast sleeps inside, he mused. That was the best loot from the dungeon, but not the only prize. The second item was the legendary Chimera Cube. His eyes gleamed with ambition. He had grandiose plans for this artifact. Without wasting a second, he threw open the gates to his personal dungeon. The seals were broken. The dungeon was teeming with raw materials. It was time to experiment and see what horrors would emerge from the synthesis. The prince reviewed his arsenal. He had 4 types of creatures, lowly zombies, and skeleton mages capable of casting spells. Then there were the elites, the sea monster, and his strongest unit, the skeletal demonic dragon. He started with the basics. He commanded the system to fuse 2 zombies. The creatures twisted and merged instantly, but the result was too weak. I need something stronger, he decided. An insane idea formed in his mind. He would synthesize every single monster he owned. Through mass fusion, he birthed the Zombie Kings. Their power spiked to level 25. Finally, he had an elite vanguard. He tried to fuse the two Zombie Kings, but the system blocked the attempt. Changing tactics, he decided to crossbreed a mage with a massive abomination. Success, a level 30 undead rose from the circle. He continued the gruesome experiments until every last mage was consumed. He wanted a true boss for his floor, and he succeeded. A terrifying level 40 demon emerged. Just then, a massive shadow descended from the sky. It was his dragon, wreathed in blue flames. The prince smiled. Perfect. I will use you too. He prepared the second element, an improved zombie, but suddenly, an alarm blared. Players had invaded his dungeon. Ha! The young man chuckled. Fresh materials have arrived. Unaware of their fate. The warrior party strolled calmly through the corridors. Is this really a dungeon? One fighter asked, worried by the silence. We haven't seen a soul. Relax. His friend scoffed. Everything is fine. We will probably just find some trash-tier zombies. Ahead in the fog, shadows began to materialize. The naive fighters drew their weapons and charged. But in a blink, their severed heads were rolling on the floor. These are supposed to be low-level zombies, the team leader shouted in horror. Why are you so frail? The fallen bodies twitched. The information was wrong. Standing before them were not mindless ghouls, but zombie kings. The leader froze in shock. Retreat, one team member screamed, turning to flee while there was still time. But magic rained down instantly, incinerating the deserter. The skeleton mages had joined the hunt. Focus fire hit their weak points, the leader ordered desperately. But then, a towering silhouette rose behind the zombies. The new boss had arrived. The warriors looked up at the level 40 demon, and their spirits broke. The leader fell to his knees, sobbing and praying to his mother for salvation. High above, the young man watched cold-heartedly. The raw materials had been secured. It was time to begin the final merger. He would not delay. The warriors' physical forms dissolved into streams of data, instantly consumed by the maw of a colossal dragon. Watching this ancient ritual, even the prince felt a shiver of true nervousness. Flesh and beast merged into a single sphere of blinding energy. Slowly, the silhouette shifted, refining itself until the features of a humanoid entity emerged from the light. My liege, your command, the entity asked, bowing with terrifying grace. A level 60 demon had officially descended upon the mortal realm. The maiden requested a name from her master. The prince pondered for a heartbeat, his mind racing. How about the mighty invincible heavenly dragon? That was the title he bestowed upon her. If it pleases you, master, that shall be my name, the maiden replied with a smile. Wait, no, that is way too long. You're just a demon dragon, the prince blurted out, simplifying it instantly. The dragon simply smiled, replying that she was ready to accept whatever name or obscenity he chose. Her submissive thoughts unsettled the young man. Needing to establish boundaries and test her limits, he immediately challenged her to a duel to gauge her true strength. The maiden teased. A duel? I would prefer a battle in bed. Be serious, the young man snapped, his face darkening at her shameless suggestion. He launched a surprise strike against his own creation, but she parried the master's blow with casual ease. It felt less like a fight and more like she was toying with a child. Escalating the battle, the young man triggered Bloodburst. In a split second, he vanished from his spot, rushing to blitz his opponent. Yet, once again, the maiden deflected the assault without breaking a sweat. She countered, unleashing a skill that shook the heavens' dragon roar. The prince was swallowed by the blast, but barely managed to evade the vortex of destruction. With just a single crowd control skill, she possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate him. Suddenly, the girl vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage in the air. Before he could react, she materialized silently behind the prince like a ghost. She whispered, asking if her master was satisfied. Damn, she's absurdly strong. The Demon King thought, a cold sweat running down his spine. With this monstrous power at his side, the young man finally had the means to contend with the awakened ones. However, the maiden could not reveal her true dragon form to the public. The prince hatched a brilliant plan. Tomorrow, the grand auction would begin. It was time to reclaim the artifact that rightfully belonged to Adilasai. I will pay you all back. With interest, he vowed, his eyes gleaming with vengeance. Meanwhile, deep in a hidden lair, a purple-haired man analyzed the contents of a mysterious flask. So weak, he scoffed. Are you telling me every single meridian channel has been destroyed? The boss demanded answers. Yes, sir. The trembling subordinate replied. The target is acting like a complete lunatic. You are nothing but a burden. The insect king spat. Do you mean to tell me he tracked me all the way here? The warrior trembled in pure terror. The leader wasted no more words. With a brutal motion, he ripped the subordinate's face clean off. A geyser of crimson blood erupted from the ruined head. From the corpse, a vile parasite slithered out. But suddenly, footsteps approached. An intruder had arrived, burning with an aura of unadulterated rage. Parkle-chan, I finally found you. The white-haired man growled. I thought I already killed you. The leader replied, unimpressed. Still arrogant, even after being beaten by a goblin hand over Xiaohu, and I will grant you a painless death. The white-haired avenger declared. Negotiations were over. The maddened warrior attacked instantly. Parkle-chan felt a surge of unimaginable pain as the blow connected. His body was launched through the mansion's reinforced windows. The white-haired man gave no quarter. Pursuing instantly, Park was helpless against the onslaught. The bespectacled villain was within reach. The avenger wound up for a devastating swing. Another impact sent the bastard flying, but mid-flight, Park snatched a dagger and hurled it at the red aura madman. He managed to score a shallow cut on his opponent. Park's body acted like a wrecking ball, snapping trees like twigs for nearly 200 meters before crashing. The white-haired man landed beside his broken enemy. You are just an ordinary berserker. Where does this godlike strength come from? Park screamed in disbelief. Isn't it obvious? The madman scoffed. I am also an awakened player. Possible. You were only level 30 recently, Park gasped. The condition for your awakening? Was it to be hacked to pieces? Ignoring the question, the red aura warrior activated Rage of the Fighting Soul. His fist overflowed with destructive energy as he rushed to finish the scum. Park realized his imminent death. He abandoned dignity and scrambled to dodge before the hammer fell. Boom! An explosion rocked the battlefield, tearing up the earth. Dust settled, revealing both fighters still standing. Park exhaled nervously, demanding to know the source of this power spike. The answer was chilling. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, a passive skill born of bloodlust. Normally, strength grows linearly with class changes, but for this monster, the more injured he gets, the more his power multiplies. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where Xiaohu is, the white-haired man demanded. You will never find her. Don't even dream about it, the bastard spat. The Avenger's eyes went cold. Then I will find another way. He prepared to deliver the killing blow. Suddenly, the earth beneath them shattered. A massive skeletal hand erupted from the ground, seizing the warrior in a vice grip. Facing an overwhelming threat to his life, the white-haired man was forced to halt his attack. His rage only boiled hotter at the interruption. A gigantic skull materialized above, blasting the Avenger with dark magic. Park, you look absolutely pathetic right now, a shadowy voice mocked. To think you couldn't even defeat a player who recently awakened, let alone this trash. The mysterious figure added, his tone dripping with disdain. He is badly wounded. Don't let him grow any stronger, Park shouted in panic. Suddenly, the bony hand tightened around the bastard's neck. Don't you dare order me around, the black-haired necromancer hissed. You are just a dog that I raised. Hand over the purple blood or face death, the voice commanded cold-bloodedly. Damn it, the purple-haired boy strategized silently. Once I secure that item at tomorrow's auction and heal these wounds, I won't need to hold back my true power any longer. Morning arrived in the blink of an eye. The group stood frozen, absolutely awestruck by the sheer scale of the marketplace and its endless rows of stalls. Rare weapons and equipment were piled up like trash, yet the security was laughably weak. However, with so many high-level players roaming about, no fool would dare cause trouble. Indeed, robbing this place is a death wish, the young man mused. Turning to his beautiful companion, he asked for a small favor, but their attention was instantly snapped away. The prince's little sister was already in the middle of a heated standoff with a stranger. I'm older than you, so hand it over, the unknown woman demanded. The sister scoffed. Only if you admit you're an old hag first. Fine, I admit it. Now give it back, the woman snapped. But she only received a sharp retort. You really are a rude and terrible woman. What is going on here? The young man stepped forward, his aura darkening. If you're bullying my sister, you'll have to answer to me. Suddenly, the prince's friend stepped in, eyes widening as she recognized the stranger. Aunt, yeah, she called out. Nana, the woman replied, stunned. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. They knew each other. Are these people your friends? Aunt Yi asked. Yes, they are, Nana confirmed. The tension dissolved as the woman opened her hands. She gently placed the contested plant directly into the little sister's palms. Your father would be proud of you, Nana, she smiled warmly. Then, turning to the sister, her tone turned serious. Don't forget to water this with your own blood. Who exactly is she? The black-haired young man asked once she left. Nana's voice dropped to a whisper. The only S-rank healer among the awakened. How old is she? He pressed. She's over 50. The young man glanced at Xiao's new plant. If a legend like that wanted it, this was no ordinary flower. Why were you fighting with her in the first place? The young man asked, looking down at his sister. She tried to take it, the child pouted. I wanted to give it to you, brother. It wasn't just a weed. It was the rare sunset flower. Why would the queen of medicine be so desperate for this? Curious. The young man turned to the merchant. I'll take it. How much? $2,000. The merchant grinned. Before the MC could move, his sister stepped up. I'll pay for it myself. The young man blinked. With what money? It turned out the little girl had been saving every penny just for this. Touched by her dedication, the prince smiled and let her complete the purchase. Finding a quiet bench, the group gathered to inspect the prize. The system interface flashed. Purely disappointing item, ordinary flower. Maybe it requires a specific class to identify, his friend suggested. Some hidden attributes only reveal themselves to the right profession. That doctor definitely had high-level appraisal skills. Nana suddenly remembered. Wait, didn't Aunt Yi say something specific before she left? Water it with blood. Without a second thought, the young man bit his thumb and let a drop of crimson fall onto the delicate petals. Magic erupted. The flower rapidly expanded, blooming before their eyes, nestled deep within the petals. Something was moving. Nana gasped, realizing what this truly was. The floral cocoon burst open, revealing a tiny, glowing flower fairy. The little creature chirped happily, delighted to see them. She was incredibly small, hovering delicately next to the young man's massive presence. It seems she's chosen you as her master, Nana observed. The prince frowned, still failing to see what made this tiny thing so valuable. If Aunt Yi wanted this so badly, he reasoned, this fairy must possess a terrifyingly powerful ability. Nana reached out, but the fairy hissed and snapped her teeth, nearly biting her finger. Damn! The samurai recoiled. She's feisty. The young man sighed. Why are all the monsters I summoned so clingy? Beside him. Nana watched the fairy clinging to him, a spark of jealousy igniting in her eyes. The fairy shot a haughty, superior glare at the samurai. That little wretch, Nana fumed silently. She's provoking me on purpose. The air crackled with feminine tension, but chaos interrupted them. A massive, rampaging elephant suddenly materialized in the park. Warriors rushed to intercept the beast, but they were swatted aside like flies. What is a monster doing here? The young man frowned. A fleeing civilian shouted back, Haven't you seen the news? Some maniac broke into the zoo. He released every single beast, screaming about freedom from slavery. The young man shook his head in disbelief. The world is vast, and there is no shortage of idiots inhabiting it. Forget the elephant, he commanded sharply. We need to move. The auction is about to begin. His little sister beamed, thrilled at the prospect of her brother buying her treats. He looked down at her, his cold expression softening into brotherly warmth. The venue was packed to the rafters. However, he spotted a VIP entrance designated specifically for awakened players. Excellent. Take my sister to the VIP box. He instructed Nana. He, however, chose to blend in with the common crowd, joining the general queue. I'm sorry for being rude earlier, Nana murmured. She realized he wasn't the type to rely on status or others' strength to get by. The prince raised an eyebrow at the sudden apology, but said nothing. Brother, I'll go with Sister Nana, Xiao chirped. Finally alone, the young man could operate freely. But first, he had to endure the excruciatingly long line. His true objective was simple, find a suitable corpse to control. Just as he reached the front, a thug shoved the Demon King aside. Beat it, kid. Don't block my way. Do you know who I am? The arrogant fat man bellowed, puffing out his chest. I am Shu Ying of the Divine Dragon Guild. Don't make enemies for yourself. The arrogant man sneered. The prince did not appreciate the advice. The moment the bastard lowered his guard, the young man's hand clamped onto his shoulder. Do you have something to say? The arrogant fool asked, oblivious to the danger. Thanks to his sensory technique, the prince realized the truth. This trash was from the guild led by Liu. Suddenly, the black-haired prince changed his tune. I actually admire a man with your confidence, he lied. Ha, you have good eyesight, boy, laughed the thug, who had cut in line. The prince stepped back with a fake smile, letting him pass. Moments later, the impudent fellow headed for the restroom. He relieved himself, whistling a cheerful tune, but all this time, the prince was hunting him from the shadows. Waiting for the perfect moment, he struck. Swing. The blade pierced through the man's body. He collapsed onto the wet floor without a single word. Since you are in such a hurry, you will become my corpse, the young man whispered. Meanwhile, outside, the auction had already begun. The black-haired man walked out, supporting the dead bastard on his shoulder. My friend here is completely drunk, he informed the crowd. He hoped his plan would go smoothly. At that moment, his sister and girlfriend were sitting in the IP seats. Let's try to find our little brother, Xiao suggested. Nana, you are here too. And where's your boyfriend? A voice called out. It was the red-haired girl, appearing out of nowhere. Auntie Yi, what are you talking about? The girl played the fool. You dirty old woman, let go of your little sister, Xiao screamed. They began to argue about jealousy, but someone approached them. Your arguments are making my ears wilt, said the creator of the toxin. Oh, it is just you, sick child, Auntie Yi scoffed. Don't talk to me like that, the guy threatened, his aura darkening. I haven't yet taken revenge on you for refusing to treat me. If necessary, I will crush you like a bug if you threaten me. The red-haired girl's temper exploded. Fight. It will give you something to relieve the boredom. An unknown woman commented from the side. Finally, a show worthy of my attention, she added. The maiden expressed the desire to join the potential brawl. Crazy. What are you even talking about? The guy was baffled. Guys, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body. An old man intervened. Silly beetle. Consider yourself lucky today, the auntie hissed. Damn, you really turned me on, Fujiwara muttered. If you cause trouble, you will lose your membership in the underground fight club, the old man warned. I will just punch your master in the face instead, the crazy maiden retorted. Thank you, madam, the grandfather replied calmly. When my brother wakes up, he will become like them. Xiao worried. Okay, there are 4 more threats besides Nana, the young man calculated. Why does this bastard seem familiar to me? He wondered, staring at the creator of the toxin. Suddenly, the curtain began to rise. Everyone remain calm. The auction is about to begin, the host announced. The first lot was an aesthetic helmet. The owner of this equipment received a passive provocation skill. Who needs this crap? The crowd cried out indignantly from the stands. Idiots don't even know how terrible this helmet truly is, the prince thought. The starting bid for the lot is 1 million. I'll double it, the pumped-up warrior suddenly shouted. It is a good artifact for protection. He was desperate to get it. Contestant 69 doubled the bid. Now the helmet was worth 2 million. A moment later, the price doubled again. Contestant number 64 laughed sarcastically. After all, he was just a shill driving the price to 5 million. It was a specially hired scammer. Then the massive warrior offered 5.2 million. 3 seconds later, the lot was sold at that price. The young man quickly saw through the fake price collectors. The second lot was the victory bell. When it chimes, all player stats increase for a while. Contestant 66 offered 4 million. A command artifact, just what the prince needed. The fake bidder took part again. Then the black-haired man suggested 5.4 million, but the bastard raised the price a little again. He liked to play with people, treating them like puppets. Are there any other contenders? The host asked. Damn, why doesn't he add more? The substitute was indignant, panic rising. His face was filled with fear. I have reached my limit. I have lost, the young man said with a sarcastic smirk. He had trapped him. Meanwhile, someone was approaching the auction site. The man in the suit told the stranger he should have come earlier. Step aside if you value your life, the white-haired man barked. The time was approaching. Only 2 lots remained. The highlight of the program had not yet been shown. Then, the presenter prepared to reveal the secret. This was the legendary weapon of Adilasai. No one but the true owner could use it. Wait, kids, I will take everything from you, thought the young man. The old man intended to give this sword to the highest spender at the auction. So, the next product will be, said the old man. The last lot began to roll toward him. Aren't these the Wright brothers and Ryan? One viewer asked another. What kind of treasure is this that 2 such strong warriors must represent it? The final lot was the Celestial God's Vice, a legendary healing item that restored its owner and removed all negative effects. Damn, they can even revive the dead. I need that, the young man thought. The bidding war explodes at 1 billion. The Insect King instantly doubles it. The crowd trembles, knowing that if this auction fails, Park's vengeance will be swift and merciless. Watching from the shadows, the young man narrows his eyes. Damn it, why does that presence feel so familiar? Back when I was in goblin form, he definitely looked better. The raven-haired hero thinks, on stage. Park sneers. Let's see who dares to challenge me. This lot is mine, don't you dare even think about it, the auntie screams, jumping into the fray. She doubles the bid instantly. The price skyrockets to 8 billion. But then, Seat 65 doubles it again. Park pauses. Who is that? How interesting. Fujiwara murmurs. She realizes it is just a corpse being puppeted from afar. Since it is you playing games, I will play along. The maiden continues to raise the stakes. Park's suspicion grows. Is this guy Leo's subordinate? Are they trying to buy back their own goods to inflate the price? He raises it to 20 billion. The auctioneer trembles at the suffocating tension. Auntie grits her teeth and adds another 5 billion to the pot. The young man doubles the price again, but Park is not backing down. He slams the price up to 90 billion. The hero refuses to yield, pushing the bid to a staggering 100 billion. Park is desperate. He needs this artifact at any cost. The countdown begins. My plan must come to fruition. The black-haired mastermind thinks, going once, going twice. The old man shouts. Suddenly, a white-haired man storms the podium. The gavel falls, sold for 100 billion. Time to execute the plan. The young man decides. A blinding purple flash tears through the auction hall. A dungeon has just manifested right in the room. The elites in the VIP zone lean forward, watching the chaos unfold with predatory eyes. He needs absolute chaos so his zombie can loot the place and stash it in the dungeon. Right on cue, the familiar turquoise flame erupts. A warrior steps up, drawing his weapon. "Ha, I can handle this trash all by myself," he boasts. "Such arrogance," hisses the demon summoned by the prince. Nearby, two brothers start bragging about their rank, oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, a figure leaps straight toward the purple portal. It is the white-haired intruder. "Damn it, he followed us all the way here," Park snarls. The young man watches, confused. What the hell is going on? Parko-chan roars the man the hero met earlier. "Get your ass down here right now." He screams the order again. "I will rip that fake face right off your skull." Park is on edge, but he holds his ground, watching and waiting. He is insane, the old man thinks, trembling. Does this stranger not know whose territory he is desecrating? Meanwhile, a muscular guard feels his phone vibrate. It is Liu. He frowns, annoyed. Why are they bothering him now? He is standing in the wreckage where someone annihilated the entire zoo. He hesitates. Do not pick up that phone. It might be a death notification. An awakened one sneers. "I will help organize your funeral later." He just wants to return these beasts to the wild. "You bastard!" Liu's voice crackles. The old man panics. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" "I am Arkin, and I am here for justice," the white-haired avenger screams. Park kidnapped his sister, draining her for the source of the purple blood. Gasps ripple through the stands. So that is where it comes from. Many players have been using that substance as a drug. The potion has a terrifying effect. It can awaken ordinary humans into players. The young man's eyes widen. Is such a thing even possible? But the power comes with a deadly addiction. What do you have to say for yourself? "You bastard," Arkin roars. What is there to say?" Park scoffs. "Those junkies took it voluntarily. I forced no one. Besides, your sister was just a monster that escaped the dungeon. Who cares how I treat a beast?" Park laughs. He has lost his mind. The crowd boils with indignation. "Sister Nana." "So what if she's a monster?" A voice cries out in pain. "The weak are expendable." The samurai replies coldly. "The players have been brainwashed into believing this cruelty is justice." "Ha! No one is coming to save you," Park Arkin declares. "Your wounds have healed, so let us finish this." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tears the air. Arkin freezes. The zombie the young man controlled has gone berserk. It is shooing. The undead monster begins its hunt. Panic spreads through the traders. "Dragon Demon, I have changed the plan." The prince projects his thought. "Kill everyone here," the black-haired master commands. "As you wish, my lord," the maiden replies with a sinister smile. A diamond crest ignites on her forehead. Instantly, the massive hall is drowned in blinding turquoise light. A massive explosion rocks the foundation. Monstrous vines burst from the floor, their gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. The destruction is catastrophic. The monster's power is off the charts. "We have to save our brother," Xiao screams. "An attack like this will not stop him," her friend assures her. "Leave the child to me," the aunt yells. Nearby, a man is crushed under falling debris. As he struggles to rise, the air grows hot. Blazing fireballs materialize out of thin air. He looks up just in time to see death flying straight at him. Boom! Another explosion shakes the room. Amidst the smoke, the young man dons his combat gear and mask. "Since no one else is willing to help you," the mysterious figure declares, his voice cutting through the chaos, "then I will do it myself." Meanwhile, the trading floor had transformed into a living hell. Zombie kings erupted from the portal, their massive weight shaking the very earth beneath them. Colossal vines surged from the ground to ensnare the prince's minions, yet the plants were instantly shredded by overwhelming power. With the arrival of the artificial boss, the destruction could no longer be contained within the hall. The catastrophe spilled out, consuming the city streets. Pack, fixated on the boss, suddenly sensed a lethal threat. A massive fireball roared toward him, ripping through the air. He barely managed to dodge the scorching attack. Whoosh. But his mysterious attacker was already condensing a second sphere of destruction. Pack realized he needed to move now. The Insect King sneered. "Where do you find the audacity to challenge me? Since you seek death so eagerly, I will grant it," he roared, diving from the roof. The distance between him and the stranger vanished in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a fist filled his vision. Boom! The impact launched him into the nearest wall, crumbling the masonry. Arkin had entered the battlefield. Arkin stared coldly at the result of his strike. Damn it, Pac spat, coughing up blood and repeating his curses. The blow had shattered his mask. His pride as an awakened burned. How could he be wounded so heavily by a single punch? These rats dare to climb on my head, Pac growled. Arkin demanded, Where did you hide my sister? But suddenly, the mysterious third party intervened. A crimson pillar of energy hurtled toward the stranger. In a flash, it appeared the mystery man had been obliterated. But the dragon maiden materialized behind him, shattering the pillar instantly. Good thing I possess such a versatile skill, the stranger noted calmly. You pile of garbage. How dare you? Nana shrieked, her aura flaring. How dare you try to kill my master? The mysterious man was indeed the one she served. Shame washed over her for her earlier hesitation. You nearly killed my master. I will take your life as payment. The dragon maiden scoffed at the threat. Damn, I am being humiliated again, the prince muttered. The two powerful maidens clashed in a violent shockwave. They moved faster than the eye could follow, a blur of lethal grace. Arkin wasted no time. Let us finish Pac quickly, he commanded. The insect king, realizing the danger, turned to flee. The prince unleashed a dragon's roar. Arkin seized the opening, joining the offensive without hesitation. His blade sliced the bastard into pieces, but... Damn, it is just an empty shell. Arkin realized, staring at the dissipating space. He cannot run far, the prince declared. Stepping in, his expression darkened as he spotted the real bastard standing arrogantly on the auction platform. In Pac's hand was the legendary artifact, valued at 100 billion. He drank from the chalice, his wounds knitting together instantly. Damn it! We must hurry! Arkin shouted, launching himself at the insect king once more. But the monster effortlessly deflected the strike. You are too weak, Pac mocked, hammering Arkin with devastating force. A barrage of blows rained down on the white-haired warrior. Still hoping to save your sister, keep dreaming? Pac laughed. A vile insect manifested in Pac's palm. He intended to implant this parasite into his opponent, enslaving the white-haired warrior to his will forever. Hey, you mindless bug, I have grown tired of your face, the prince interrupted, his voice dripping with disdain. You are not the only one who desires the auction items, he added, gripping his legendary blade. Pac paused. Do you truly believe you are Adilasai? The prince ignored the question, shattering the container that sealed his blade. That is exactly who I am, he proclaimed. Since you know my true name, you must die, the black-haired ruler added. As he spoke, the disguise crumbled, and the mask fell from his face. His hair faded to ash gray, his eyes glowing with electric blue power. Above them, the sky tore open into a black vortex. Such a terrifying aura, Nana gasped. Impossible, Pac stammered. The true strength of Adilasai was returning. All the demons have gathered, the king observed. Deep within the demon realm, the portal began to fluctuate violently. The guardian watching the gate froze as he noticed the anomaly. He peered intently at the gateway. Is he... outside? He shot away from his post like a fired bullet. The other demon guards stood stunned by his behavior. He had not abandoned the portal in countless years. He has been waiting for the king all this time, the red demon realized. Has Adilasai truly returned to the human world? He asked his comrades. We must confirm this. Let me go. A demoness volunteered. I am the best at stealth and reconnaissance. Proceed, the leader commanded. Back on the battlefield, the dragon confronted the prince. How did you wound me? Liu screamed in disbelief. That power within you? No ordinary player should possess such strength, the Beast King declared. Today marks the death of another awakened, Liu threatened. But suddenly, a new force interrupted their duel. Has he really returned? A blonde figure whispered. The opponent gritted his teeth. Watching from the shadows was a cat, hidden beneath a cloak. Did they mean Adilasai? The cat wondered. Sensing the danger, the creature decided it was time to retreat for now. Liu fell to his knees, crushed by the revelation. The whispers spread among the world's powerhouses. The king is back. Lightning tore across the battlefield toward Pac. You really are Adilasai, he trembled. The young man unlocked a new skill, Demon King's Descent. Even if these were merely inherited attributes, the power was overwhelming, amplifying his strength more than 10 times over. Meanwhile, Nana stood victorious over the Dragon Maiden. So this, the monster murmured in awe, is the true power of the master. Adilasai! Nana screamed, her voice dripping with rage. You bastard! She cursed, charging recklessly onto the battlefield. How dare you slaughter my father? The maiden cried, tears mixing with fury. But the Demon King had no patience for this. He had a minute to spare. As the girl launched a flurry of desperate attacks, he barely blinked. How is he dodging everything while I take all the hits, she thought, panic setting in. I killed your father, Adilasai said coldly. I should have considered his allies back then. the Demon King mused, indifferent to her struggle. In a blur of motion, he stabbed the girl through the neck. "Wait here," he commanded the corpse. "Now it is your turn. Pack," the young man declared, turning his gaze to the true threat. "I am far stronger than that, weakling, so do not get arrogant," the Insect King roared. He unleashed the Insect God's parasite ability. A grotesque mask manifested on his face, and his entire body became encased in massive, impenetrable armor. "You will die screaming in my agony. I cannot wait to claim the reward for your head," the King of Insects sneered. Without warning, he lunged at the Reincarnator. Blood trickled from Adilasai's head as a sinister purple energy began to erupt from Pack's body. The toxic aura spread rapidly across the battlefield, choking the air. Seizing the moment, Pack launched a vicious assault on the young man. Blinded by the dust, Pac never saw the hand reaching through the chaos. Adilasai's grip clamped tight around his throat. "Now, it is my turn," the young man whispered. He activated Elemental Explosion, instantly following it with his next technique, Frost Blast. A violent tornado ripped through the battlefield. As the winds died down, the destructive energy faded from the prince's hands. The attack left nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Pac was decimated. -1 awakened player. His work done. The guy began to revert his transformation. His hair returned to its natural dark shade. Akron struggled to his feet, his eyes wide. "Why did you kill him?" "Only he knew where my sister was being held," the white-haired man shouted. "Do you dare lecture my master?" the dragon maiden hissed, stepping forward. "Calm down," the prince ordered. "He is still alive," the young man revealed. After all, the system gave no kill notification. The prince had forced Pac to burn his final trump card. A month of powering him up had been wasted. Suddenly, a pair of elegant legs stepped from the shadows behind him. He immediately shifted his focus to the new arrival. One of the awakened maidens lifted Pac's battered body with ease. "There is still one awakened left here, you scum," she announced. The group was stunned by her presence. "How did I not sense her before?" the young man thought, on edge. "Deal with them, and I will pay you anything," the insect screeched. "Shut your mouth already," the girl muttered. With a wave of her hand, she imprisoned the insect in a seal. "Let us make a deal, Adilasai," she said coolly. The prince froze. How did she know his true identity? "I have a business proposal for you," she continued, her aura unyielding. The prison-holding pack became a bargaining chip for the young man. She caught the item effortlessly. "Put it in your inventory," the maiden ordered. "We can take her down," the dragon girl declared. The awakened woman merely laughed at the threat. "You act like a bunch of children," she scoffed. Then, her expression darkened. "If you move against me, I will leave nothing of you but dust." A suffocating energy of pure fear enveloped the prince, paralyzing the air around them. "Your strength is insufficient to resist me, even as an awakened," she stated. 10 minutes would have been enough to end you, but you do not have that much time." "That guy will be here any second," the maiden warned. "You can run. I will cloak your identities, but know this you owe me." "Can we really trust you?" the young man asked, skeptical. "Do you have a choice?" the maiden retorted sharply. She gave him 10 days to return and discuss the terms. The young man watched her go, wondering what game she was playing. He ordered his assistant to hide all the auction items deep within the dungeon. "Give me Pac," Akron pleaded. The young man assured him. "I have my own ways to extract the information." "I will not remain in your debt if you help me," the white-haired man vowed. Satisfied, the young man gathered his allies and departed. "I told my new ally where to hide for the time being. Once I heal my wounds, no one will be able to stand against me," Akron declared. "Why did your level drop so drastically?" the prince asked. Apparently, in full combat mode, his strength would skyrocket to level 75. "There is a safer place for you," the young man said. Suddenly, lightning tore through the sky. The guardian of the Demon King's chambers had arrived. "Where is Adilasai?" the guardian thundered. That was definitely his power. Yes, it was indeed the Demon King, the awakened woman admitted calmly. "Where did he go?" the guard demanded. "He has assumed a new persona." She lied smoothly. "He goes by a different name now. Zhu Ying of the Dragon Society," she invented. Meanwhile, unaware of the cover story, the young man and his companion returned to the estate. The girl was laid to rest to recover her stamina. "Everything will be fine with her," the little sister whispered, trembling with worry. Aunt Ya stepped in with authority. The wound was critical, but she possessed the exact medicine needed to treat it. "That is not necessary," the butler interrupted. He had failed to save his wife in the past, and he swore never to make such a mistake again. The old man thanked Zhu Ying for the help. "I should be the one thanking her," the young man replied. "Now, it is time for the meeting. Perhaps I will uncover news about the Demon King." The young man stated his resolve, Once he was certain his friend was in good hands, he turned and left. It was time to plot his next move. He hurried toward the grand building where a crowd of high-level adventurers had gathered. Zhuing's face was plastered across the news screens. The report branded him as highly dangerous. Anyone who sighted him was ordered to contact the police immediately. The onlookers buzzed with rumors about his alleged rampage at the auction house, yet, strangely, there was not a whisper of information regarding Adilasai. True to her word, the noblewoman kept his secret, though she could not possibly fathom the depths of the young man's scheme. Aaron's patience had run dry. He needed to regroup with Acheron immediately. As he descended into the dungeon, a blinding flash of violet light tore through the darkness. A spatial rift tore open, leading directly into Aaron's personal dimension. "Hand over that bastard," he commanded, his voice cold as ice. "You claimed you knew where my sister is." The prince materialized a containment cube from his inventory, his gaze piercing. "Calm down," he ordered the trembling entity inside. "There is nowhere left for you to hide." That girl kept her mouth shut. The black-haired warrior noted. "I don't care about her," Aaron snapped, desperation leaking into his voice. "I just want to liberate my sister." "Release him," the prince signaled. The seal broke, and Pak manifested in his grotesque insect form immediately lunged, spitting vile threats of violence at his captor. The black-haired man sneered, unimpressed by the creature's bravado. "What are you going to do? Go feed the chickens with that attitude?" "You listen to me," Pak hissed venomously. "If you harm me, you will never find your sister. Slay that demon for me, and I might consider helping you, like—" "Stop hallucinating," Aaron declared, his aura flaring dangerously. "Talk now, or I will crush your carapace into dust. Have you forgotten what fear tastes like?" "I am the only one who holds the key," the beetle screeched in panic, but the sands of time were slipping through their fingers far too fast. Talk was cheap, action was required, leaving both Acheron and the Dragon Maiden stunned by his ruthlessness. Aaron's eyes darkened. "I will show him the true meaning of a horrific death." With a wave of his hand, a new portal swirled into existence. "I'm handing you over to someone else," the prince announced grimly. "Her judgment will be your fate." "Is this a hidden dungeon?" the white-haired warrior exclaimed, eyes wide. "Just follow me," Aaron replied, sharp and low. "I have a plan." The trio stepped through the void, arriving at the desolate prison that held the vampire maiden, a place she could never escape on her own. Shoving the struggling beetle toward his comrade, Aaron ordered, "Hold him for a moment." Then, gripping his blade with grim resolve, the black-haired prince drove the steel deep into the earth. Acheron watched in awe. A terrifying pulse of azure energy erupted from the sword, vibrating with raw power. The shockwave rippled through the entire castle structure. Aaron waited. Suddenly, from the pitch-black depths of a tunnel, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Crimson sparks crackled in the gloom. Then, with the speed of a bullet, a figure blasted out of the shadows. The creature closed the distance in a heartbeat. It was the vampire maiden, Adilasai, her face lighting up with predatory joy at the return of her master. "Get your hands off him. You are not worthy to touch him." The dragon maiden stepped in, her voice dripping with jealousy. "And what business is that of yours, lizard?" the vampire retorted. Sparks flew as the two powerful women clashed, trading insults about their appearance as the tension spiked. "Both of you, silence." Aaron stepped between them, his aura suppressing their squabble. "Sigh, I did not come here for this. I need your assistance, all. For you, anything." The vampire purred, bowing instantly. "Hand the insect over to her," Aaron commanded. "She knows exactly how to extract the truth." His eyes promised pain as he looked at Pak. "Torture the information out of him. Use whatever means necessary." "Hey, worm, let's have some fun." The maiden smirked. "I am the king of insects and awakened one," Pak squealed, trying to summon dignity he no longer possessed. The maiden simply tapped him with a razor-sharp fingernail, sending agony coursing through his small frame. He shrieked. "I don't know how long he will last." She giggled. "I'll take him to the torture chamber." As the vampire dragged her victim away, Aaron felt a flicker of pity, but only a flicker. Meanwhile, in the world outside, a heavy rain began to fall. A battered figure, resembling a wounded cat, stumbled through the downpour. Exhaustion won, and he collapsed onto the cold, wet asphalt, his lifeblood pooling around him. Abandoned by the world, he waited for the end. But through the mist, a silhouette approached. Shadows veiled her face, yet the animalistic senses within him recognized a familiar scent. Back in the dungeon, Aaron descended the stairs to the torture chamber. "He's ready to sing," Adilasai reported, wiping her hands, "but he demands mercy in exchange for his voice." Of course, she knew the wretch would have spilled his secrets eventually, regardless of any deal. "Take me to him," the prince demanded. The heavy iron doors swung open with a groan. "Please have mercy on me." "I'll tell you everything," the beetle wailed, chained helplessly to the wall. "I promise to spare your miserable life." Aaron lied coldly. Now, where's my sister? To the north, Pack gasped. In the deserted hills, there is an ordinary house, but beneath it, a secret laboratory lies hidden. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you will wish for death. Aaron vowed. Wasting not a second, the group vanished, running like wind through the northern forest. Reaching the edge of a cliff, they halted. The white-haired warrior pointed toward a solitary structure below. That must be the place. The coordinates match, Aaron confirmed. Akron narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. It's too quiet. Do you think this is an ambush? Pack was treacherous by nature. Since he had accessed the forbidden purple blood, it was unlikely he would give up this stronghold without a failsafe. And indeed, a trap lay in wait. The ground trembled as the Guardian emerged, a level 40 boss, the Nightmare Beetle. You called this thing a watchdog? The white-haired man scoffed. The massive creature smashed through the roof of the house, debris exploding outward as it roared. It's fast, Aaron noted, his combat instincts flaring. The monster lunged, claws tearing the air, initiating the battle instantly. The prince weaved through the attack with casual grace. Now, it was his turn. Did you hear something crack? He taunted, channeling his power. A devastating strike connected, teaching the beast a harsh lesson in hospitality. The impact was thunderous, knocking the massive monster unconscious in a single blow. Deciding to end it, mana swirled in Aaron's palm, condensing into a raging sphere of destruction. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing the bastard in an inferno. The explosion obliterated the house completely, exposing the hidden entrance beneath the ruins. Without hesitation, the duo hurried to jump inside. The interior was suffocating, resembling a forgotten crypt where time itself had died. It felt as though no living soul had set foot here in ages. Strange markings on the walls tugged at his memory, familiar yet distant. But the young man's focus snapped to Akron, who had already bolted ahead. The white-haired warrior had found his target. There, suspended in a high-tech incubator, floated the body of his demon sister. Akron frantically tore the tubes from her form. She is regenerating, the young prince stated calmly. She will return to her true state soon enough. Without hesitation, the white-haired brother scooped his demon sister into his arms. We move. To my personal dungeon, the prince commanded. My reserves contain elixirs that will ensure her recovery. And just like that, the pact was sealed in action. Everything you require is here. If you need assistance, command my dragon. But I have pressing matters to attend to, the young man declared, turning to leave. If you need my blade, I am at your service. Akron vowed. With that, the prince had secured yet another powerful pawn for his collection. It was time to tie up loose ends. Lord Adilasai, did you miss me? The vampiress purred, her voice dripping with desire. Let's retreat to my chambers and indulge in some nostalgia, she squealed. Wait. He cut her off coldly. I have a beetle to interrogate, That damn insect is ruining the mood, the maiden thought, seething. You found me. The chained beetle rasped. Now, honor your promise. Not yet. Tell me. The young man's eyes narrowed. Do you recall the goblin that wounded you? Are you mocking me? The beetle hissed. No, the prince replied, his voice devoid of emotion. I simply need to know when it happened. It was 10 years ago, the insect spat, a memory I would prefer to leave in the dark. The young man paused. 10 years. Does this dungeon distort time and space to such an extreme degree? Will you free me now? The beetle demanded. Of course, unless you beg me to stay. The prince smirked. What are you planning? Pack, the beetle trembled, sensing a trap. Enter, the young man ordered. The vampire stepped forward. Torture him, but do not let him die. Call me only when he begs for the sweet release of death. The Demon King commanded. As you wish, my lord, the maiden replied, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the stronghold, Nana began to stir. Why did he spare me? She wondered, her mind flashing back to the day she met the prince. If only Adilasai hadn't been the one to slaughter my father. A sudden knock shattered her thoughts. Nana exhaled a trembling breath, composing herself before ordering the visitor to enter. How is your recovery coming along? Adilasai asked, stepping in with a box of treats in his hand. Uncle Lou told me. You risked everything to save me. The maiden whispered. You helped me once. I could not simply stand by and watch. The prince replied smoothly. Rest. Regain your strength, the young man advised. But when Nana looked up again, the prince had already vanished like smoke. You know who he truly is. The young man's voice echoed in her mind. Perhaps it was Shuing. I don't know. But in that moment, I felt a disturbance in the ether. The maiden murmured. No wonder the association recruited him, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Don't run, just stand still, That is not proper behavior, a voice scolded from the corridor. It was Xiao. The young man sighed, excusing himself to investigate the commotion. Strangely, the corridor appeared empty, but then a blur of motion flashed past him. It was a battered cat, hissing with fury at the prince. Dai Huang, you need to change your outfit, Xiao cried out, chasing behind. Why are you running away? She huffed. Sweet little kitten, don't you like the costume Big Sister picked for you? What kind of name is Dai Huang? The young man thought, but his eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary animal. This cat was a player, and it was staring right at him. Xiao, wait here. I need to have a word with the cat, the brother said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Talk to him, but... He's just an animal, the maiden thought, confused. They're gone, the prince stated flatly the moment they stepped out onto the street. Relax. I'm not here for revenge. The cat spoke, its voice deep and weary. I discovered what my subordinate did. He deserved his fate, the cat admitted. In this form, the young man asked, I was forced to shapeshift to evade detection. The animal replied, Luckily, your sister has a soft spot for strays, the cat added dryly. You have some interesting hobbies, the guy quipped, toying with the cat's fur. I seek only freedom and unity with nature. The reincarnated player retorted, Who pushed a player like you this far? The young man pressed. That bastard Liu. He turned out to be just as rotten as the rest. He has high-tier skills, but zero combat experience. How about it? Shall we join forces to crush him? The cat proposed. Are you serious? I'm just an ordinary, unawakened player. The prince lied effortlessly. Don't you trust me? The cat asked, eyes gleaming. Correct. I don't trust you. The black-haired man replied coldly. The smartest move would be to silence this cat right now. If I were your enemy, you would have been sworn by assassins long ago, the animal reasoned. Isn't that right? Adilasai? The cat suddenly dropped the bomb. How did you know? The young man froze. You're sent, the animal answered smugly. Meanwhile, a crisis council was forming in the city. Esteemed attendees, I have received critical intelligence from my sister, the maiden reported. With the chairman still missing in the dungeon, she had seized control of the administration. The power vacuum was closing. Fujiwara had already deployed 2 elite players to hunt down Shuing, but they were useless. They were the very spies who had been monitoring Adilasai's dungeon all along. It would be strategically wise to head for the northern borders. We need Yukovsky's power on our side. The Guardian seethed with rage. He never imagined a high-value target would slip away just because a subordinate was daydreaming at the critical moment. Forgive me. It is my failure, the warrior mutters, head bowed in shame. Only an idiot could mess this up, another sneers. The guilty guard snaps back. Nobody asked for your opinion. Calling you trash is an insult to garbage. Brain dead fits better. A third warrior mocks. Tensions flare in the ranks. The Guardian's aura flares up. Silence. Everyone shut your mouths, he commands. According to the auctioneer, this dungeon is an anomaly. It manifests and vanishes without a trace, bearing a mysterious link to Adilasai. The committee has issued a strict decree. Anyone who locates the burial ground must report it immediately to preserve the entity within. Meanwhile, the young protagonist continues his journey, the mysterious cat keeping pace beside him. Fear not, your secrets are safe with me, the beast assures him. Besides, in this weakened form, I am no threat to you. Fair enough. I trust you, the young man replies. I will treat you to some premium mint later. Just then, he spots his sister. He hoists the cat up by the scruff of its neck. Here, he is all yours, he tells her. Brother, do not be so rough. I will buy him only the finest things, the maiden gushes, and take him to the best clinic for sterilization. Let us put a pin in that plan for now, the young man says quickly. Suddenly, a notification chimes on his phone. His eyes narrow at the screen. A massive bounty is offered to anyone who reports the location of the hidden burial site to the association. Have they realized my connection to it, he wonders, mind racing? Xiao, I have urgent business to attend to. I must go, he insists. Brother, wait, Dawan ruined your jacket. You need a change of clothes, the girl calls out. Indeed, the prince's attire is in tatters, but his focus is elsewhere. He has already located the hidden portal. The association is still in the dark, but a group of hunters stands nearby. Level 50. Taking them head-on would be troublesome. Brothers, this is the exact location the association is hunting for, one of the men exclaims. We should report this immediately. One shouts, Hold on, another interrupts. If it is this valuable, imagine what is inside. Greed flashes in their eyes. Let us rate it ourselves first. The warrior suggests, think of the jewels and artifacts waiting for us. Hey brother, join us and we will split the loot. The leader lies smoothly. He is only level 34. Why carry dead weight? The female hunter scoffs in disgust, but the leader smirks. Their plan is obvious: use the unsuspecting prince as a human shield. Sounds fair, the young man replies, playing along. If we clear it ourselves, the rewards will far exceed the bounty. But you guys are level 50, the prince notes. How do you plan to enter a level 25 limit dungeon? The leader reveals a rare artifact. It suppresses their true power, bypassing the restriction. What a convenient item. The prince marvels. Wasting no time, the squad steps into the abyss. Don't worry, kid. This will be a walk in the park for you. They sneer. Thank you for showing me such a useful tool, the young man says, his tone shifting. Huh, what do you mean? The warrior asks, confused. A blinding flash engulfs them. Battle station's monster ahead. The chief roars. A magnificent dragon maiden blocks their path. The warriors are baffled. Why is she smiling? The beast does not look hostile, though. She looks delighted. The young man calmly rests a hand on the leader's shoulder. Of course she is friendly, he whispers. She is here to greet her master. Before they can react, he unleashes a torrent of hellfire. The bastard who planned to use him as bait is instantly engulfed. The team recoils in horror. You traitor! How dare you attack us! The woman shrieks. The dragon simply awaits her lord's command. With a graceful strike, the dragon maiden beheads the survivors. The prince's experience bar fills at an explosive rate. Thanks to their sacrifice, he hits level 40. The system chimes a new dungeon link has been established for his account. It is time for a radical change. Standard dungeons are now child's play. He faces down a colossal red ogre with a ferocious grin. The beast falls. The system flashes successful conquest of the Forbidden Forest. Next, the Lynx King falls before the prince's blade. Dungeon after dungeon is cleared. He pushes his limits to the breaking point. He returns to the Hunters Association, unsatisfied. It is not enough. He needs more power. The bosses are too weak, but the grind has paid off. He has amassed thousands of Conqueror points. Just as he prepares to spend his hard-earned currency, a voice calls out from behind him. You are the one who changed classes to a Death Knight, aren't you? The woman asks. Level 60. Her name is Jiang. I've been watching you for a long time. She reveals. The prince's eyes turn cold. Cut the crap. What do you want? She smiles mysteriously. The association is hiding high-tier dungeons, and they have only granted access to the elite guilds. The maiden didn't hesitate, extending a bold invitation for him to join the raid. Their destination, the notorious Cray Peak, a dungeon of epic rarity that spelled doom for the unprepared. I can't set foot in there. My level is only 40, the prince countered, his voice dripping with suspicion. He recognized the location immediately. She was trying to lead him by the nose, and he wasn't about to play the fool. Don't play coy with me. I know your secret. Jung smirked, her eyes gleaming. You possess an artifact that bypasses entry restrictions for high-tier dungeons. The guild chairman was already anticipating the prince's arrival. As they approached the inner sanctum, the halls of valor revealed its true grandeur, a headquarters of breathtaking, opulent beauty. They sought the young man for two crucial purposes. First, to recruit him into their ranks, and second, to utilize his unique talents for the modification of their most precious artifacts. At that moment, the chairman stepped onto the porch to receive them. With a gaze that weighed one's soul, he offered a formal greeting to the young prospect. This was Cruz, a level 90 powerhouse. Your humble abode is anything but modest, the young man remarked dryly, sizing up the leader as the master of the house introduced himself. Standing nearby was an elder, a veteran figure who once walked among the legendary Holy Dragons Guild. Next, he was introduced to Black, the fearsome commander of their expedition team, a man whose overwhelming strength ensured the guild suffered practically zero casualties in battle. To think that Lu's former right-hand man was now merely the chairman here? The realization put the young man on high alert. The elder cannot join this run. His level exceeds the limit, Black grumbled, eyeing the newcomer. Are you absolutely certain you want to drag a level 40 player into this hell? Black sneered, issuing a challenge. Let him come. If he can shatter my defense, I'll allow it. The chief chuckled nervously. Don't be absurd. That's a physical impossibility. Yet, the prince didn't back down. In fact, his fighting spirit flared. He's just trying to provoke you, the maiden whispered, stepping in to mediate. Fine, the Demon King declared, his voice cold as ice. But if I win, you will kneel before me every single time our paths cross. Deal, but remember, that rule applies to you as well. The warrior barked back. Brother Joe, stay out of this. The leader attempted to de-escalate the tension, but the young man's eyes burned with an unshakable will to win. You arrogant brat, Black growled. I will force you into the dirt. Energy coalesced in Black's hand, manifesting as a colossal, radiant barrier, the eternal shield. Damn, the raven-haired youth thought. He actually possesses a relic of that caliber. It was armor straight out of a myth, a highest-ranked treasure. The commotion drew every guild member from the shadows to witness the spectacle. If the commander summoned that armor, what kind of monster is he facing? The warriors whispered in awe. Even the chief felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple at the escalation. It was a clash of cunning, a young fox trying to outmaneuver an old beast, and the grandfather simply watched, gauging the reaction. If not for the elder's glowing recommendation, the chief never would have entertained the idea of letting this unknown rookie near their clan. Now was the moment of truth. Would he live up to the hype, or crumble unaware of his fate? The armored warrior continued to gloat about his invincible artifact. At first, I was intimidated, the prince analyzed, but looking closer, it's nothing but a defective toy. The young man realized the soulstone had long since shattered. Without its core, that legendary shield was merely a dull scrap of heavy iron. There was no time to waste on theatrics. He calculated his odds. He possessed just enough raw power to crush him. Let's test how durable this bastard really is, the young man thought. Launching his assault, he slammed a fist forward with earth-shattering force, but something felt off. He instantly recoiled, leaping back from the shield bearer. Ha! Are you seriously trying to crack my unrivaled armor with your bare hands? You truly are a moron, Black roared with laughter. Don't celebrate just yet, Ma. You might be eating those words very soon, the young man advised coolly. After all, against a broken shield, a single blade is all I need. He thinks he can pierce the commander's armor with some random sword. The kid is definitely insane. It's sheer delusion. Where does that confidence come from? The warrior scoffed. Even the maiden looked on, stunned by his audacity. So arrogant. Oh. Just watch closely, the old man murmured to the leader. Black tightened his stance. Everyone can bluff, boy. Let's see your real power. The young man retrieved a vial of beast blood and downed it in seconds. Instantly, his veins bulged as his stats skyrocketed for the next 3 minutes. He'll still be useful to me later, so I won't kill him, the prince muttered. He adjusted his grip on the blade, his eyes narrowing. Round 2 began. A terrifying crimson aura erupted from the young man's body, saturating the air with bloodlust. Black felt a chill run down his spine. In a flash, the young man closed the distance, his strike connecting with the shield in a blinding, stunning explosion. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Does he possess a god card? What other monstrous abilities is he hiding? Where does such overwhelming power come from? The head wondered. It seems his ties to the Miiamoto family have finally borne fruit. All that effort, and you didn't even leave a scratch, Black laughed triumphantly. Get on your knees, you little mutt. Lower your voice, the young man replied calmly. He stepped forward and tapped the shield with a finger. Spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the surface from the previous impact. A heartbeat later, the legendary artifact shattered into dust. The boastful commander's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, his mind unable to process his total defeat. This is cheating. You use doping and skills that aren't your own, the crowd screamed in outrage. That was a vile trick. He scammed the commander. The accusations flew, but the prince stood firm. I don't believe utilizing every resource to enhance one's power constitutes cheating. That eternal shield wasn't crafted by players. Was it so? Wouldn't using an artifact created by monsters be an even greater violation of your precious rules? The young man silenced the room with his logic. He looked down at the kneeling commander with cold eyes. Now, aren't you ready to accept your defeat? The onlookers frowned, murmuring amongst themselves. The logic was unassailable. No rules had been broken. Black, you have lost this duel, the guild leader announced with cold finality. The surrounding crowd fell silent. There was no countering the commander's verdict. The outcome was set in stone. If you have the courage to gamble, you must have the means to pay. Fulfill your oath, the chief commanded. Black froze. To bark like a dog, the humiliation was worse than death. He tried to make a sound, but his throat constricted in shame. He glanced at his guildmates, begging for help. Don't look at me with those eyes, he thought desperately. It is hopeless. Stand up. A calm voice cut through the tension. The young man stepped forward. Who would want to hear a grown man humiliate himself like that? Just offer me something of value, and we shall call it even. The young man proposed casually. Anything. Just name it, brother, the warrior cried out, tears of relief welling in his eyes. You lost the battle, so give me your divine protection shield. That way, you keep your pride, and I get paid. The young man made his offer. The warrior practically threw himself at the protagonist, sobbing about what a saint he was for sparing him the shame. To the crowd, it seemed like charity. The shield was damaged beyond repair, a pile of useless scrap metal that could never be restored. Black's team returned to the fold without casualties. Although Black was reckless, he was a durable meat shield, a perfect tool for the main character's plans. By showing mercy, The protagonist not only gained a loyal tank, but also earned the respect of every player present. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 birds. Fortune favored the cunning. Black had no idea that his trash shield was actually a legendary artifact, obtained legally and without suspicion. Once Adilasai locates the soul stone, the shield will awaken its true form and repair itself automatically. What do you think of this newcomer? The grandfather asked, his eyes narrowing. Your friend has the eyes of a hawk, the leader replied, impressed. The guy was a monster in human skin. Meanwhile, at the Liu mansion, fury erupted. Liu berated his awakened subordinate for handing over the location of a high-grade dungeon. It wasn't hard. The subordinate stammered. They were desperate to challenge the association's most prized treasure. I simply opened the door to their doom. The maiden sneered with a sinister smile. Let them have what they desire. I challenged Craw Peak the moment I awakened. She continued. That dungeon is a nightmare realm. Some sleeping horrors should never be disturbed. Their squad is walking into a grave, Liu declared ominously. But why are you so agitated? The maiden asked, tilting her head. It all traced back to the ambition of Cruz's wife. She had taken reign without Liu's permission, sparking a conflict that now threatened to boil over. One should never touch what does not belong to them. In this world, such greed always invites punishment. Unaware of the schemes, the team arrived at the summit. The leader stepped forward to break the seal binding the dungeon. 2 colossal white pillars loomed before them, radiating ancient power. The association had sealed this place to prevent the monsters within from slaughtering humanity. Has it always been sealed? The young man asked, sensing the history here. And how did this dungeon manifest? It formed 12 years ago. The leader explained. The first expedition was wiped out. Since then, the association has kept it locked away. The timeline clicked in the protagonist's mind. 12 years ago, the exact moment the Snow Elf clan vanished from history. The massive purple gates groaned open, revealing the swirling void. The seal is broken, the leader shouted, his voice echoing. Good luck to us all. Crossing the threshold, the team was instantly transported to a frozen forest. The cold was unnatural, biting deep into their bones. Yet, the scenery was breathtaking. A winter wonderland stretched endlessly before them. It seems the dungeon terraformed reality itself, the young man mused. A pang of nostalgia hit him. He remembered how his own world had once evaporated into nothingness. Stay sharp. This is a high difficulty zone, the leader warned, his breath turning to steam. Our first objective is to reach the mountain peak. Don't worry, Chairman, with you leading us, we'll clear this in record time, Black boasted, eager to curry favor. Snap. Branches cracked nearby. The chief rose. From the shadows, a level 70,000-year gibbon erupted, roaring with primal fury. Black reacted instantly, activating his defensive aura. The beast lunged, its massive claws tearing at the air. My armor is impenetrable, Black screamed, holding the line. As long as I stand, monsters of this level are nothing but insects. The maiden who had recruited the protagonist began her incantation. Sharp earthen spikes burst from the permafrost, locking the monster in place. Seizing the opening, the guild warriors charged. Blades flashed in the cold air. In a single heartbeat, the orc was sliced cleanly in half. A level 70 monster was mere fodder for this elite team. Don't celebrate yet, Dodge, the young man suddenly roared. Spears of pure ice rained down from the heavens. One projectile pierced a warrior's skull, another shattered a chest plate. Instant death. A third spear flew toward the group, but a hand snatched it out of the air. The boss stood firm, saving his subordinate from certain doom. Where did that come from? Black yelled, panic rising. From the mountain peak, the young man stated calmly. Their aim is terrifying. It looks like the snow elves have returned, the leader realized. But how? Black wondered. He figured it out before I did, the leader thought, glancing at the boy. Incredible perception, the leader muttered, crushing the ice spear in his grip. Black wise your barrier down. The guild leader's face twisted in anger. My mistake, I thought the fight was over. The tank stammered, trembling. Stay alert, miss one detail, and we die, the head warned grimly. Understood, Chairman, the warriors chorused. But a heavy sense of dread had already settled over them. High above the mountain peaks, eyes watched from the shadows, the snow elves were observing. We will play with you, the maiden whispered into the wind. Unaware, the squad continued their march through the dense forest. Ever seen snow monkeys? The chairman asked the young man casually. Strange, they've abandoned their natural habitat. It wasn't a migration. It looked like they were fleeing in pure terror. The foot of Christ Peak was typically ruled by cannibal ogres, yet the air was eerily still. No sign of them anywhere. Snow elves controlled this domain. Their settlement should be bustling. But the silence was deafening. It was unnatural. Stay sharp, monster village ahead, Black roared. And sure enough, There it was. The settlement lay buried under heavy snow. It's too quiet. Are they hiding? The girl asked, her voice trembling. Abandoned, the young man replied coldly. Likely for a long time. The entrance was sealed by ice and time. If no one is here, what secrets are buried inside? The head reasoned. It was time to unveil the truth. Lightning crackled in his palm, surging with voltage. Boom! He slammed his hand down, unleashing a thunderclap that vaporized the snow instantly. The square buzzed with static. Gods above, Black gasped. As the steam cleared, a mountain of corpses was revealed. The entire Snow Elf clan slaughtered. Their bodies were torn apart, lacerations covered every inch, the work of savage beasts. The young man narrowed his eyes. Great elves falling to mere wild animals? Something didn't add up. But they weren't alone. A predator lurked in the bushes, darkness closing in on the maiden guiding the prince. A massive shadow lunged, but reflexes kicked in. Black intercepted, snatching the girl from death's jaws just in time. I won't make the same mistake twice, Black swore. The killers stepped into the light, magnificent ogres. Only 5 of them. The odds were good. Mages and warriors drew their weapons, ready to clash. The chief stood back, arms crossed. He wasn't here to brawl. He was here to oversee the operation. You don't care about farming experience, the head teased. I care more about keeping my head attached, the prince retorted. Playing the fool was his best disguise. The young man walked over to a fallen beast to investigate. Strange, he thought. These scars and marks on the neck. The Demon King realized collars had held him captive. One monster remained standing. A warrior charged forward, seeking glory or death. He swung his blade with full force but hit nothing. The creature collapsed, annihilated by an unseen strike. A blindfolded maiden stood amidst the carnage. Another elf. Where did she come from? The warrior gasped. The snow elf reached for her weapon. Stop, fall back, the leader commanded, sensing danger. Too late. She moved. Black threw up a defensive barrier, desperate to protect the team from the unknown threat. Crack. She shattered the defense like glass and silenced the arrogant warrior in a heartbeat. Impossible power. My defense. Useless. Black panicked. She calmly sheathed her blade. The young man smirked. I need a recruiter. The leader stepped into the fray. Stand down, he ordered his men. She's out of your league. His body erupted in lightning. He became a living storm, launching a high-speed assault. But the maiden stood motionless. She sidestepped the chairman's attack effortlessly. That can't be real, Black thought. How? The head raged. He reset his stance and lunged again, faster this time. He leaped skyward, raining destruction from above. Fury twisted his face into a mask of wrath. He unleashed his full power on the enemy landing. He looked for the corpse, unscathed. She hadn't even flinched. He couldn't grasp her technique. But he wouldn't let this humiliation stand. No, she didn't dodge. The young man analyzed. Cruz didn't care. He summoned a massive thunderstorm. Destroy, he screamed. Jagged bolts of electricity surged toward the maiden's face. Thunder shook the valley walls. Let's move on. The leader exhaled, certain of his kill. Chairman, Black screamed. Why did my aim shift? Cruz wondered. Then he felt a presence behind him. The sharp steel kissed his cheek. He barely jerked away in time. A thin line of blood appeared. She had wounded him. What kind of sorcery is this? The chief seethed. If this is an elite squad, it's a pathetic sight. The young man scoffed. You're blind to the obvious. She isn't dodging your attacks? Your attacks simply refuse to touch her? Distance is your only shield, the strategist noted. Keep them far, and you survive. But let the maiden get close. She'll invade your mind and twist the very trajectory of your attack. The guild leader didn't hesitate. He leaped back, summoning the ultimate art divine punishment. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the air, crashing down on the elf. It was a direct hit. The chairman managed to draw blood this time. Yet, amidst the smoke, she was still smirking. Finish her now, the prince screamed, his patience wearing thin, but the elf's eyes glowed cold. No need to worry about me. Worry about Aki. Frost instantly began to consume the guild member. Terror seized the girl's heart. The ice spread across her face with terrifying speed, threatening to seal her in an eternal frozen tomb. You dare touch my subordinate, the leader roared. Fury ignited his aura. He charged his dagger with explosive power, lunging straight for the elf's throat. Selena. The girl with the heterochromatic eyes. When did she become a monster of this caliber? The young man wondered. But he had bigger priorities. Go run ahead. Leave her to me, Chief Cruz ordered, stepping into the fray. Don't even dream of passing, Selena screamed, her magic flaring wildly. Suddenly, boom! A deafening roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the very earth. While the titanic clash between Selena and Cruz raged on, the real anomaly had appeared. The boy's attention snapped to a new source of power. A brilliant turquoise flame flickered in the distance. "That's my target," the young man declared. "I'm moving forward." He gripped the throttle of his magic cycle. With a roar of the engine, he shot forward, leaving the chaotic battlefield in the dust. The machine accelerated at an impossible rate. Finally shook them off, he thought, a smirk playing on his lips. Now, he had complete freedom. No distractions, just the objective. He tore through the thick sheets of ice blocking his path. Finally, he skidded to a halt. This is it, he realized. The peak of the mountain. The home of the inexhaustible glacier. The mechanics were simple. Destroy the glacier, unlock the boss room, and claim the throne. Realization dawned on him as he analyzed the structure. He focused his gaze. Channeling every ounce of his energy, gathering his strength, he unleashed a devastating strike against the ice. Crack! The surface began to fracture under the sheer force, but it wasn't enough. "Burn," he commanded, launching a massive fireball into the fissure. The heat did the trick. The barrier shattered without hesitation. The young man leaped into the abyss. Landing below, he saw it, an icy pedestal, and a figure chained at the very top. Well, of course. Who else would be sealed in a place like this? The young man grinned. If I defeat this boss and clear the dungeon, the points alone will let me control him with ease. The chained figure twitched. A hand moved, just a fraction of an inch. Snap! The movement was enough. One of the ancient chains shattered instantly. A roar of pure, unadulterated rage shook the cavern. The level 90 Snow Mountain King had awakened, his eyes locked onto the intruder. A massive fist swung down, missing the young man's face by millimeters. The wind pressure alone sent him flying, but he twisted in midair, landing with cat-like grace. "Still got the moves," he noted. "Decades have passed, yet you haven't changed a bit." There was no room for holding back. The young man activated the forbidden art explosive blood. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. He moved faster than the eye could follow. He rushed in, slamming a blood mark directly onto the boss's chest. Even the Snow Mountain King recoiled from the impact, but the beast recovered instantly. Grabbing a chunk of the glacier, he unleashed a calamitous technique. Blue magic enveloped the young man. He found himself trapped in an inescapable icy prison. But for him, this was nothing. Hairline fractures began to spiderweb across the surface. Boom! The power of blood obliterated the blue magic. The king grunted in pain. You are not the same player as before." The monster growled. "How long have I been sealed?" "Christ. Tell me," the prince demanded, his voice dropping. "What did they do to your village?" The boss snarled. "That is none of your business." "You are unworthy to speak my name," the boss roared. "Despicable slave." The young man let out a dark laugh. "Me calling you by your name is the greatest honor you could ever receive." The air grew heavy. The young man raised his hand. From the void, a weapon began to materialize. "Open your eyes. Christ, look closely. Understand exactly who stands before you." The boss froze. "That blade. Where did you get that?" Christ was struck dumb with shock. "Kneel," the prince commanded. "Kneel before your king." The pressure was overwhelming. "On your knees." "Lord Adilasai," the boss stammered, confusion warring with awe. "But why do you look like this?" "I have a favor to ask you," the young man said calmly. Schlick. He plunged the sword deep into the boss's heart. "This thug needs to die for the scenario." The life faded from the Snow Mountain King's eyes. The boss was finished. "Do not worry, old friend," the young man whispered. "As soon as I complete this dungeon, I swear I will revive you." Flashback, 12 years ago. The mountains were a slaughterhouse. Corpses of monsters littered the landscape. Just a gathering of aggressive cattle. Adilasai scoffed, wiping blood from his blade. They had attacked him first. Foolish beasts. They thought he was easy prey, and paid the ultimate price. Suddenly, a presence appeared behind him. The prince spun around. Standing there was a snow elf, and beside him, a girl with eyes of 2 different colors. Later, in the nearest village, over a frothy mug of ale, Christ bowed his head. He thanked Adilasai profusely for saving them. The prince swirled his drink, glancing at the child. "What about the girl?" he asked. "Her eyes, they are different from yours." "She's a half-breed," Christ admitted heavily. "The result of mixing elf and ogre blood. Years ago, her mother was captured by ogres. This child is the result." The stigma was brutal. The other elves forbid their children from going near her. And her mother? The ogres kept her as a slave, even after the birth. She was lucky we met you, my lord. She doesn't even have a name yet. Christ looked at him with hope. Perhaps the Demon King could grant her one. Selena, the prince declared. Her name is Selena, present day. The memory faded. Christ lay dead at his feet. But the young man's mind was elsewhere. He wondered about that village. What happened after he left? The old man had been too busy with business to protect her. And now, the consequences had come home to roost. The malice of the villagers fed the darkness rotting in her soul. Finally, the dam broke, and she unleashed her terrifying power to wipe the entire village off the map. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired a legendary rank soul. The prince hesitated, weighing his options on a razor's edge. He wasn't exactly a diplomat. Would she even listen? Or would words just fuel the fire? The battle between the guild leader and Selena raged on with no end in sight. Suddenly, a spiked cage erupted from the earth to trap the chairman's foe. Vines surged forward, wrapping tight around Selena's limbs. But she didn't flinch. Instead, a terrifying chill exploded outward, freezing the living plants instantly. With a casual flick of her wrist, she shattered her icy bindings like glass. Get out of here. This place is a death trap, the leader roared. We know the risks, but we won't leave you to die, Black shouted, stepping forward to deploy a massive defensive shield. It happened in a heartbeat. The cold overtook him, turning flesh to ice before he could even blink. Her expression twisted into a mask of pure nightmare. Black froze in terror at the sight. The leader knew hesitation meant death. He launched a desperate assault, closing the distance between him and Selena in a blur of speed. Chairman, she cooed, her voice dripping with malice. She wiped fresh blood from her cheek, smiling. Thanks for the meal. That was delicious. The chairman's blood ran cold. He looked past her and realized with horror his comrade's head was gone. Pure, unadulterated rage flooded his system. I said run. Damn it, get as far away from here as you can. I won't say it again, move. But just as he barked the order, the ice witch made her move to intercept them. A blinding flash seared the air. Lightning crackled, illuminating the battlefield as the guild leader threw himself into the fray to buy them time. Can she really use the skills of the players she devours? The leader's mind raced as he analyzed the threat. She had to be put down right here, right now. If she escaped, she would become a calamity-level threat. We can't afford a second Adilasai disaster. He channeled every ounce of his mana, amplifying his signature skill, the fury of thunder and lightning. Desperate, he crushed a rare potion in his teeth, an elixir allowing an unawakened to unleash an awakened skill for a single strike. Even the elf looked stunned. The sky screamed as storm clouds gathered instantly. He unleashed the highest order awakening skill, crushing thunder. The lightning bolt slammed into her with the force of a nuclear impact. Dust and smoke swallowed the battlefield in the wake of the explosion. System notification. You have defeated the target, gained 50,000 experience points. I got her, he thought, but a cold shiver ran down his spine. Something felt off. As the smoke cleared, she stood there unscathed. If she's alive, then whose death did the system just register? His eyes widened. Lying beside the elf was another figure, Aki. She used her own ally as a human shield to redirect my attack. Aki. The maiden whispered, her mismatched eyes trembling as she looked down at the body. Flashback. Years ago, that girl had been the only one to protect the mudblood. They said ogre blood ran through her veins. Monsters like you don't deserve to breathe. The bully sneered. And anyone stupid enough to protect a monster deserves to die right along with them. But the mudblood's only friend didn't care about the hate. She just laughed, driving the bullies insane. What's so funny, freak? Even the girl with the mismatched eyes didn't understand. Why would she laugh while being tormented? The protector had been blind since birth, a target for cruelty herself. If you smile, she beamed, the punches don't hurt as much. You fool, the mudblood whispered, clenching her fists. You can't solve this world's cruelty with a smile. Don't worry. I'll devour them all for you. Back in the present, rage consumed her. She unleashed her glacial prison, instantly encasing the leader's head in ice. The frost spread like a plague, freezing the forest around them. I can't move. Is this how I die? The chairman thought, despair setting in. Liu. I bet this was his plan all along to get rid of me. Cruz's mind faded as the maiden slowly stalked toward him. Surprised you're not shattered yet, she hissed. Aki burned because of you, and since we are one, you will feel her pain. The elf's aura turned demonic. You ruined everything. Now, I'm going to take my time eating you, piece by piece. Just as she prepared the killing blow, a roaring fireball tore through the air. Fire and ice collided in a violent explosion of steam. Reinforcements. The ice around the chairman melted, and sensation returned to his limbs. I can move. A young man stepped out of the steam, smirking. It's getting a little hot in here. Mind if I turn on the AC? He glanced back at the chairman. Get out of here. Now. The command was absolute. You can't stop her alone, the leader screamed, panic rising. You don't have the strength. Who knows? The young man shrugged, his eyes burning with resolve. Maybe my sacrifice will be enough. Cruz was baffled by the boy's sheer determination. Is this kid trying to be a hero? Cruz grit his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Just run. Don't make me ask twice, the boy shouted. The chairman hesitated, then turned. I won't forget this. The world will know of your bravery. Don't you dare leave, the elf shrieked, her voice cracking with fury. Stand still and let me devour you. Deadly ice spikes launched toward the retreating leader, but the young man threw his body in the path of the attack. I admire your guts, Joe, the leader thought as he escaped. The smoke cleared, revealing the boy unharmed. Man, this amulet is the real deal. 0 damage. He dusted himself off, leaving the elf confused. What is he? Why are my strikes bouncing off him? The maiden wonders, trembling with confusion, but the young man stands firm, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. Just wonderful, he laughs, enjoying every second. Human, you are truly more insane than I am, the elf sneers. Suddenly, a spark lights up in the young man's eyes. I just had a brilliant idea, he blurts out. Everything in this domain belongs to me, he declares. The sheer audacity of his claim brings a twisted pleasure to his heart. If magic fails, I will crush you with brute force, the maiden screams, lunging forward. But the prince moves like smoke, effortlessly dodging the blade flying straight for his throat. Instantly, the battle maiden materializes behind him. Sensing the opening, the young man abandons hesitation and unleashes a torrent of forbidden blood magic. The dragon maiden and his vampire thralls rush to his aid, unleashing a synchronized assault. The resulting combo detonates, sending a massive explosion ripping across the battlefield. The elf is far from amused. She retaliates, summoning a forest of deadly thorns. Even his 2 strongest champions are helpless against her overwhelming power. The gap in their strength is simply too vast. If he wants to survive, the young man knows he must pull a miracle from his sleeve right now. Master, flee. We will buy you time, the dragon roars desperately. Listen to your pets, the elf shouts. Run away with your tail between your legs. I suppose I must teach you some manners, the young man declares coldly. Azure energy begins to swirl in his palm, crackling with dangerous intensity. He activates the call of the dead. Scream all you want, he whispers. Suddenly, the ghosts of those who once mocked her rise from the grave to haunt her again. Memories of horror flood her mind, and the maiden shrieks in agony. Seizing the moment, the young man unleashes a devastating elemental blast. Get out of my head, the filthblood screams. No, the young man replies, calm as a frozen lake. I was counting on this exact reaction. He conjures a blazing fireball, aiming to end this in one strike. The impact mimics a tactical nuclear strike, obliterating the landscape. As the dust settles, a portal tears open at the dungeon entrance. That level 40 player sacrificed himself for us, the leader laments, his voice heavy with false grief. Oh, Cruz, you are still alive, the muscular warrior grunts. Hearing his comrade had entered, he had rushed to the location with breakneck speed. Lou, Cruz hisses, his voice dripping with venom. You are pathetic, yet, somehow, you manage to cling to life like a cockroach. The awakened one looks confused. What about your teammates? The chairman asks. Oh, them. Cruz smirks. I dealt with them personally. Of course. How could I forget such a detail? The chairman recoils in shock. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a massive crater smokes from the impact. But the maiden still stands. Impossible. The young man gasps. How did she seize control of my flames? The elf glares at her opponent with pure hatred. Without wasting a second, she charges a lethal death ray aimed straight at his heart. The dark magic rockets toward him, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Smoke billows, but miraculously, the young man steps out of the inferno unscathed. You dared to look down on me, the girl growls. Behold my true trump card. After his elemental blast, the young man is drained, unable to use skills for several minutes. You cannot resist anymore, can you? The maiden taunts. In response, the boy draws his legendary blade Adilasai. I am afraid you will never know what my defeat tastes like, he counters. A chill runs down the girl's spine the moment she recognizes the artifact. It seems you remember me after all, the prince suggests with a dark smile. Of course I do, the maiden spits back. Don't worry, the young man assures her. After I kill you, I will bring you back to serve me forever. I am not afraid of death, she lies. Then why are you trembling? The prince asks, piercing her soul with his gaze. A twisted delight fills her. The thought that they would be bound together eternally drives her mad. Deciding to end it, she lunges. The guy effortlessly deflects her strike with his blade. "I won't let you go again," she screams. "You are definitely crazy." He sighs. The young man begins to channel the ominous energy of Adilasai into his body. "We need to finish this now," the prince mutters. Elsewhere, Liu scowls. "We suffered heavy losses for nothing." Suddenly, something in the distance catches his sharp eye. The aura is faint, but undeniable. That is the only artifact in existence that grants the right to enter the true dungeon. "That bastard," the muscular warrior thinks. He assumes I don't know about the massive bounty on Adilasai's head. "That reward will be mine," he shouts, charging into the dungeon. "Damn it, I can't get there without Joe's help." The chairman curses silently. Suddenly, a cat girl speeds past him. The portal begins to shrink, closing inch by inch. Cruz wonders who the newcomer is. Meanwhile, the duel between the youth and the snow elf rages on until she suddenly freezes, sensing a new presence. She is forced to leap away just as a bolt of red magic slams into where she stood. Someone has dared to interfere in their sacred duel. Adilasai turns, interested to see which scoundrel has arrived. His eyes go wide with surprise when he identifies the stranger. A colossal dragon descends onto the battlefield, its throat rumbling as it growls the name of the Prince of Darkness, Adilasai. "I will be the one to take your head," Liu Yi shouts, standing proudly atop the beast. What a surprise. A dungeon of this level was breached. The prince now faces a threat far greater than the heterochromatic maiden. The real battle has arrived. Suddenly, the system pings, "Dungeon completed." It offers to link his existing data. This dungeon once humiliated Liu, but now he wields a magical artifact. Ignoring him, the young man smashes the accept button. The awakened one is confused why the kill reward hasn't triggered. "Over here, you idiot," the guy shouts, drawing all attention to himself. "No, this is impossible. That prize should have been mine, not yours." The bastard seethes with indignation. "Do you want to know why?" The young man asks coldly. "Because inside this dungeon, his rules are absolute. Everything changes here." Suddenly, the dragon comes under aerial bombardment. "Data reset," the young man declares. Leo shields his face as searing rays rain down from above. What is he planning? The awakened one analyzes the enemy's movements. Then the reality of the situation strikes him like a hammer. The young man is no longer alone. An army of fallen elves materializes at his side. "Kill them!" Adilasai roars the command. His loyal new allies rush forward to execute the order. They swarm the creature, unleashing their full power in a synchronized assault. "Idiot! Strike now!" Liu orders his pet. A thick, viscous liquid begins to bubble within the dragon's gaping maw. It is concentrated magma, and the dragon wastes no time unleashing the molten torrent upon the elves. But among the long-eared warriors, one stands firm, shielding the others with an impenetrable ice barrier. It is the boss of the Winter Zone, Old Man Christ. Meanwhile, the dragon remains under heavy fire from yetis and snow elves. However, Liu has a different fate in store for the attackers. He engages in battle with two maidens, one blind and the other possessing eyes of different colors. "A pile of incompetent trash," the awakened one screams at the top of his lungs. To clear the attacking warriors, the dragon sweeps the area with a massive wing. Seizing the moment, the young man decides to join the maidens on the front lines. Liu is no pushover. He manifests a spear of fire in his hand, but before he can strike, his body shudders violently. The maidens have activated false atonement. As a rule, this technique leaves the enemy paralyzed with confusion for a full minute. The enemy's body is pierced by two distinct attacks. "Did we kill him?" Dirty Blood asks joyfully. "No, there was no system notification," Adilasai replies grimly. "That actually hurt a little, you bastards." Liu sneers. His aura shifts color, becoming overwhelmingly aggressive. The force of the aura knocks the group backward, unable to withstand the pressure. Fortunately, all three manage to land safely. "Did our attack really cause 0 damage?" asks the maiden with the heterochromatic eyes. "Liu, stop playing games! Tell me what level you really are!" the young man yells. "Back then, you defeated us." "But we have learned from our mistakes," the awakened one retorts. Suddenly, Liu jumps straight into the dragon's mouth. The beast, sensing its master, slams its jaws shut. Instantly, it begins charging a massive sphere of red and black energy. It becomes a vortex, sucking in everything like a black hole. But this beast is capable of more. It can rip the very souls from living creatures. Everyone recoils in fear. Dirty Blood screams, rushing to attack the enemy with icy, hellish flames. Her magic slowly envelops the energy sphere. The collision of two opposing elements triggers a catastrophic explosion across the battlefield. "It worked!" exclaims the maiden with different colored eyes. "Christ! Look out!" the young man suddenly shouts. But it is too late. The aftershock leaves nothing of the old man but dust. All attention shifts to Liu. He has evolved, his power spiking, and he will no longer be satisfied with a mere brawl. "I have unlocked my limits. Now you have the answer to your question," he taunts, his form twisting into something demonic. So, you hid your true potential. It seems you are no longer just a player. The prince observes. In principle, I am not a player at all. Just like you, Immortal Prince Adilasai, Liu retorts. Are you also a reincarnated demon lord? The young man wonders. I realize now that this form is unfamiliar to you. The bastard clarifies. The demonic dragon that can destroy all life with a single flap of its wings. Are you truly the king of destruction? The boy is stunned. It cannot be. You should have died long ago at the hands of the king of eternity. The heterochromatic maiden steps forward. Death for us is only the beginning, the demon dragon replies chillingly. Adilasai, today I end you, Liu threatens. Suddenly, the cat maiden rushes to her master's aid. You, the young man gasps. Sir, I have finally found you, the maiden declares. Meanwhile, the bastard's dark energy swells to terrifying levels. Ha, the first kill. I will dispose of you first, Liu threatens. I didn't get a kill notification. Why is he still alive? The demon wonders. His attack has been instantly dispelled. Standing before him are the three girls and Adilasai. He actually managed to nullify the destructive flame. Liu cannot comprehend how this is possible. It seems luck is on my side, the prince declares. A turquoise black flame ignites in his hand, shocking the dragon demon. It is Adilasai's heart. He cannot let the young man use that power. The cat maiden's expression shifts. Summoning her strength, she ascends into the sky. Her body surges with electrical energy, transforming rapidly until she takes the form of a majestic tiger. But the glory is short-lived. Countless purple rays pierce her body, triggering a massive, devastating explosion across the battlefield. The defeated girl's transformation shattered, and her unconscious body plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, a savior was waiting to catch her. It was Prince Adilasai, his arms open to receive her falling form. Touching my friends is a death sentence. Do not think your meager strength can defeat me, the demon roared in fury. I am not the man I used to be, Adilasai whispered coldly. He glanced at the maiden in his arms. Hold on, I cannot resurrect you just yet. Suddenly, a hostile presence lunged from behind the prince, but his instincts were razor sharp. With bare hands, he struck the ambusher with devastating force. The enemy was blasted backward, flying through the air. The demon slammed into the mountain, shattering the rock. Curse it. He has become a monster, Liu Yi thought, spitting blood. Adilasai wasted no breath. Flashing towards his enemy, panic seized the demon, and he hastily unleashed his signature hellfire. But a shimmering barrier materialized around the young prince. Impossible. His power is overwhelming. The wretch stammered. You can still fight fine. Then I will stop these childish games, the young man declared, his eyes glowing. Time to show you true power. A storm of turquoise black flames erupted, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno. The demon's face twisted in pure terror at the sight. Try not to die too quickly, the prince commanded. The end was near. Fear consumed Liu Yi's mind. He could think of nothing but escape. He had to flee this nightmare immediately. His only hope was to beg Zhang Hao for reinforcements, a humiliation he desperately wanted to avoid. Going somewhere, Adilasai activated the Demon King's ultimate art mortal shock. The enemy froze instantly. System target paralyzed for 5 seconds. Liu Yi's body locked up completely. Damn it, I can't move a muscle, he screamed internally. Adilasai prepared his next move, Aura Darkening. Wait, let us work together to defeat Zhang Hao, the bastard pleaded. But the Demon King had no interest in the words of the weak. He activated Soul Theft. Summoning his magic sickle, he swung the blade in a lethal arc. A critical hit slammed into the demon dragon, shaking the earth. The strike was catastrophic, carving a massive canyon into the ground. Slowly, the prince's overflowing power began to fade. System alert: reincarnated player eliminated. Instantly, the young man's level skyrocketed to 70. More experience points than I expected. He mused. Highest level missions unlocked. Rebirth mission initiated. However, if this power growth continued, hiding his true identity would soon be impossible. Master, new directives are available, the girls clarified. Mona, locate my original dungeon, Adilasai demanded. I cannot explain, but I can guide you there, the cat replied nervously. Lead the way, but keep your true form hidden until I command otherwise, the young man ordered. The cat nodded, shifting into its beast form. Selena, the association will seal this area once I depart. Remain here and stand guard, the prince commanded. Without looking back, he stepped through the portal into the Winter Realm. You say Liu Yi went in alone? The grandfather in the wheelchair asked sharply. Yes, he seemed manic, Cruz answered. Suddenly, Adilasai emerged from the gate. Bad news. A monster swallowed Liu Yi whole, Cruz gasped. How is that possible? I must alert the association immediately, Cruz cried out. Hold, the old man interrupted, his voice stern. The elder's eyes bore into the boy. Did you kill him? Adilasai scoffed. Do you really think I'm capable of such a thing? Just seal the place, the prince replied casually. But the excuse sounded flimsy to the old man's ears. If you decide to act, do it flawlessly. My friend will determine our next move, the grandfather warned. Your friend? The young man asked, confused. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. Mona hissed, sensing danger. An awakened maiden materialized from the darkness. How rude. Can't you control your pets? She stared him down. If you can't teach her manners, the maiden said, blurring into motion, then I will teach her a lesson. She pressed a blade to the cat's throat. Don't you dare. She's mine. The young man growled. Relax. I'm just playing. The awakened one laughed, releasing the cat. But you've grown much stronger. Shall we test that power? The maiden suggested, eyes gleaming. Adilasai's expression darkened, his killing intent spiking. Enough! This is no time for infighting, the old man shouted. Shun, take this seriously. Just a joke. Old man, don't be so stiff. The awakened one shrugged, her playful smile returning. Her demeanor shifted. She needed to confirm they all wanted the same thing, the death of Zhang Hao and Li Jia. The boy stared at her in confusion. I will take your silence as consent, the maiden declared. I told you to come to me earlier. Let's cooperate. She turned to the prince, but Adilasai narrowed his eyes, wondering if this was a trap or destiny. No strings attached, the young lady replied with a sly smile. I am simply giving you an opportunity. Isn't absolute power exactly what you need to slaughter your enemies? That is all there is to it, she clarified, her tone sharp. Now, hands off. Tell me the plan. The young man insisted, his eyes cold. Originally, it required years of preparation, he began. But after the death of Liu Yi, the board has changed. Everything is falling into place. With one of their strongest allies dead, the unbreakable chain is shattered. We will never find a better chance to strike than right now. The strategy is simple, he continued. Divide and conquer. We isolate them and eliminate these bastards one by one. The problem is the energy signature, the lady countered. The death of any member will send fluctuations to their living comrades. I have a solution, the young man cut in. Oh, and what has the Demon King devised? She asked teasingly. The dungeon, he revealed. If we kill them inside, the dungeon walls will contain the fluctuations. No one will know. A solid plan, Cruz interjected. But how do we force such powerful figures to enter a dungeon willingly? I cannot guarantee it, the young man admitted. But use me as the bait. The awakened woman's eyes lit up. Risky. I like it. She had already assembled a formidable squad. Pyongyangba was there, along with a third member, a mysterious girl shrouded in secrets. I can summon 2 more awakened warriors, the young man stated. One from the Miiamoto clan, the maiden asked, raising an eyebrow. No, he corrected. The divine beast, and the one who caused chaos at the auction. As for the Miiamoto heiress, she will not help us. The awakened woman sighed. She still believes that Adilasai killed her father, doesn't she? Even though Zhang Hao was the true culprit? Then tell her the truth, the woman urged, her voice serious. Are you going to hide your identity forever? We need her strength. The young man nodded. I have a spy close to Li Ju, tracking his every move. He will be our first target. Perfect, the maiden replied. While you handle him, we will distract the association. They will be too busy investigating Liu Yi's disappearance to notice us. Cruz stepped forward. If the strategy is set, I will take my leave. You know where to find me, the prince said. Safe travels, Demon King, the awakened woman called out as he walked away. Night had fallen by the time the young man reached the Miiamoto estate. Staring at the massive gates, he wrestled with his conscience to speak the truth or remain in the shadows. Inside, the atmosphere was light. Xiao, let's go to the amusement park tonight, the samurai sister chirped happily. Suddenly, she froze. Brother, the younger girl exclaimed, spotting the young man in the hallway. It had been so long since they last met. Nana, I need to speak with you. Seriously, the young man said, his voice grave. They stepped outside. Her heart raced, thinking he was about to confess his love. He thanked her for her past support. I can no longer hide this from you, he said, hoping she would trust him one last time. The truth is, I am Adilasai, he confessed, but I did not kill your father. That was the work of Zhang Hao and his clique. The color drained from the girl's face in an instant. Silence stretched between them. Perhaps I was too blunt, he thought, bracing for her anger. I already figured it out, she whispered, her voice trembling. But hearing you confirm it, I believe you. Relief washed over him. Thank you, he said. I would be grateful if you could help us hunt down these bastards. I will help, she said, her eyes hardening. But do not get the wrong idea. I am only doing this to avenge my father, Nana declared. Understood, the prince replied. We start with Li Ju. My man is already in his inner circle. The pieces were moving. First, he needed to contact his spy and finalize the kill zone. Deep in the forest, the black-haired spearman walked alone. He pulled out his phone, intending to check a message. But before he could unlock it, a shadow loomed over him. The boss had arrived. So, that little devil is actually Adilasai. This is a golden opportunity, the boss sneered. We can use him to eliminate Li Ju without getting our hands bloody. What do you say? The spearman nodded silently. The next day, the prince returned to the forest. He met with the awakened woman. Nana is ready to cooperate, he reported. My informant will send the signal soon, he added. The trap was set. I can conjure a dark field, the maiden offered. It will mask us from the outside world completely. Good, the young man replied. I can handle the combat. My comrade just needs to deliver the bastard to the dungeon entrance, he said, clenching his fist. That guy is arrogant. The prince scoffed. He will never suspect a trap. The awakened woman smirked. You are glowing with confidence. By the way, I brought a friend. Come on out. Don't be shy, she called into the shadows. The young man's eyes widened in surprise as a familiar figure stepped forward. Meanwhile, the head of the enemy guild was lecturing his subordinate, completely oblivious to the blade hanging over his neck. They think they can use my plan for their own gain, he laughed. And that spearman? Trying to betray me? It is almost funny. I will send anyone who defies me straight to hell to meet Liu Yi, the leader vowed. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the air behind him. Wham! The spearman's fist slammed into the bastard's face with bone-crushing force. What? The boss snarled. Is someone pulling this puppet's strings? Before he could recover, a metallic click echoed. It was the maiden, his own assistant, leveling a revolver at his head. She pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet grazed the boss's temple. He barely dodged, forced to defend himself against his own allies. Space twisted as a portal ripped open. In a flash, the leader and the spearman were sucked in, reappearing deep in the forest under a torrential downpour. The realization struck. His puppet was merely a pawn trapped by the bullet's influence. That wretched woman dares to toy with him. She has signed her death warrant. The leader revealed the truth. The final bullet wasn't a weapon, but a gateway. Space warped, and a swirling purple portal ripped open directly in front of him. An invisible assailant launched an ambush from the void, but the tables turned instantly. The bastard's hand was ensnared, sucked violently into the abyss. Suddenly, a warrior wreathed in golden aura descended like a god of war. It was Yamada, striking the white-suited leader with devastating precision. The impact was catastrophic. Dust billowed like a shroud over the battlefield. Adilasai felt a twinge of wounded pride, warriors ganging up on one man. He is all yours, Yamada stated coldly, sheathing his blade. I am only here to fulfill Miss Sun's request. The rest is beneath me. The prince stepped onto the chaotic field, flanked by Nana and the awakened one. The air grew heavy with killing intent. Intel confirmed the worst. Liu Yu possessed the dark art of necromancy. Adilasai realized he couldn't summon his comrades recklessly, lest they become enemy fuel. Judgment Day has arrived. You filth, Nana declared, her voice trembling with rage. Come out and face us. We have no time for hide and seek. The young man scoffed, staring into the smoke. Do you truly believe a cheap trick like this makes you my equal? The guild leader's voice dripped with venom. It seems that traitor Wango deceived me. Who would have guessed she'd align herself with trash like you? He raised his hand, twisting the corpse of a spearman into a groaning spirit. Enough talk, Adilasai demanded, eyes blazing. Where is my daughter? In my world, the bastard sneered. Even the most rabid dog becomes an obedient puppy once its heart stops beating. Adilasai didn't hesitate. He became a blur of motion, decapitating the enemy in a single heartbeat. Get up, he commanded coldly. I didn't give you permission to die yet. That stung. The bastard grunted. His severed head began to reattach, the flesh knitting together. The unexpected damage had rattled his composure. The prince began weaving a spell of annihilation in his palm. But a shadow loomed. The spirit of the fallen spearman struck from behind. A cheap shot. Adilasai repelled the attack with a casual flick of his wrist, barely breaking a sweat. I won't let this mockery stand, the prince vowed. Seeing his former comrade reduced to a mindless puppet sent a pang of sorrow through his soul. With a heavy heart, he cast a purification spell, shattering the spearman to end his suffering. You broke my toy, the boss sighed. How incredibly rude. The battlefield began to quake. The earth fractured, and a legion of nightmarish spirits clawed their way out of the ground. Now the odds are even, Liu Yu taunted. Suddenly, Nana gasped, tears streaming down her face. Father, Standing among the undead was Mr. Miiamoto. He was part of the collection, now the crown jewel of the enemy's gruesome gallery. Beside him stood missing players and awakened warriors, all enslaved. Magnificent, isn't it? The leader gloated. My collection grows by the second. The two forces clashed in a symphony of destruction. Adilasai led the charge, a storm of fury unleashed. He locked onto the puppeteer, ignoring the pawns. With a manic laugh, he poured every ounce of his divine might into a crushing blow against the bastard. The enemy's skin rotted away instantly, revealing a skeleton beneath. The lich cackled. Do you not remember this face, young man? The Infinite King. Adilasai realized. Another reincarnation of the Demon King. You are unworthy to even look at my sword, let alone touch it. One the boxer asked, confused. It refers to the power level, a warrior clarified grimly. He is a catastrophe class entity. Stay focused. He is not a simple target, the prince roared. But the warning came too late. Blood sprayed as a warrior lost an arm in the blink of an eye. While they wasted breath chatting, they failed to notice the encroaching horde. The spirits had closed the distance. The numbers were overwhelming. Adilasai followed the screams. They are regenerating, he noted with disgust. They rise as fast as they fall. We end this now, the boxer shouted, his body glowing with unstable energy. Stop, you fool. Don't do it. Adilasai screamed, but the boxer was deaf to reason. He unleashed his ultimate skill, obliterating the projectile and the spirits in a massive explosion. Silence fell. The spirits should have been vaporized. Instead, a massive crater suddenly punched through the boxer's chest. Delicious! The lich thanked him mockingly. Your desperation just fed my absorption barrier. My regeneration is now accelerated. Oh, what is this monstrosity? The young man whispered. The Infinite King. Adilasai repeated, gripping his weapon. Eternal life, eternal loneliness, and eternal horror. The prince recited. The bastard activated his ultimate skill, revenge of evil spirits, and the dead flooded the world. You have slaughtered thousands, the lich intoned, his voice echoing from everywhere. Now, feel the weight of their vengeance. Adilasai recognized them. Every boss, every monster, every enemy he had ever slain stood before him, a graveyard of his own making. Summon as many pawns as you wish, the prince retorted, eyes glowing. He vanished, moving faster than sight. In a fraction of a second, heads rolled. He decapitated the phantom army before they could take a single step. Huh. Did you forget who I am? Have you forgotten him? The lich asked. From the shadows lunged the demon dragon. Liu, another victim of Adilasai's blade. Damn it, is that really him? Nana cried out in despair, but even the mighty dragon was cut down instantly. How the lich raged, his composure cracking. You shouldn't be this strong. It's impossible. Ta. Simple. I evolved. Adilasai said coldly. You merely stagnated. The boss sneered, magic swelling around him. Then let's rewind time and try again. The prince stood confused by the sudden shift in the air. Resurrect enemies of Adilasai, the lich shrieked, unleashing his chaotic trump card. Let the ghosts of his past sins be his executioners. Suddenly, an ancient, malevolent spirit materialized on the battlefield. It radiated a suffocating aura, a power that defied the laws of this mortal realm. The young prince stared at the creature, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Do you truly believe you can control such a being? The prince asked coldly. Suddenly, the bastard felt a violent backlash in his mana. Energy rampaged through his body until boom, he detonated. Yet, the skeletal mage clung to life, his bones rattling. Impossible. Why is my regeneration failing? Do not underestimate my rivals. The young man scoffed. I fought that warrior at his absolute peak. A legend like him would never obey a wretch like you. You courted death. Now accept it, the prince roared. His sword flashed as he lunged forward to end it. Damn it, I am not finished yet, the lich screamed in panic. Desperate, he summoned another soul, the spirit of the warrior's daughter. A perfect opportunity. The manipulator grinned. But the prince saw through the dirty trick and launched his attack without hesitation. What a monster, he strikes even with family in the way, the boss mocked. He tried to shake the hero's resolve with cheap provocations. You decided to use her as a human shield, the young man asked, his voice dripping with ice. For that, you deserve a fate worse than death. He discarded his blade and tore into the bastard with his bare hands. It is obvious my body is invulnerable, the prince thought, confident in his defense. Even as the enemy wave surged endlessly, the hero stood firm. There was no retreat left, only the path of a conqueror remained. In seconds, the enemy was reduced to a pathetic pile half a torso, a head, and one arm. I must be invincible. The former lich wheezed, delusional to the end. You are all useless trash, he screamed with his final breath. Worthless insects, All of you. The prince's sword finally pierced the skeletal remains. You are simply scum who can only hide behind the backs of puppets. No, I cannot lose. The bastard babbled like a madman. Reality refused to sink in for the fallen villain. You lost the moment you chose loneliness. Endless king. The prince delivered the final verdict. Nana, the dead father's spirit suddenly called out a name. Father, the samurai maiden asked, stunned by the familiar voice. Look at you. The head of the family smiled warmly. You have grown so much. He beamed with pride, overjoyed to see his child one last time. You have a bright future ahead of you, my dear. Tears welled in the maiden's eyes as she listened. She reached out, desperate to feel the warmth of his hands for one final farewell.